Welcome back to CCT. Not CCT, Thunderpick. It's Thunderpick,
Right.
it's Thunderpick. It's Thunderpick. It's because we're in the CCT TeamSpeak. It's very much confusing, but this is Thunderpick. And we're very excited to watch that instead of CCT today. Anyway, Hashiras, EAC are going to kick off the day. We've got, of course, other games to follow as we get into these early stages of the overall circuit. It's a long way to go if you want to win the whole damn thing. But I guess that's the aim of some of these teams. We're kicking off with that first game at the top. Up next, it will be the ALGO boys taking on ASTRAL, which will be nice and interesting. Looks like ASTRAL are playing another game as well at 9 a.m. So at least in UK 10 Central Europe. So hopefully they get done early and we're not delayed. But otherwise, a fun schedule in the making today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was looking at that AI created logo, that ChatGPT logo there on the bottom. That was a little bit funny, but we've got a couple deciding matchups here, Alan. As some of the people watching might be aware, we're going through the group stage right now, right? Meaning we've got GSL format. It's pretty simple. You don't have BO1s, better than some tier 1 tournaments still in that sense, but we've got an opening game. You basically play until you either lose 2 or win 2 games, and then you either qualify for the next stage of the event or you go out. We're going to start it off with Group A. The Hashiras taking on EAC. I don't know how you feel about this one, but I feel like it's been a very interesting group, right? GenOne obviously dominating, not dropping a map. This is a rematch of a game that we already did see in the opening stages, and EAC were able to take it down in a 2-0 fashion. Hashiras obviously taking down Mana there in the lower bracket. So this group in particular hasn't really had a best of 3 that goes all 3 maps yet. Are we getting this one changed today?
I mean, you certainly hope so for the sake of entertainment. I think for Hashiras, given the caliber of players they have, they'll be expecting to play better Counter-Strike. Here is said lineup. They're bringing in Collins. Is it Rylax who normally plays? I can't remember at the moment. Something like that. Collins is on the server today. He played it the other day for them. And for those that missed the memo really on Hashiras, despite having so many talented players, they're yet to truly show it, at least in this iteration on the server. Got to watch them the other day, and certainly mechanically, they don't look like they've lost that much of their edge to me. It's just as a team, they're not on the same page right now.
No, doesn't really feel like it. And on the other side of the server, you've got a group of Danes that have been playing some decent Counter-Strike. Not as many familiar names when it comes down to the higher echelons of tier 2 and tier 3 as on the side of the Hashiras. You've got Nixon, obviously, who I guess is going to be the most well-known name. He was part of that Copenhagen Wolves lineup towards the end of 2025. You've got Maze as well. Outside of these two, though, you've got a bunch of young Danes, right? You've got Amber, you've got Becker, you've got Acend, I guess we're going to be calling him. We're going to figure that one out as we're going in. And this is a team that has been struggling to get a lot of consistent wins under their belt. But the good thing about them is that it feels like things are slowly getting better and better. And every now and then you're just going to see a good result out of these guys. Obviously, it's a very young team that's joined this organization as well of EAC. They've been there for, 13 days, a little bit less than 2 weeks, and they've played only 18 maps representing the org. So I guess we give them a little bit more time before we start jumping the horse on this one. But they've been playing a lot of best of 3s. Not winning a lot of them, but at least playing a lot.
They're for me the team here that has the stronger identity. They're the team that's more obvious, their trajectory as a lineup. As said, they look like they're growing with new backing. They're playing together at least as a core now for a good amount of time, and their results are on the rise. Where obviously for Hashiras, the conversation is a little bit different. We do have the veto here. Looks like permabans have gone. We've got Nuke, Overpass, and then Ancient. I'm taking a brief kind of overview of the stats, and there doesn't seem to be any massive surprises here. It looks like teams have just gone for their favorite maps really with those picks.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that it's actually the decider that's been changed since the last time they played, and that's the one map that they didn't play a couple of days ago when they played in the opening game of Group A, right? It was once again a Nuke coming out of the Hashiras, an Overpass coming out of the Danes, and in that game it was a 2-0 in favor of EAC. It was a 13-5 on Nuke, 16-12 on Overpass, and then we didn't get to that third and final map of Inferno, which is now going to be changed by the Hashiras themselves, that decide to remove Inferno and leave Ancient in. But for me, the key thing is going to be, Alan, and I'm quite glad that you mentioned it. I feel like there is a clear discrepancy between those two teams, right? On one hand, you have a team that has a little bit more identity, that's trying to play more proper Counter-Strike, I want to say, fundamentally stronger. And then on the other side, you've just got better individuals, which is not really something that is up for debate, I feel like, even though they might be making changes every now and then when you've got people like Jax, like Burmilov, Queenix, like Collins now on the lineup, because obviously they were playing with Relax a couple of days ago when they played EAC. I feel like the Hashiras should be the favorites in terms of pure firepower, but then in the same time, as we said, every couple of best of threes, we just get that pop-off performance out of someone like Nixon or someone like Becker, and that seems to be enough for these guys to take down even a team that has much more on-paper firepower than them.
Yeah, the thing with kind of Hashiras is they've just got so many asterisks next to them. Collins is now playing for Relax, lack of organization. I mean, at some point, this caliber of players will just get frustrated with the level they're playing at as well. And that's why ESC here is more exciting, because we just understand what trajectory, what path they're on so much more. And I always say it, but in Counter-Strike, nothing is more important than being on the same page. And I'm more confident in EAC, despite quite a deficit in experience. I'm more confident in them being on the same page.
Sure. We did receive a little bit of information that unfortunately we're not ready to kick things off with the game, folks. So yeah, in true not CCT but Thunderpick fashion, we're gonna have to go through the pregame and then send it into a little bit of a break. But we're just giving you time because we know that you forgot to wake up in time and make your coffee. So you can go and make a coffee. You can get a little bit of H2O, get back on the PC. We're gonna be right back as soon as the players are ready to jump on the server. Oh.
In. I think
we're out. Okay, we are.
I think we're in.
Yeah, no, we're here. We're here, everyone.
I wonder what the viewers heard. I mean, they might have been loving our podcast before.
No,
live.
we had some social problem discussions, you know, important things, real life stuff. Back to Counter-Strike though. T-side nuke start for the Hashiras. If you're just joining in, this is a deciding matchup of Group A here on the Thunderpick World Championship. And Maze has already started this one off with a pickup. That's a lovely double out of Amber. Through the smoke on the second one as well. Pistol rounds already getting shattered and players are just falling down through the smoke. No one even able to make their way out. Not even seeing their opponents before being sliced down. And it's not going to be a 1v5 out of Burmelov either. Becker to put him to sleep. Clean pistol round entry for EAC.
Good start. Good job overwhelming. And Amber, of course, pulling his weight. I think we mentioned it from the off that certainly for me, I think Nixon and Maze were the only ones I've covered before. So for the others, this would be interesting to see what sort of players they are, you know, who's potentially a hot prospect for the future, especially from Denmark, where you go through these kind of big troughs and lulls of not producing so many players, and then other times,
sure,
also good work.
Yeah.
So
well,
yeah.
To give you a rough idea, I guess it's fair to say CT side, obviously Nixon's getting a lot of the important spots, right? And he's a very aggro player. Amber is kind of like the secondary start to Nixon. He's going to be the entry on the T side. So T side wise, he's actually the most aggressive. And then Sen is number 2. Becker's obviously the oper. I feel like Becker, for me personally, has been one of the people that have looked pretty exciting to some extent. He played on AAB on Preezy as well for a little bit. So played with that mix of players for a while. They've been able to get used to each other.
They need this frag on ramp if they're going to make this work. And now there's a rotator here. Play from elbow swings. He is dealt with. Nixon on location, however, to plug the leak. And now this is very good for the CT side. Collins finds one. He does have the bomb, actually, and a route to A potentially, but made wise to that. Bit of an off angle on Tetris. So, 3 stay alive. Not perfect, but far from the end of the world for the defense.
No, it's actually pretty decent, right? That's not a full eco, it's a full investment coming out of the T side, so you get it done with 3 players surviving, you pick up the majority of the rifles. I think you lost only 1 in the end of the day, so that's going to be fine. You're up against the full eco, and this is where it might get a little bit interesting if the Danes are able to start it off well on the CT side of Nuke, which basically to some extent already happened between those 2 teams a couple of days ago, right? Even though EAC were able to get just 7 rounds on the CT side some days ago, they had a 6-0 T side start, and in that game, they did start it off with a 4-0 lead again. So it's winning the pistol rounds, getting that early momentum to get going. And the Hashiras needing a little bit more time. Outside smoke. In towards that anti-eco. There's a bit of a gap between the diagonals, but they still find that opening kill. Still losing Burp from Sky regardless, though.
Very willing to take these fights, the CTs. All it takes is a nice deagle shots, and this round suddenly comes into some jeopardy. Maze is dealt with. And Becker's tagged a little bit down as well. All it's going to take is 1 connection. And this round suddenly becomes quite a contest.
Ooh. It's a big move out of Becker. Able to get yourself out of dodge. Cross back in towards hell and towards safety. Now they know he's going to be holding a more passive angle. There's only 30 seconds on the clock, though. The teams will have to make a move eventually. And I think EAC have realized that they're not giving them anything. Maybe bar this.
They can win this. There's no one particularly well rotated. Now, one man drops down the ramp in Collins. Can we trade him? Queenix out first. Here is having to really look in multiple directions and does a great job to give him credit to isolate those fights. 2 seconds left. Jax just needs to save his rifle. Not too bad, actually. The saves go. Give me his money for armor.
No.
And decent damage as well from that team.
Yeah, this is much more efficient than the previous round now, right? That was just an eco that you go into if you even failed the outside smokes, as there was a bit of a gap between the diagonals, but you're still able to get away with 4 kills. Almost a bomb plant as well. So damage has been inflicted from the side of the Hashiras. Now time to see if things are going to start working out. This is a very interesting mix of players, if I might say so. You've got a bunch of rifles that have always been pretty aggressive, a bunch of space-creating players. The T's trying to switch up the pace a little bit. Collins is a little bit trapped, though. They get the first kill, low on HP on a couple, and that's going to set a base for the multi.
Almost found the third as well. Huge round from Maze, and this bit, EAC, they lose this round, high probability of a double eco for them. So this could be worth 3 for the Hashiras. Bird from Sky dispatched, and Burmalov. This does not feel favorable. Does find the first, but surely gets Pete from heaven. Look at that pivot, and he gets out in one piece.
He's got the kit. He can just stick it.
Christ, that was close. Burmalov saves the day, and that has absolutely decimated the CT money.
What a 1v3 play that is out of Burmalov. And yeah, sure, you need a tactical timeout after this one. Even though you are the Hashiras, you lose 4 players, but you still get the round. And now look at the money on the CT side. It's absolutely broken, and Burmalov has held on to an AWP as well. After the previous one. It's just the isolation. He should have never been allowed to actually win this. He should have never been allowed to get these 3 1v1s. All alone on the bomb site. They knew he'd be in towards the HUD. There was nowhere else to be. He's able to get the first kill into the mini player, turn around, Heaven, get that second kill, and even go back and sneak in the reload, counting up to 4 in his mind. Swings and gets the last one. Just barely towards the end.
That first fight from main, from the CT side.
Yeah.
Why aren't they peeking together? I mean, if it looks on paper unwinnable for Burmalov, because he's just completely surrounded. He should have nowhere to go, but yeah, a few lapses in concentration. And Counter-Strike can be a very cruel mistress if you make those sort of mistakes. This buy is so lackluster outside of the M4. I'm a little bit surprised they aren't, stacking a site, maybe thinking of a lobby crunch. This is an incredibly tough round to win as the CT side in a default stance.
All right. What's the call here? You've got that Hero M4 onto Amber. You've got the MP7 in the hands of Maze, and then a bunch of pistols, but the T's is controlling the map, spread around, looking for any lobby crunch shenanigans. The only issue with this is that the CTs are not giving you anything, and if Burr from Sky and Burmalov try to by any chance reunite with their teammates and cross in towards many, that might leave Burr from Sky exposed to give his life away, and there's going to be a clean 1v1 in towards Garage. This is massive. That's the M4 out of the equation. This should be the Hashiras just winning the round from here on out.
Ramp was left exposed the whole time by the CT side. They've got 2 players lower. They're focusing outside as well. Plus this inner site somewhere there's just not enough players to cover the whole map. When you're leaning like that, it's going to be an upper split. Acend here could get some decent fights as the bomb tries to get up the ladder. Up it comes. Ugly, but it works. And now they've got the site proper. They should be stabilizing. Just need to deal with this one player in and around the lobby. That's Becca. And they do in the end. So, yeah, no need to panic from here.
That was a little bit spooky, wasn't it? Imagine if that was the MP7 up Heaven, by the way. Or even a 5-7. I think a Deagle might have been the worst weapon for the case.
It doesn't have the fire rate, does it?
Yeah. Something that you can spam a little bit more with. You get a double kill with a 5-7 in that angle. You pick up a gun. Bombs dropped, cannot really make its way up to the bomb site. That would have been a little bit of a head scratcher. What is Nixon thinking about? Executes? He's heard the steps. He's not going to catch Collins, is he? Yeah, I got to run away. Potentially hold on to that M4, and he's going to be able to successfully recover that. So at least you have that rifle. You've got the 5.7 you can drop over to one of your teammates as you're the one with the armor. So keeping the rifle intact. So far, so good for the T side, though. I don't know about you, Alan, by the way, but one of the reasons I was excited about this Hashiras game is that it's been a while since I've watched Jax play, actually. Personally, I know he was part of Kono last year. He played on the Musketeers, even on foot at the start of 2025, and he's been playing with this project for a little while. But there's just something that I admire about the fact that Jax keeps on playing for the love of the game, and he keeps appearing on all of these teams.
Yeah, this stint is like the mercenary as well for top teams that needed somebody to stand in. Jax is too good not to be on a minimum of top 30 team, but maybe even top 20. I know he's not going to be a star player, but he's so good at being the glue to fill gaps, and very good at kind of supportive positions when required. Yeah, it's honestly I think Jack's lack of, let's say, opportunities is probably more indicative of the scene placing huge emphasis on youth, and trying to find super skilled prospects. Which, granted, if you're one of the best teams in the world, yeah, that probably does make sense. But if you're not competing to win tournaments, a player like Jax is incredibly valuable, just because of his experience.
Yeah, steady the ship, right? Help some of the youngsters, and sometimes get a kill like this one. It's also part of the package. But yeah, no, I buy into that completely. I feel like he's one of these players that just have that aura around them. Not even aura, just the reputation. It just feels impossible to speak to an ex-teammate of Jackson for them to say they didn't enjoy playing with him, right? Which is of quite a big importance when we're talking about a team that's around the top 20, top 30, top 40 even. You're spot on. Been a good recovery on that T side from the Hashiras, though. Now they've leveled things up, looking to speed up the pace potentially with an A-pop is Collins. That was a good molly. Slows him down. A-pop's still coming in.
Oh, look at the stuff on Tetris. This shouldn't really be a good position. Phoenix finds two, but just too many bodies in and around. EAC, plenty of players near the bomb site, too many crossfires, and the thing that confused me the most, to be honest, is that Hashiras are surprised that there's a hut molly. I mean, isn't that kind of a given when you're playing against a full buy?
Sure, I think they wanted to play on the second timing either way, but Collins thought that there would be a gap in the right-hand side of the hut, right? So you could cross and stay there and wait for the molly and then go out and be 1 second ahead of the timing, right? I think that was the goal, but then the incendiary just spread towards the left side. So he had to back off. A little bit weird also how you had two CTs stuck in towards Tetris, and they were able to get 4 kills together.
Ooh, Jax does hard clear the left-hand side. And got a big old gap.
Ooh.
He gets one response, but the pressure is on Amber lower. He doesn't do a great deal. Nixon now rotating in. And this is becoming a bit of a bloodbath. As long as that bomb goes down, EAC needs to seriously consider just keeping these guns alive. And it looks like they're already backing off.
Yeah, that was a little bit odd there. I was going to say from Collins, by the way, because they get the kill. It was a nice switch to the pace, right? You deploy that outside utility. You have that one player in towards the lobby, and then 3 of you just swing through the ramp smoke. You've not really been showing a lot of presence there, so you were putting, I guess, a lot of money on the fact that the ramp player would be all alone, which he was. Nice clean entry coming out of Jax. And then Collins allows himself to get taken down by the Oper. Takes a little bit too deep of an angle as he was trying to cross down. Still able to deal with it very nicely. Follow up onto the second B player, Bird from Sky doing his magic in towards outside. That's one of the things that I think are going to be interesting about this Hashiras lineup every now and then. Is probably the reason why they are playing a map like New, because you are putting your money on the fact that Bird from Sky is going to have some level of creativity and very good base understanding of which areas of a map are going to be a little bit more weakened up, right? He was, a couple of years ago, maybe one of the more creative in-game leaders on this level of Counter-Strike. Obviously, it's been a while since the Golden Link B Vikings days. But you still, at least I would like to think that he still has a pretty decent mind for the game.
I mean, if you're getting cheating accusations for making so many good stat calls, you must be doing something right. So, credit to Bird from Sky. He's been around a while now. It's also what makes this whole project so confusing. I appreciate the lack of an organization might be a factor, but they just have so many good pieces. And pieces that we know have performed at a top, let's say, 30 to 20 level even, perhaps, and above. So, hopefully they can join those puzzle pieces a little bit better moving forwards. And Jax, where's he died? Has he been pushed and Squeaky? Looks like it. He is already gone.
A bit problematic, isn't it? And this is looking very reminiscent of the game that they played a couple of days ago. Still enough money for the CTs to reinforce themselves. You've got the AWP in the hands of Becker and an early opening courtesy of Maze. Mini drop must have been heard. They should have heard Collins drop over. And they have now spotted that player towards the back of red. So that's a lot of information. Issue is you had to sacrifice your IGL's life for all of this. And now Amber feels forced to go down the vent. They've actually doubled down the vent.
They did this earlier in that round where they lost where ramp was open and the players got up heaven. They clearly like a bit of an over-rotation. They'll have to push secret soon.
Yeah.
Or just send a player back up the vent. They can't just sit down here too low for too long. And I'm surprised. I mean, even Becker pushing radio would be a good option right now because they have no idea what's coming.
There's the secret molly. That's going to give it away. Acend towards the A-bomb side. Send towards the back of the side. First flash doesn't really hit the mark. So there goes the kill. And now the MP9 can also activate it towards single door. Damage being done. Refrags are actually landing, but Amber flying up the vent. Not going to be ready for him. Queenix in a 1v1, but time is up against him. 8 seconds. He needs to pick up that bomb. Needs to get onto the bomb side and go for the stick of the plant. And I think he's got it. Amber will go for the swing. Bomb does get planted, but the round will go in favor of the Danes. A little bit chaotic towards the end, but really well played out of Amber.
I think given the lack of information, that was about as good as it was ever going to get for the CT side. Ascend's 1 kill from the backside is enormous to just keep them in the round. So it's a little bit sketchy. No way to look around that, but still, EAC 5 rounds now on the board. The money is kind of out of balance, really, for the T side. They're going to buy up here, but surely there's some pretty hefty sacrifices. There's only 1 player off a rifle, so it's not too bad, but Util is a tad sparing. And EAC win this, they could force pistols and really streak ahead here on the defense.
Starting to look a little bit better now. It's a money break round for the T side, so you win this one, you might be setting yourselves up for 7 at least on that CT side. It's exactly how much you got a couple of days ago against the Hashiras. Collins on another one of these solo missions up towards Mini. Drop down. No one to actually challenge him this time around. You just have Amber playing that deeper angle in towards Garage, holding for the Mini cross. So Collins could potentially even jump over if he wants to make a little bit of noise. Obviously going to get spotted, but where do you go with this? Very light on utility. Bird from Sky's got the only smoke. You've got 3 flashes and 1 molly. They cannot make this one work without Collins. He's going to need to step it up.
His garage position surely is too strong. Collins actually does get the first kill before he shot in the back. Just leaving Nixon here a little bit in the lurch. As he comes off Mustang to top hut. He eventually is dealt with. Oh, Vermilov's second kill is fabulous. And another. He's made this doable. This round, given how sandwiched they were coming out of Squeaky, should not have been doable. And Amber goes for the wide swing. Vermilov commits to the plant. To be a colossal round for Hashiras, given their economy. And Vermilov with the drop peak. Another clutch from this young man. He is championing them right now to their 5 rounds.
Yeah, he really is, but they're going to be regretting all of these overpeaks, aren't they? I mean, you see that 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3. There's just players going for fights. The Oper going for the repeak there out of back here. Puts his teammate into a 1v1 clutch, and especially with the time running out, you could play this one a little bit more passive, right? You could wait for the rifle to get a little bit closer. Even if he does drop down the vent, it's still not that big of an issue. You can still play the 2v1, and now the Hashiras have been allowed the way back. Now suddenly they're the ones that can get away with a 7-5 T fight.
Lobby crunches the call. A bit ugly, but Hashiras seems to be holding on. Ooh, that is not one for the highlight package. Player to the second left-hand side surely gets double peak. He does. So survival for the T's. Given this round is last, I guess it's not the worst news in the world economically. And Hashiras, it's not clean Counter-Strike, but they are winning the half on T-side nuke at the end of the day.
I guess that's what matters, right? In the end of the day, we're talking about T-side nuke, so it's all about putting the rounds on the board. Also, a bit of a reminder. The tough thing to get your head
around here is that EAC, they're losing those clutches. They really could be on 8 rounds right now.
Yeah.
If they just essentially communicated a little bit better. That's all they had to do.
Yeah, but the coulda, shoulda, wouldas on the CT side of nuke. Not always necessarily providing you an opportunity to get back after you've missed some chances. In the end of the day, you get 6 or 7 rounds on that T side, you're going to be pretty happy on the Hashiras side of things. And as we say this, starting to look more like 6 rounds. Regardless of this buy being very lackluster, they're just getting picked apart. Pushed. Isolated into 1v1s. Queenix is on 53 HP, and he's had a very good map so far. Same for Vermilov impact-wise, but Vermilov is alone here.
Decent
That's
trade.
a problem.
The bomb is on the roof? Where is it? Yeah. Not easy for him to maneuver right now. Bird from Sky's coming back. They could just cut their losses and go all the way out round yard, but intent on re-clearing lobby. EAC in the meanwhile, they're kind of opting for the mind game of, well, why would they come back into lobby when we've shown so much presence? They might be a little bit caught off guard of what the moves are. Secret now is fully cleared. When do they get a bit of an inkling on what's coming? Becca, low HP, just jiggling from heaven, but his teammate, excellent timing to peek out from main. And they do indeed get a consolation round here at the end. We're even Stevens heading into the second half.
Under normal circumstances, you'd probably say that favors the Hashiras moving into the CT side. It's a bit of a similar story to what we had a couple of days ago, when back then they were not able to get a single round on the defense. It's been a good game of Counter-Strike for them, though, so far. Courtesy of these 2 clutches out of Bermilov, courtesy of Queenix going 15-9. The silent killer, almost feels like. Also a bit of a reminder to everyone that all of Counter-Strike in this tournament is coming to you thanks to our partners over at Thunderpick, the ultimate esports betting arena. Go and check them out. As the T's are looking to check out the round, Jax does decide to fall back. Vermilov with a nice pick up onto Nixon, and he's got that option of backing off, just playing a bit more of a passive angle, not letting them go for that refrag. The bomb is the player that stayed up. A bit weird.
They're not super well positioned to fight heaven, you know. This could get ugly. Collins, though, critical kill. He's still got his teammate in and around the little blue box. And but falls to Collins in the end. So pissed around, slips the way of Hashiras. And see if a buy comes out. But they're in a good spot now to make right a lot of their wrongs on that first half.
That was the main thing a couple of days ago when they played against each other. The fact that the Hashiras lost both pistol rounds on Nuke and they had all of these slow starts. Other than that, I feel like they've not looked too bad in terms of the individuals bailing them out. I guess this is what we expected to begin with. But they have been on a bit of a good streak on Nuke, bar that new vision lost from 2 days ago. Took down Bushido Wildcats, a team that I know you've been watching. Mana, Bebop too.
They were actually quite fun to watch, the Wildcats. It was just they could have picked a colder day to play such a long series.
Yeah.
But maybe it's colder where they are, I'm not sure.
Well, they live in Turkey, so I doubt it.
Well, it was actually colder than the UK.
Yeah, well, it's a bit mental, actually, what's been going on. Yeah, the heat wave of Western Europe is another thing. I think it's the first time in years that I've been told the average temperature per day in the UK is 10 degrees north of what it is in Bulgaria. It's a bit mental.
It's probably possible in the winter. We don't go very cold.
Yeah, no, in the winter, yeah, but I'm
summer.
talking about the warmer months, you know.
Thing is, we're not ready for this. We're not. We don't have the infrastructure for such heat. We just cook. Right. Well, EAC. It was a 2-0, wasn't it, when they played?
Yep.
So they do have form on Nuke potentially, and they need to get some early gun rounds clearly. Or this T-side campaign is never going to get rolling. It's going to start this one off with a reasonably default sort of stance. Lots of players coming towards outer, and we'll see how much Hashiras want to fight for this space.
Oh, nice flash. Bermilov, as blind as a bat. Amber set up for a nice opening. Diagonal smokes to kick things off. You get that one player down secret. Jax has found a response. Now I'm trying to see where that's
He's
happened.
the ramp player. So
oh yeah, he's the ramp player.
Yeah.
But they've shut him down.
Yeah, they already had a player.
The bomb is coming back.
Was that the secret player that made it all the way to control? They have a vent dive in the meanwhile.
Yeah.
Either way, Hashiras have just completely lost all presence on this map. No players ever seemingly in the right place at the right time. And they haven't got a choice. They've got to just save.
A bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for the Hashiras. You save. I guess you're going to have a decent investment, actually. Yeah, let me take that one back. Collins can buy. Queenix can drop. They're going to be fine. It's more the fact that it's a little bit weird. And this first round on the T side, by the way, it's already given us a little bit of an idea of how the Ts are going to play and the fact that they're going to have a little bit more structure and just a set idea of how they want to approach some of these T side rounds, right? It's pretty obvious that you have some of these small plays to catch the CTs off guard. Actually, hold on a sec. That could be quite a big kill if Bird from Sky goes down. It's a good nade, good damage.
Yeah.
Actually holds on to an AK. I'm a little bit flabbergasted by the fact that this actually works out. It's a very well placed nade.
So a pseudo dossier sort of move. Right there. Slightly bizarre CT round we just saw. The thing I question the most is you got to play a top secret, but the remaining teammates outside are not working that hard to kind of pull attention or break those smokes. That's when the secret player really comes into his own, is when people are sprinting across trying to dodge the smokes being bursted by HEs and things like that. But that never really transpired, so I think we'd like to see Hashiras being less of kind of individual turrets and more of a team-focused adoption.
spam coming in. One player spotted. Nate should do the job. That's going to be at least one kill. It's actually the USP to claim that one onto Becker. Issue with this, you don't really know how many players have crossed down. You know there might be more, and there probably will be as you shut down the Oper. One head spotted. Just walking in. He knows a person has crossed single door, and Bird from Sky's already down the vent. It's such a wild play for him to go down there. They're able to get the one. Now they seem to know about Collins.
Decent trade. That's in here. If he can kill Queenix. Boy, he does. Maybe there's a route. Doesn't expect Jax to be on this off angle outside of the hut. Maze, 40 seconds. Gonna opt for the lower side of the map. Does it silently. Burmelov is here. And surely he's not going to expect the player so close by. He does not. So, Hashiras, they hold on. They have broken the money now. So, probably going to expect a half buy or perhaps even lighter eco. From EAC, Hashiras, they are taking control now of Nuke.
Yeah, I feel like one of the main difference makers is the fact that Bird from Sky is finding some success in towards outside, right? He's really recovered into this one. Came into the CT side with a decent amount of kills, but not anything massive. But that double kill this time around was very impactful. The first kill onto the player trying to cross behind the default wall of smokes. Then the second one going down the vent, and obviously it was Collins that provides him with the information that he's got a tiny gap that he can potentially try and exploit and go down the ladder. Get that first kill. Good responses as well. No over rotations coming out of the CT side. You had a double player setup in towards the A-bomb side, regardless of all the secret presence that the T's were able to show. That was the part that caught them off guard. So we should be looking at a 7-10 scoreline here, all things considered. Looking much better for the Hashiras in comparison to a couple of days ago. You've got Bird from Sky on 14 kills. Same kill count for Burmelov with these two massive clutches in the first half as well. And you've got Queenix on 16. Really feels like you're getting a little bit more out of the individuals. I don't feel like we can say you're getting the most out of the individuals, because you still have got Collins on 7 frags, and we know that he's a heavy hitter. Always has been.
That said, he might be in positions he's not used to.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I think it's probably a fair guess that he hasn't played many scrims with these guys. He might have only just played officials, really. It's quite possible. So give him a little bit of leeway. Hashiras streaking their way up to 10. And I'm starting to get the feeling in the back of my mind that EAC throwing away those 1vx's on the first half might have kind of doomed them here. They just don't have enough wiggle room now to play with.
By the way, I was thinking about this. Let me know what you think about my theory. Do you think EAC might be standing in for electronic air conditioner? I'll let that.
It would be something.
I'll let that slip.
It's probably
I'll
quite
let
hot in
that sink
Denmark
for a
as
second.
well.
Yeah, no, it probably is. So they probably do need some air conditioning. In the meantime, hot spawn. You saw the little pop-up on your screen. You can go and check out all the latest Thunderpick World Championship news over on hotspawn.com. And as the entirety of Western Europe right now, it's hot. It's very hot. It's boiling.
Ooh.
Room for more? There you go. Woo! Who's bringing that OG Jax 4K out of nowhere? Look at that ramp.
It is not often you see a quad kill from that off angle on ramp. It's normally very much a one and done position because you have nowhere to move. But yeah, first man in for EAC. It's just that little lapse to be, let's say, 2 to 3 meters ahead of your teammate is just long enough for a reset, and it actually allowed the other player to come in from hell. We see it, obviously, we saw it in the 1vx's, we've seen it in a few of these rounds too. EAC potentially learning the hard way that those small things matter more and more and more as you go up the echelons in Counter-Strike.
Oh, screw that. Are you watching Frozen? Are you watching Robs? Or are you watching Jax? I see no difference. That's exactly how they do it. You can always take the fun route towards a situation like this, Alan. And the fun route is just say that Jax is the best player out there, you know? Just say that he's a monster. Don't look at the way that the Keys could have played it better. Just look at the kills. Same way as we're gonna look at the kills from Collins here. Multi coming in. There goes the first, second. And he knows he's let one player cross and that this player is gonna be low on HP. Amber still runs him down. That just allows Jax to go for yet another bit of co-shooting action. Just for the first. Let him boil. Queenix will finish off the job. And it's Maze left. And that is a half buy for EAC, but it's also 12 rounds on the board for the Hashiras with potentially 4 players surviving. Looking very good now on Nuke.
Because we had that conversation coming into this kind of series saying, you know, Hashiras on paper look like they're much better team. They've clearly got more experienced players, but we expect the identity and the cohesive unit of EAC to shine through. To get into these later stages, it's reverting back to what on paper it looks like. It looks like Hashiras are a cut above in experience and individual skill, and right now EAC, they're not even in these T rounds.
Yeah, looks like you're just getting individually dominated. You just go somewhere, it just goes from one highline into another one. Nixon gonna try the mini drop. Jax with the angle, gonna be able to get that kill, but they are losing numbers on that CT side. Jax is still keeping them in this. Bomb's gonna get planted. You've got that 3v3, make it a 3v2. Oh, all right.
Well, interesting engagement there at the end.
Yeah, that was an odd fight. Sometimes it's a mercy kill. You know?
They really needed to get... the round was already lost, but if they could just kill 1 or 2 more there at the end, it would have put a lot more pressure on EAC. Doesn't happen, but they have the money and still 4 chances to win their pick and just feel so much more comfortable than they ever did in their previous outing versus these guys. What's the distribution? Looks like we're back to double ramp again. Was that? No, that's a player Mustang. So it's 4A start. They're clearly expecting some sort of inner hit potentially. That hasn't happened. And that means Outers is had exposed right now. They don't really have anybody around.
Still able to get that refrag as Bird from Sky. Let's move back in towards Mini. Lovely peek out of Amber. Oper's still in a pretty exposed position. Burmalov, he's very much up in their faces. A couple players spotted low on HP. He's getting run down. There's no way he's going to get another kill out of this. Surely not Amber with the execution. And this is slowly becoming a very chaotic game. Well, I say slowly. Actually, rather quickly, it's become a very chaotic game. Look at Jax.
Yeah,
he's coming in from T-spawn.
Pushed ramp, went all the way through lobby. He is their one route into this round. Gets the catch on Maze. And EAC, look how spread out they are.
I think he saw the bomb.
They're nowhere near hitting a bomb site. And Jax gets a second, drops the bomb. That could be it.
Yeah, he hit him with the little jump spot. Spotted him out. Went for the peak, won the fight. And now you've got Nixon. 52 HP alone. I was going to say naked. He's got that AK-47, but it's very cold outside. 20 seconds on the clock. He needs to try and make his way in towards the bomb site. And I think he's slowly starting to realize it has to be up the ladder and in towards A. You don't have the time to go B, and that's going to give the sound cues. Both players in towards that bomb site. And Queenix will put an end to it as the Hashiras to start dreaming about their payback against EAC with a 13-8 win on Nuke. That was quite something.
Yeah, second half, certainly. First half was, I mean, they frankly did rely on mistakes from EAC to get up to the 6 rounds they had. But yeah, I agree. CT side, that is the Hashiras we want to see on the same page, individually hitting hard, making it uncomfortable for EAC to even default. That's got, certainly the second half is the best CS I think I've seen them play for a while. So credit to them, and they do have a very realistic chance now to win this series in 2.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. You've got Overpass coming up. Notoriously not the best map for the Hashiras, but especially starting on the CT side with the individuals being so fired up, definitely makes you feel like they could take it away, especially if they keep shooting as hard and we keep seeing as many multi-kills. Obviously, we've got a bit of a break coming in before that, folks, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We've got around 10 to 15 minutes before map 2 starts, and then it's time for Overpass to see which one of these two teams is going to be going forward into the next stage. Obviously, that is only if the Hashiras get it in a 2-0 fashion. Otherwise, we could still have a third map coming up. We're going to find out after this.
Rock and roll. We're back, and it's time for Overpass. On paper, EAC love this map. They'll pick it into many an opponent. They did play, didn't they, against Hashiras last time around?
Yep.
So, you know, if we look to one side and forget about map 1, they're in a good position, but clearly a bit of work to do between these two maps.
Yeah, overtime as well in the previous one, baby. Thunderpick odds favoring the Hashiras as they're going for a bit of a proactive pistol round. And Bromilov is already making some of these players sing. That's the double entry on the USB. Another one coming in from Collins, but they are losing players in exchange. But look at Jax, he's already coming in from behind. Should be an easy finish. Careful now, he's still alive. Dancing around, 1 kill confirmed. Queenix low. Hold my hand, this is terrifying. He's seen them both. There's no way, right?
We can get a plant.
Yeah, tell me he's not winning the round, please.
However, sure, all they have to do is double peek and send Queenix in first. Look at the spacing, though. Queenix is...
Oh, God.
Like 10 meters ahead of his teammates.
Oh my goodness.
They deserve to lose that. Why? Just screw nades, screw any layers of complexity, guns out, and trade. And they failed to do that.
Right. Well, that's a clutch and a half. That's a 4-piece out of Nixon to start off the second map. This was a little bit wild, right? You go back to the mini-map when Jax is coming in from behind and you've got 2 more players in towards long and the bomb is trapped and Nixon's alone. You're probably thinking this round is impossible to lose. Well, that's probably what all of us thought. It's probably what the Hashiras thought as well. Triple boost. A bit problematic.
Got there in the end.
They got there eventually. Thing is, you've missed every single timing for the boost, right? So you don't even know if there's players that have crossed by balloons already. So you cannot stay there for long. Force buyout. You've got the scout. You've got the double 5.7 MP9 Deagle on Bird from Sky. They still have 2 more smokes to replenish the monster smoke if they want to. Bird from Sky can resmoke that for his teammates every moment, any moment now. And you've got Queenix who's got another one. And this is going to be a B play coming out of the T. So it could get a little bit scrappier. 40 seconds. This is when you should resmoke monster if you want to do it. But Queenix is actually playing from water. He's going to use the smoke as a defensive one in towards the barrels.
They're only 2B, however. Jax kind of playing retake. They can get through this smoke in one piece, and they do. Red carpet is laid. Ooh. It's a nice kill from Jax, but surely there's no defense now on this bomb site. Bomb is planted. And saving now is the obvious option for the defense.
I actually forgot about the flashbang effect for a second there. I think it's my first cast since the update came out. So, I mean, I've been getting blinded watching some of the games, but it's the first time I actually didn't expect it. Very efficient. I couldn't see a thing. What do you think about that one, Alan? Better to the closer to the player perspective?
Where it's kind of lighting up my entire
yeah
flashbang, so I don't know. I don't think it makes a tremendous difference to my life. So, Godspeed. Why not?
Yeah, but objectively, it does create a party. It does make a party in your room. You got the lights on and off.
I mean, why are you thinking I need the Counter-Strike for it to become a party? Maybe it is already.
Yeah, but it could be an even bigger one, is what I'm saying. You put some banger tunes on and you could be creating your own version of I don't know, a rave party in your room.
There you go.
Yeah.
Biggest nightclub in the area. Right here.
The 35-degree Counter-Strike club.
We've got a swimming pool out the back. Cater for all tastes.
Yeah, hopefully it's a little bit of H2O or ice or something like this.
Well, Hashiras keep trying to guess which side it's going to be at the moment. They've decided it's not B anymore. It's going to be A. We're going to send 4 players over. Bomb is coming.
Now, I'm looking at that triple nade on the CT side and the smoke. This could get hairy, you know. Phoenix is the one man left in towards B, and he doesn't have a single piece of util. They've got all the nades here.
But it gets one. Oh,
there
off.
You go.
Snaps a skull.
One more. He's ready.
He can as a team. This is an absolute shutdown. Bermilov is on track here for an ace. Of course, he had 2 colossal moments in the clutch on Nuke, but this would be step above even that. Denied the ace in the end, but still. Nades into the Deegs do tremendous damage.
This is just so well played out of Bermilov. He's been very impactful for this team. And I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like I've been one of the people that have found it a little bit difficult to get excited about Bermilov per se. Because I know he's still very young. But he's just one of these players that brainwash you into thinking that he's older than he is. Or he's still only 18 years of age. But because of the early shot he got on Mouse NXT and then Fnatic, and the fact that it didn't go perfectly for him, the fact that he got replaced obviously by Jambo on that Fnatic team as well didn't really help his case. But he's been playing well so far today, that's for sure. Kill count wise, maybe not the best performer on the server, but in terms of pure impact, I think he's been the number 1. Ooh.
Maze.
Terrifying.
Finds his man. And Hashiras, again, forced to save. Potentially, they're actually going to commit in Collins. This is meant to be the easiest round of all of them. They've done a tremendous amount of economic damage to their opponents, but not going to count for much if they can't convert this.
Big kill.
Yet again, we're relying on Bermilov in a clutch to save his team.
He's got it. He can catch the bomb. I think he's heard both steps. He knows that both of them are sprinting up banana right now. He's going to be going for the chase. Smoking towards the bomb site. Seems to realize, though, there might be another player playing up close and personal. And usually, you probably say he should save this. Call it off. You don't have a defuse kit. You've got the AWP. Enough money to drop over an M4. And that's exactly what he's realized he should be doing. All right, Alan. Dissect this one for me. What went wrong?
What went right? This would be another question. I mean, certainly, the way they got overwhelmed in and around Monster wasn't fantastic. It's hard to say exactly, but from watching Hashiras the last week or so, it's done for players of their experience. They don't always have the protocols I expect them to have. That could straight up just be a lack of practice as a team at the moment. But getting the small things right, it's knowing what your teammate's going to do. Obviously, Collins potentially in the mix here isn't necessarily helping, but he looks to be playing A, so that's not necessarily a good excuse for B, is it? Yeah, just across the board, not playing as a totally harmless team all the time.
Oh, God. Yeah, I'm gonna need a little bit of time getting used to this. You know, at least now we can tell if someone is fully blind, and we don't have to guess when they've actually started seeing anything, right? I guess it helps us immerse ourselves a little bit deeper into the game, you know, become part of it.
It's also one of those things where you need to acknowledge that some people will be watching CS for the first time, and can they interpret correctly? Unless they have the right cues. Bird from Sky. Nade finishes the job. And he's got a tremendous amount of work to do here.
Oh.
And he cannot get it done. Nixon is actually the player to pivot. And get the second catch as well. And immediately Hashiras going to have to save again. This is already looking troublesome on this CT side.
Yeah, it's a very sharp round out of Nixon. I was thinking, especially after the nade kill and the fact that he was blinded for such a long time, but still able to stay alive, and with Nixon being a little bit more tagged down, Bird from Sky was going to be able to get that kill, and then that might have started a bit of a better defense, but he just makes his way onto the bomb side, gets the kill into Bird from Sky, turns around, shuts down that rotating player of Collins. It's a good A play as well. You abuse the bomb side where the AWP of Burmelov was, you deal with him very easily. Not a single kill out of the big green, playing on a bit of an island in towards that banana area, right next to the toilets. Very difficult for Bird from Sky to provide any support there, even though he did try with the Yuto. So, concerning signs, to say the least, at the start of this overpass. This is the CT side as well, when you're yet to win a buy round. The only one you picked up was a half buy, which objectively you probably shouldn't have won. And it once again required a 4-piece out of Burmelov. Where do you go with this, though? Nade in towards the boost. It's actually a nade that goes both ways. So Nixon's going to get tagged down as well as Bird from Sky and Jax. But this is going to be a B pop, or a B split, rather. I think they've got the... Do they have the double nades lined up? No, they don't. But Jax will be able to get that kill onto Nixon somehow. Was that a boost? Must have been.
Bomb side starting just hemorrhage rounds. Granted, this one much lesser investments. Still, EAC on the less favored side. They're up to 5 now. Their money themselves is starting to blossom too. See if Hashiras can get any more catches here as these players try to escape the bomb blast. But so far, so good. Nuke obviously certainly didn't end in the manner EAC wanted, but this is started off much more composed. They're on the same page. They're not making many mistakes. They're getting a lot of opening kills. Collins does do a lot of damage here. Could find more. Back out. He's finally dealt with.
And there goes the tactical timeout. It feels like it's time to try and kill the momentum. You're 1-5 down on the CT side of Overpass. This is starting to scream we're going to a third map. Unless you start putting these rounds on the board here and now. We're not writing off the possibility of a good T side for the Hashiras. It's actually been a bit more efficient for them on the offense when it comes down to Overpass in particular, but as you said, it's just the fact that it looks a little bit disjointed at times. You're allowing these EAC players to get away with a little bit too much. And the Thunderpick alts have leveled up. They've actually shifted quite massively. They were very one-sided in favor of the Hashiras at the start of this map. Now it's all changed. Of course, you can go and check them out, clicking the banner below the stream or via the messages and commands in the chat. Embrace the thunder. It's not a slogan of Thunderpick, by the way. I just made it up, but I think it sounds cool. You know,
you should copyright that. It's good.
Yeah. Something tells me there is a pretty famous song with the word in there.
Quite possible.
Yeah.
What also keeps happening is Hashiras lose the opening kill and are forced to make tough decisions, as it is here. Burmelov is left alone. Certainly the only way you can imagine getting easily back into this round is if you can find 2 or 3 players, and that is a tall order, even for a player of Burmelov's life. Swaps into the AK. The bomb is in his possession. surely going to get more duels. This one's ugly. Bermelov collects. There's still a player out towards balloons at the moment. But perhaps his teammate coming in from Connector can deal with that. Bermelov is the only reason his team is in this map right now.
And he shot the bomb again. Acend, 3 HP. AWP picked up 30 seconds. A lot of maneuvering happening around the map. From the CT side, Sen is going to pick that one up. It should be a save. He should be calling this one off, especially with Diop on his back. He's got plenty of cash to drop over AKs. Surely you don't feel like you're winning this. Actually moving in. All right. Voice of reason has spoken. Time to back off. Hold on to the big green. Let the Hashiras take that second round. Actually, let me rephrase that. Let Bermelov take that second round. And you're spot on. This guy is playing some lights out Counter-Strike, but he's the only one on the CT side right now. And it's very impressive.
They need to convert off it. Obviously, he won them the that kind of half-buy round of the Deagle earlier. That was a critical moment to wrestle control of this first half. They didn't capitalize. This one needs to be different. They can't afford to immediately lose back on pistols. And yet again, man, they seem to be losing every opening duel at the moment. Gets twice as bad as Collins is dealt with as well. If it wasn't for Bermelov, this would be going even worse, and he indeed is dealt with too. These early round engagements are just a complete nightmare for the CT side.
Yeah, it feels like you're a little bit disjointed, right? Just putting all your money on a couple of players that are not doing a lot of stuff together to win their individual fights. And the moment this doesn't work out, where you're stuck in a bit of a tough situation, Bird from Sky and Queenix. So you've got 7 Danes alive on the server right now, but even though they are walking into this passive setup, there should be no way the T's let this one slip. Especially with Amber coming in from the back lines. I don't think you called him back. But you come in for the flank, that's for sure. Thing is, Queenix has realized that they're waiting for something. And he's going to stay focused on Amber. He might get this kill. Never mind.
They need to use their pauses, don't they? Starting to look really flat for Hashiras. It's not a huge stretch to just say that their 2 round wins are all Bermelov. It's not a team effort right now.
Ooh.
And on the reverse, it's looking so good for the T's. They've just broken the money. They've already got pretty good cash themselves. 7 rounds looks like a given. You wouldn't bet against them to find more.
Yeah. The tables have turned in a very big way. Even individually, it feels like it's very different to what it was on Nuke, right? It just doesn't feel like outside of Bermelov, there's people that can simply shoot back. And if that was Hotspawn right now, the title would be Breaking News. Hashiras have forgotten their katanas, and that's kind of like their thing, right? They need their swords in order to fight. Look a little bit harmless right now. And things are not really changing for the better. We're from Sky, 1 and 6. Collins on 5 kills. Queenix on 2. Jax with a nice 1 Deegan towards the B-bomb side, but still on 5 kills, and came in a little bit too late to make any impact whatsoever. This is 7 rounds guaranteed. On the T side of Overpass out of all maps as well. This is more and more looking like a 3rd map. Of course, a friendly reminder to everyone at home watching. This is a deciding game of Group A. We've got deciding matchups all day long here at the Thunderpick World Championship 2026 Europe Series 1. And I know that's a mouthful. But we've got EAC taking on the Hashiras now. We've got ALGO playing against ASTRAL in the second game of the day. Then we're going to be watching X0 Tenacity take on TNC. And then we've got Ormond playing against Bebop. So a bunch of exciting games coming your way. And then obviously we've got the playoff invitees as well. We're going to have teams like CYBERSHOKE, TDK, KOLESIE, Joni Speeds, Acend, OG joining in. X-Ruby as well, Betclic. Come to think of it, Acend is one of the highest seeds that are coming in as a direct invitee. Bulgarian Counter-Strike back on top. I just realized
they need to win,
that.
don't they? They must win now. With those credentials. And
well, you never say that about a Bulgarian team. You just praise them, but you never say
no.
They must.
I'm working the reverse psychology angle. If I say it's going to happen, it will cause it not to, and it will hurt you in the meantime. So
I mean, it's not going to happen either way, probably.
That said, you might be so jaded already through the years.
Sure.
Bulgarian Counter-Strike that nothing can harm you anymore. You're immune.
No. Yeah. Ooh. That's doable. How does Maze get that kill? Such low HP as well. Bird from Sky. Oper spotted. He can back off. He's got a flash. Try and jump back. Never mind. Becker's just burned him alive.
Will commit B. Collins. Man of the hour. Ollie is less than ideal. Gets his angle.
Oh my goodness.
Can't finish his food. And now it's all Bermalov. Is timing favorable to get a catch before they get around this corner? Surely he's going to get a chance, surely, on Becker in a moment.
Have they closed the door?
Yes, they might. He would have shot by now, surely.
Yeah, I think they've closed. Oh, no. It's not there. Nate. Doesn't get the kill, though, and now he's given up his position.
Perhaps he thought Becker was lower than he was. This is now so difficult. And Becker collects. Bermalov eventually doesn't win a clutch, which is quite surprising. And EAC continue their reign of terror here on Overpass.
It's a little bit disappointing the way that Collins goes down without a kill, right? You could imagine that he himself was a little bit frustrated. Even catches the player with a nade out, just couldn't finish his food. No, looking as sharp as you would imagine. And we were onto something there, Alan, before the start of this game, or before the start of the second map. Maybe it was EAC just being a little bit slow to wake up, you know? Maybe they were not fully in it on map 1. Now they look a lot more in it on Overpass, and things are looking good. Bermalov, again, the one-man army is just doing all the work, but somehow, regardless of a triple kill out of Bermalov and towards long, it's still a 2v2, and they're still somehow not favored to win the round, Hashiras. With the MP9 of Jax, the low HP of Queenix, well, not low HP, but he's been tagged down.
Must-win situation, especially after what Bermalov has gifted his team.
How is he doing so much, but they're still winning so little?
Jarring. Will Queenix get any sight on this cross? Looks like he does not. Jax is quite aggressive on A, so should realize soon that this is likely to be a B round. But if these smokes go down, you know, one towards short, maybe the other towards heaven or graffiti or somewhere of the like, not going to get many opportunities. Smoke does go down on short. This is very difficult now for the CT side. Do they even brave these smokes potentially? Queenix thinks about it. No committal, given his teammate is way out of the loop. As now Jax comes in to join Queenix. Check out the minimap. Nixon's getting aggressive. Takes an aggressive line. Falls to Jax. So an opportunity for Hashiras. It's just Jax now, and his team is desperate for rounds. Aware of where the opponent is, and he needs to win this. He cannot. EAC are undeniable on this T side. Only Bermalov can offer resistance.
Yeah, it's just him, isn't it? Even in a full buy round where they go out long and Permalov's playing a double setup with one of his teammates and he gets a triple kill, they still cannot get it over the line. It feels like it's a little bit too much for the young man to handle. Feels like it's one of these maps that we could say losing it a little bit earlier and sooner would be a mercy kill for the Hashiras right now. They really are struggling. A bit of a reminder for the boosted 600 euro welcome bonus over a Thunderpick. Go and check it out at thunderpick.io. And while you're there, you're probably going to stumble across a Launder's picking video as well. He's got a way about making these entertaining, so make sure you check that out too. Vermelov with another opening. Does that give them a round? Is that the moment? Is that the time? He's on 15 frags. He's top of the server. And he's got 2 rounds. I don't know about you, but I'm not hopeful.
That feels over, frankly.
Molly comes in. Left-hand side, no one playing that up close angle. That was double naded as well, so now you know there's no one nearby. Burr from Sky and Jack playing that setup. It's all about dodging the flash, though. Jax is going to get blinded, and they actually put up a pretty good defense. Support flash is also good. Amber does get a double in exchange, and it's 25 seconds on the clock. He's going to have plenty of time to get that bomb planted. It's a 1v4 clutch, now down to the 1v2. These are the steps of the first one. Gets that kill, and it's Vermelov to put an end to the round. What an attempt out of Amber. That would have been a spectacular 1v4 clutch. But it's Vermelov to secure yet another round for the Hashiras. That's 3 on the CT side. Does it change anything in the grand scheme of things? Doesn't really feel likely, but at least he's able to get his 3rd round.
I like how you say his 3rd round, because that is kind of true.
It is his
It
3rd
genuinely
round.
is. And he also had that 3K in the round before they couldn't win, which is a huge shame. Well, Hashiras are so close here to defeat. It's difficult to conceive how they can recover this. Of course, for that to transpire, they simply have to get this half off to a good start. They need to have early economic control. That means a pistol round. That means a reset round. One of the two. And look at this call. Fast B take. Queenix assassinate. Wow. Absolutely savage. As he tears 3 heads. So some life left in Queenix. And Amber here will do his damnedest, but this should not be possible.
All right, Alan, hear me out.
I'm listening.
This is where everything turns around, you know. T side, look, Amber is looking at the ground. He knows they're in deep trouble. He was already praying to the Underlord. So the Hashiras have moved to the T side. Protocols and communication have not been great, right? But they can still shoot, presumably. This is the time when they just start playing Wolfpack mentality Counter-Strike. They just group up, they run in, they shoot hard, burst from sky flashes, and they get the kills. Overpass from the Hashiras. They've won 58.62% of their rounds on the T side, so it's actually a T-sided map for them. And now they've won the pistol. They're probably gonna win the 2nd, and probably even win the 3rd. So this is already a 6-9 game. Don't look at this kill. This is already a 6-9 scoreline. They win the first buy round. It's, you know, it's gonna be 9-8. This is a competitive game. I'm seeing it. There is a way back. They won't get half bought into this one. Vermelov is still alive. Look at this.
Well, certainly recovery is predicated on this round not being thrown away.
They are shaking a little bit.
So am I. Okay,
They've got Vermelov.
Monster seems to be the port of call. Bird from Sky. They cannot afford... I'm not sure they can afford to lose anybody. to Acend here.
Oh, no.
Hanber's dispatched to their teammate. At least Acend is killed. And now Bird from Sky and Jax are required to play from a man deficit to frankly save the map. If they lose this round, the game is so close to done. Bird from Sky must win duel, and Nixon continues to find heads. It's just Jax. He's got a Mac 10. It's not the gun for the moment. Surely not. There's 3 rifles heading his way. Nixon, closest to him. Can they trade this man out? Jax somehow isolates good fights, but Maze is there. And time. Is he on it?
I think he's got it. Yeah, he should have it. Oh no! Jax has done it! He didn't have enough time.
I wasn't as confident as you.
Bomb was going. Yeah, it felt like he had it. It felt like it was gonna be. It was gonna have a little bit of advance even left in there. Well, Jax has just pulled off a 1v3 clutch, I guess. Is the decision to stay on the bomb side that catches them off guard. He's able to find the first 2 kills and lack of defuse kits. So the Hashiras, they've somehow dodged the bullet.
Maybe they should have paused because every round now is just so scary for the T's. Incredible how good the EAC buy is, to be honest, isn't it? Look at that.
I mean, it wasn't a full buy in the previous one as well, right? It was the force, but not a full one. So you didn't have these extra pieces of util, so you had around between $400 and $700 left per player. That's what helps you to get these rifles out of here. And obviously all the kills.
Yeah, I was gonna say plus the kill bonus stacking up.
Oh god.
It's just always on a knife edge, isn't it, for Hashiras? This map has been in dangerous territory since about round 5.
Jax is on.
They need Bermalov to continue being a menace on this T side as well. Nice to see Jax, of course, getting engaged too. But Hashiras, given how much the team is faltering here on Overpass, they need every individual advantage they can get.
2 players spotted on B. Bomb's still going to get recovered, and you've got Becker who's thinking about moving in closer. He's going to stay in jump spot and towards the A-bomb side. Now they've given away the information. They will try and rotate a second player up and towards the A-bomb side. That's left Acend all alone.
Huge kill from Collins. Massive. 14 seconds. They need to get this done. Bermalov is on 9 HP. And he goes wide. That is a brave decision not to commit to the plant. And Collins, despite his tough game, let's say, does come good in that round.
I'm telling you, man, there's something about that T side. There is something that might actually work out for them. Even the fact that you do all this damage with the half buy / force in the second round means that you're going to be a bit more delayed on the CT side to get the AWP out. And again, this could be a dangerous one. You've got the armors, you've got the pistols, but you've already played 3 rounds. That's going to be number 4, and you haven't had the open hands of Becker. You've not had a full-on buy with all rifles and all utility. Bird from Sky is playing a pistol, and Queenix has died to a 5-7.
It's never easy, is it?
No.
These are meant to be the most comfortable rounds to get to play. Well,
That's
I guess
weird,
that somewhat counts as a trade.
Sure.
Delayed.
Nice shot.
They're so spread out. For a team like Hashiras, with all the troubles they have had over the last whatever since Kono, let's say, I would be massively in favor of them just playing simpler Counter-Strike, because every round feels like agony to get over the line at the moment.
Still doing it though. Trying to fight their way back. This is 7 rounds. The difference now only 2, and that was the 9-3 lead at halftime. So this has suddenly become a competitive map. That's become winnable for the Hashiras. Also, it was a 12-16 in favor of the Danes a couple of days ago. And back then, obviously, it was the other way around. The Hashiras had an 8-4 CT side, and then on the T side, they couldn't close it. But maybe this is where all this work is gonna come through. Maybe there's been some slight improvements made. Or it's just YOLO, and this time it might stick better. You know, you never know. The Thunderpick also been leveled up once again. Difficult to pick a favorite right now.
They've had a tough go of it today.
I mean,
how do you separate these teams?
Cannot really blame them.
He's gonna go looking. Flashbang kind of ruins everybody there. Takes a nade to the scalp. Okay, well, no massive love lost for Hashiras. They're still in the midst of their default. The bomb is on bird from Sky. I wouldn't read too much into it being on the B side of the map just yet. But given there's only 45 seconds now remaining, there has to be some sort of decision soon. Only just now clearing out A.
That's a fake.
Yeah, and EAC have bitten. Look.
Yeah, they don't have any information, right? They're playing from the back of the bomb site, so the moment that you hear all of that Yuta, when you see the commotion, there's nothing that you can do about it. You just need to rotate people back, deploy that utility, try and get these extra numbers. That's going to leave only 2 defenders in towards the B bomb site, and you need them to hold. You need them to get that kill to Bird from Sky.
Massive entries. And Bird from Sky even finds the first through the smoke. That is mad. That is potentially a series winning round, I think, from Hashiras. They had such a tall order to recover this T side. But I'm going to give them credit because their last couple rounds here have been much more cohesive. You can see the game plan. Yeah, that's a little bit ugly, but well, whilst the round itself was competitive, it did look good.
Okay.
Not so much now.
Throwing all the guns away, boys. It's not perfect. I mean, I get the fact that you want to, you know, make the situation a bit more critical for the CTs, but look at the money on the T side. They couldn't afford to send 4 weapons on the hunt. 1 or 2 guns, sure. Look at their money now. And I guess that's a 1v3 clutch for Queenix. Might as well give it to him.
The UI never lies. I mean, it must have been.
No, it never does. Does it? Look at the money.
I wonder if HTV would count that.
No.
I don't know if it's smart enough.
I think it is smart enough not to count that.
Okay.
You know, you've got Nero on the case for most of these things. I trust him to be smart enough for that.
We believe in Nero.
Probably, yeah, he believe. In Nero, we believe. It's probably not even him. It's probably just some dev guy. But I just like to think it's just him doing that. Ooh, nice dodge.
Yeah.
Both of them did.
There's much better ways to do the flash than that, especially if the door's off. They pay the price. You can see EAC continue with their B lean, and I know they're leaving a big gap, but I don't blame them at all for taking a risk here, because what was the alternative? Missed Molly doesn't help proceedings, but still the A-bomb site is unguarded for the most part.
That should be a save. You're not retaking this in a 4v5 with an AWP. Even if you risk it, even if you can make it close, losing the guns is just not worth it. You don't have the money for it.
I'm surprised they're so aggressive from Bank. I understand sticking around until Becca knows what the situation is, but these guns are so valuable. Becca goes out. That is not ideal. Meet his demise. Good kill from Collins, and that probably puts it to bed. There's no smokes. Getting this defuse on default is seemingly impossible.
They'll just lose the guns.
Yeah. Acend there doesn't even live. They need to just, you know, swallow their pride there. I know it's been a tough second half, but to sacrifice buys down the line is a mistake.
You know what that is? This is just them being a little bit over cocky, I guess, or this is them showing us that they recognize they're in a bit of a crisis. This is definitely not a round that you should be given a go. A 4 versus 5 retake onto the A bomb site. You've got just your Oper in towards long, and sure, he's not been spotted out, but The T's should know there's a possibility for a player to be there, right? Because no one came in from that part of the map, and you've just seen one rifle, so surely there's going to be some questions where the Oper is. Money was already running out. They do have enough finances to go for another reinvestment, so I guess at least the fact that you've got that 3,400 loss bonus is going to salvage and give you a bit of a silver lining, but it still doesn't look as pretty. Utility's going to be a little bit light maybe on some of these players.
Yeah, and then for those listening, the move probably was leave Becker and then have the remaining CTs in and around bank and jump up, but don't commit on them until Becker starts getting kills. Yeah. The problem was the bank players just went, and then it was just utter carnage. And as much as they can get a buyout here, it means they can't. They've almost certainly thrown away a gun round by launching those rifles in. So it will come back to bite them in the end. So Hashiras changing the pace a little bit. Another A heavy defaults.
It comes
might
to think
contact
of it,
the whole way.
That was a 9-3 first half on the T side of Overpass, and it's now a leveled up game. They've not picked up a single one. And look at the contact play as well. They're not ready for this, the CTs. The Oper's holding now. Flash is good enough, though. Attacks down Jax, but it's going to set up Amber for a triple. And maybe that's exactly what you needed. Make it a 4-piece. And it's a Vermilov 1v5. They finally mow him down. And I know he's been exceptional. He's been very good today, but a 1v5 should be too much even for him.
I think he'd even take a save at this point, but that's not going to happen. Surely not. Nixon deals. And Amber, that is colossal. He's in a position which almost always gets traded. And he finds 4. That could be a very pivotal moment in terms of preventing this absolute train wreck or a landslide for EAC on the defense. And they need to build behind this, give them a huge opportunity. Also allow them to win a clean round so they have some money in reserve too. Can they keep it going?
And look at the money on the T side as well. We were having a conversation about it, but being a little bit too aggressive in some of these post plans or some of these saving situations for the CTs have now put a dent. And you've got 2 Galils, a Mac-10 in the hands of Jackson. AWP for Vermilov, sure, but he doesn't have a single piece of util. Utility's light, weaponary's light as well. You could be getting a very harsh reset later on into that map. This could still be a 3rd map coming in. Looking like another A play. No presence whatsoever being shown in towards B, bar that one flash, but that's not really going to fool Nixon too much. Eyes on long. Vermilov's been boosted. Oh, that's tough.
Got the numbers.
On the fate of the smoke, you're very exposed to be cleared out.
I still like this a lot more for the CT side. Does get hard cleared. That kill from Jax is absolutely colossal. Becker now surrounded.
You know where the Oper is.
But he's got his team. So Jax gets engaged. It is ugly.
Got a plant
bomb.
Time.
Has he got the plan?
No. They don't have
my
it.
God. That's a disaster.
What was going on? Was there not enough time by the time they picked it up, or did they just think they have more? Did they start jumping around? What happened there?
The only time I saw there was Jax when he grabbed the bomb, 5 seconds. Whether there was time or not, I think it's more a question of why are we committing so late. There's just such confusion. There's no util towards bank or jump up, so it just slows down the whole progression. We fought so hard to get back into this map, and now the rough edges of Hashiras are starting to kind of rear its ugly head again at the worst possible time.
I guess it's a silver lining. You hold on to the AWP and the rifle in the hands of Jax, but you need a big performance out of Jax and Burmelov here. 38 kills together. You're just hoping they find an early opening kill. And Nixon's in a position where he cannot really fall back anymore. There's the refrag. That's what you were after. It's not a clean entry, but at least you get the 1-for-1.
You take whatever you can get on this sort of play, especially if they can recover that gun. Might be a little bit tricky.
They
They
should
are
be able
going
to.
to work up short. Yeah, actually, with the smoke, they can get the gun for sure.
Oh, goes a little bit too deep, I think. If you want to push on the other side, you could have, but they'll decide against it. They've just left Burr from Sky to hold. Oh, never mind. It's actually Burmelov with the AWP.
Can you just continue to let Burmelov work? You're going to leave him here on B whilst the forces go elsewhere. Healing off now to join his teammates. Progression, smoke landing. Towards the end of the banana side here, out towards toilets. Becker breaks the smoke. A few too many misshots for my liking as of late. It's been Amber, the real hero in terms of salvaging these A rounds.
Oh, see the
Can they
second.
find him? Time again is becoming a huge issue. Where's the bomb? Where's the plant? Here it comes. Jax cannot save his teammates. And these A rounds are spelling demise at the moment.
Yeah, this one is a little bit tough, right? This was probably the time where you just have the bomb and you get your gun out and you fight. Especially after Jax sees that player swing. You had a little bit less than 10 seconds, or around 7, 8 seconds. You can probably try and double down. Jax was trying his best to prepare or protect Burmelov, sorry. Couldn't really do it, and it's just the fact that these rounds are so close as well. Yes, you're back to winning ways, but it's not in a clean fashion. They still get these 3 attempts, 3 chances to close things out, send us to an engine.
That could be it. Jax is dispatched. 2-man advantage now for the defense. We've got Scout and 2 pistols in the mix. Make it only 2 players now. EAC, yes, they stumbled at the start of their CT campaign, but they just had won so many T rounds that they could afford to suck for at least a few. But now they're getting back. Now they're playing their best Counter-Strike. Hashiras, a few too many errors, a lack of contribution from a good chunk of the team. And this is the result. Defeat on Overpass.
Yeah, a massive effort coming out of Jax, an even bigger one coming out of Burmelov in the first half. 41 kills between those two, but 28 kills in between the remaining 3. And unfortunately for these guys, this is where the end of the road comes in for that Overpass map. It is going to a third, which you probably had to after the end of the first half, to be completely honest, right? Maybe you're thinking about a couple of the clutches that they did lose, and if they did have that good of a T side start with a little bit more done on the CT side, it could have been a 2-0, but all in all, after such a good T side for the Danes, they did deserve to go to another map.
I think you could also make the reverse argument that had Burmelov not been a monster, this, I mean, it's what are we looking at, like 1 round or something in the first half for his team? It's not good enough from Hashiras, and this is, for those that do watch them a lot as of late, this is just how it plays out. Sometimes the individuals look great and they can win maps. Other times as a team, they just don't live up to the expectations we have for the caliber of players they have on the server. So that is unfortunate, and it means we are on track now for a 3rd map. Ancient up next. Quick break, and when we're back, we'll see how that plays out. So we'll see you then.
Yes. Never been more ready. All right. We're right back at it, folks. We've got map number 3 of this deciding matchup of Group A here at the Thunderpick World Championship Europe. Winner of this one going into the next stage. Loser goes home. And this has already started as a pretty explosive pistol around here. Hashiras on the D side getting absolutely mowed down out of Amber, and Sen are having all the fun in towards that B-bomb side right now. Nixon's going to join in with one more towards the end, but it's a pistol round and a very quick start to that third and final map out of EAC.
Yeah, the Danes brought their own bananas to that one. That was mad. Absolute mode out at the top of the ramp. And let's see what we have in store for Ancients.
In case you're wondering why Alan brings up the bananas, is because we were talking about growing bananas in your own country just a second ago.
I'm gonna look up. I need a map of where are bananas. Banana plantation map.
Let me know, actually. It's quite an interesting one. I'm gonna take the people through this force buy out of Hashiras in the meantime. We've got the quad Tech 9. Not a lot of util though. Double smoke, singular flash, looking like a straight up B play with potentially a short and a long smoke, a bunch of flashes. You'll probably need a little bit of presence through the cave if you want to make this one successful though, because you don't really have a lot of util for it. And Amber is playing a bit of an aggressive angle, just jiggling on the other side. Now, remember the lack of utility, so you probably are not going to use one of these flashes to enter in towards the cave, and that's going to mean Amber can just go for a peek, get the kill, get out of there, and now you've got the double setup. Amber spotted on the left-hand side, but you still need to be a little bit more worried about Acend. On the right, Amber actually does go for the peek. Thankfully, it's the M4 to double up and double down. And from that point on, it should be a little bit easier to finish it off, take it over the line. Will Becker with one. Does get refract, so damage is not too bad, but it is a full investment. If that was Meek around getting 2 kills would have been ideal. Queen Nix. That's all right. That was a good pickup. Onto one more, but still is going to be a 2-0 lead in favor of the CT side as an anti-eco is coming up, Alan. I am looking forward to hearing the update on the banana plantation map.
I've got a map up of the world, you know, which countries are producing the most. It is grown. There are some bananas grown in Greece. Not many, but it is. There's some. Turkey more so. But they pale in comparison to big guns. Big guns. Brazil, China, and then India.
Right.
India per year produces more than 30 million tons of bananas.
Really?
30 million tons.
Wow. Okay.
So maybe you're eating an Indian banana.
All right. I was gonna guess. I think. In Europe, I'd say maybe you're looking at Spain to grow the most,
is indeed.
right? Yeah.
Spain is a biggie.
Maybe Portugal a little bit.
Portugal's got a little bit going, but it seems that Spain and Turkey. France does. Now, this is where I think the map is deceiving.
Sure.
Because the map shows that France is growing some bananas, but I'm willing to wager that's either Corsica or their overseas territories, because I don't think you could grow them in France proper.
Sure. Okay. Makes sense.
Banana cast. Checking out.
Yeah. We're talking about the bananas. All of the bananas. I was probably gonna guess that India is wild, you know. That's a lot of bananas. A lot of bananas. By the way, I was taking a look as well, and I found a quotation from a person called Groucho Marx, who said, "Time flies like an arrow, fruit flies like a banana." And Hashiras are winning rounds like it's nothing. Never mind, bomb's not going to get planted, and they have run out of time. That is unfortunate.
Something that's new, unfortunately, for this series, is it?
No, not really. At least Jack's picked up a rifle on the way out, so he's got something to work with, but now they're pretty forced to go for the all-in going into the next, and I'm not really sure if this is what they wanted to do.
Could have really done with a plant. Would have made this a lot healthier. A slightly bizarre spy pattern we've ended up in now. The slow default from the T's. They're playing outside of mid. Not a whole lot going on. Have you ever seen the British comedy show called Plebs? It's not that popular. It's on Netflix now, I think. Kind of a comedy show about like 3 guys, and it's set in Rome. Have you seen it?
Are they British?
Well, they're cast as obviously Romans, but they're clearly Brits.
Right. The Plebs. I've not seen that. No. Is it
anyway,
good?
they have an episode where the banana gets introduced for the first time to Rome, and it's an absolute rave. And they're eating it the wrong way. They don't know how to deal with this thing, and it's all the excitement of the town.
Okay.
And that's obviously historically accurate. That's how it happened.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it a look in. It sounds like a good docu-series about ancient Roman times. It's funny you say that, by the way. I was actually in Rome a couple of days ago. Yeah. Fate is a funny thing. Becker will shut down Bird from Sky. We can talk about Counter-Strike a little bit as well, folks. Don't get
How dare you?
discouraged. We
How
are
dare you?
we are what we're doing right here is we're expanding people's general knowledge. You know, we're giving them more culture, talking about more things. I'm sure you didn't know that India was the leading producer of bananas before this cast. Bermilov will be able to get that kill, and he's got just about enough time to get that bomb planted. Are we in for another vintage clutch out of Bermilov? He's heard the steps of that player in towards Donut, so he can go for the pre-fire, get the kill onto Maze, and go right in time. He's not planted the bomb for himself, though, so yeah, he's going to have to go for a peek eventually, and Acend will just wait and run him down. It's good effort coming out of Bermilov, but it's 4 rounds again to start it off for the Danes.
Presumably this will keep them buying with the plants.
Yep.
So we end up in this kind of purgatory of never having a full investment. Granted, if they can just win one of these damn rounds, the CT is going to be in a lot of trouble. So, in that sense, I do not blame them for continuing to pile on the pressure. Bird from Sky decides to forego a rifle. And actually, he's forgotten full nades. So, he might well be the leading man going into take a map control, or maybe an execute later on.
Yeah.
A good spawn, and he is surging towards the cave. He's running into so many players for the moment. Trades galore across the map, and but it's doing a lot of work. And I think the cities will be happy with this so far.
Nice kill. And you know where the second player is? Low HP on Bird from Sky. He's going to be able to shut down Acend. But the smoke, far from ideal. Bomb's going to get tapped, and Becker knows exactly which side that's on. Spam comes in, just needed 1 bullet to connect on the edge of the smoke to confirm the kill. It's a little bit crazy what happened there in towards the ramp. A bit of a fast-paced round, a lot of flashes coming in left, right, and center, but it felt like the decision from the CTs to let the Ts get that first timing flash and then go with the second timing flashes from their side paid off.
This is not looking good for Hashiras, is it? First half of Overpass was hardly much more compelling.
With the risk of sounding a little bit more British than I actually am, I'm going to say it's not looking good, bruv. Definitely not.
That's how we talk out here, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
In any situation. Clearly.
Hell yeah.
Acend goes wide. And this round is cooked. There is... I'm struggling to craft positives for Hashiras right now. It genuinely feels like Bermilov is their only route into rounds at the moment.
I think the only positive is that some of these rounds have been a bit closer and a bit more competitive, so the CT side economy is not blooming, you know, it's not fantastic. Other than that, it's been a little bit of a dire situation. And even then, the damage is usually inflicted in the latter stages, but the first 1-2 fights always seem to be going in favor of the defense. Now you've got the Opera of Becker. Timing is quite important for him. He spotted the first player out, missed shot. So now Amber is going to have to do the heavy lifting. It's a good flash, sets himself up for one. They still do not know about the second player in towards the cave, and they might not need to. Jax will eventually walk in and get that kill, but Nixon has already arrived. Support is here, and, well, they have, I guess, resolved some of these issues with this round. Keeping 3 alive, money's running out for the Hashiras, no bomb plan, meaning you're down to the half buy, so another potential chance. And I don't know about you, I'm surprised this is the first tactical timeout we see.
I imagine it's because they had those repeat parties. So they could always kind of make the argument, oh, we just weren't quite fully invested. We didn't have the full nades. We'll get them this time. But that clearly has not transpired. The odds are very favourable towards the Danes now. And it is indeed a half buy for Hashiras. Stacking loss bonus does mean they can get a good amount out on the server. We like them to use their nades for a reason when they buy so many on this sort of round. So hopefully some sort of take a map control, maybe a set round is on the cards. And I think they've just... What's going on with this smoke that's landed kind of by the B doors? That's a terrorist smoke.
Yeah, I think this is isn't it just a predetermined lineup to extinguish the molly? Should be the case.
Why not just throw that on the fly? Point.
Keep your guns out, pistols out. Maybe.
Who knows? If we're confused, I'm sure EAC are too. But it does mean they have now no smokes left for an actual site hit. So
that is true.
That is a problem.
Yep. And there was actually no Molotov being thrown in from the CT side, so even with the smoke, you didn't really do anything. You just wasted it, right? Even without it, you would have been fine. Obviously, you couldn't know that, but that's why you throw it on the fly usually. Amber is a sitting duck inside of the smoke. He's gonna get the kill on Jax, isn't he? And a nice follow-up. Nixon shutting down Collins. You've got that long player. It's a little bit of a labored spray, but still good enough for the kill. And Nixon is looking very sharp in towards that cave area. That's 8-1. Nixon is on 8 KD. I've just realized that. He's died only once. And I've just realized Mace is the happiest IGL in the world. He's on 0 kills.
You got Maze out here saying, why am I getting none of these easy duels?
Yeah.
This is not fair. This is becoming quite dominant. 7-0 on the dockets. And we'll see if EAC can clamber together more. Plenty of players mid for them. They've forgone holding A early. Have numbers here, and they're also exploding with Amber right out of Jag. Hashiras, they just can't start around well at the moment. They keep losing the first man.
Yeah. And the issue is they keep losing the first man in the first 15-20 seconds, right? It's not...
Can he quickly kind of isolate where this remaining T player is? Could be Temple, it could be CT, it could be the A tunnels. And swing comes in. Queenix, 4 HP. These are the margins of what is required to win them rounds. And frankly, given the man advantage, I'm not sure Hashiras should ever have been in that in the first place.
No, probably not, by the way. Probably not. It was a 5 versus 4, and then you get that 1v1 or 1-4-1 in towards middle. Dioper gets the first kill, but misses the follow-up, so technically it's a 3v2, and then you see 2 fights just going down to a player pretty much surviving in the red HP. That smoke was a fail. That's for sure.
Certainly could get overwhelmed, and he does.
Nixon's here.
Just Nixon. He's on the right site. Nixon, he's on the right site. What can he get done? What can he get done? Oh, they've gone elsewhere. hopefully for everybody at home, the feed is still running. For us, it is. We'll describe it as choppy at the moment.
Right. Well, I would describe it as. All right, we're back into the limbo, as some might say, as the Hashiras have picked up their second round on the T side, meaning the CTs have actually run out of cash. So what was a 7-0 start, and we do apologize for the slight mates. We had some technical issues, but they have been resolved by our best man.
That was me, yeah.
Yeah, we've got a software engineer in here.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Acend.
Actually, we've got two of them, but just one of them got their degree. So technically, you've got a proper software engineer, and then you've got me.
Are they really going to go 4 through Jag?
I think they are. And Nixon's
against
got a Zeus.
an eco.
Zeus, why are you quick switching? He would have been cleared out either way.
I much respect you for right. 4 players for the biggest choke point in Counter-Strike. Against pistols.
In an anti-eco. Yeah.
Why not? Well, it was obviously a pretty disastrous start to Ancient, but there is scope here, potentially, to get up to 5. EAC will be buying in the next. And we'll see if we've got a map on our hands or if EAC get back in some semblance of control. This map early on was defined by opening kills from the defense. So keep tabs on that for the next gun round.
Terrorists win.
All right. we might be in for another potential comeback out of the Hashiras. I say potential because this is what it was on the previous map, unfortunately. But again, they had a very slow start and they were able to bring it back. Now, you get 5 rounds out of that T side. I think this is pretty damn good considering how dire the beginning was. Important tactical timeout. That's the second one out of Bird from Sky. I just realized. Okay, do you want to play a game here, Alan? It's a bit of an unhinged game, but I think you like.
That's my favorite.
It's funny. So read out just the first letter of the first 3 names of the Hashiras players from top to bottom, and create an abbreviation out of it.
I wasn't born yesterday. I'm not playing this game. I don't like it. Although the name of our host broadcaster is that.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
I pay my TV license. Do you have a TV license in Bulgaria? Do you know what that means?
No.
Who knows?
No, we don't have a TV license.
So you have to watch terrestrial TV here. You have to have a TV license.
Right.
200 euros a year. 200 euros. Who can be affording that? Bird from Sky, he's dispatched. Maze from the cave gets engaged, and that was never going to work.
No, it feels like it's been a lot of off of spawn. Well, not a lot of them, but I think it is the off of spawn calling that is probably what they feel like could win them around. They've been trying to slow things down and play a bit of a slower default time and time again, but they're just getting picked apart. So this feels like your only valuable option. But then you go into the bomb side and you get absolutely crushed. Amber is on 15 kills. Sen is 12 and 6. Mage just got his first double, but it was a very impactful one in towards the B bomb side. Doesn't really feel like you can put a foot right unless someone individually goes huge for you.
Of course, it's quite possible with Collins that for some set rounds, maybe it's not quite as it should be, or anything like this. You know, he doesn't know his role correctly, or whatever. It's all very much possible. And I also tend to agree that they just lost so many opening kills on their defaults earlier in this half. They felt like they had to do something different. That said, it doesn't mean they have to go early. They don't have to immediately commit with a set round. There's lots of stuff you can do on Ancient. You can just sit out of mid and wait a little bit longer, a little bit delayed timing. You can fully give mid and the B lane control and retake it.
Sure.
It's actually a really viable option. It's much more viable than people expect. It's not like even giving up Banana and Inferno is a harder retake than that. Bit of a technical.
Yeah. Hopefully it's going to get resolved quickly.
Yeah.
We can hear a little bit of typing coming in. Of course, hopefully, we mean for the sake of the teams, right? Because that's a bit of a momentum killer, I guess, for everyone. It's probably a bit disappointing if you're the Hashiras. You just got mauled down and then you're forced to just stay there and boil in your own sauce of disappointment.
Yeah, and we've also got 3 more series today, so could do without this one running too late.
That as well. That too, yeah. All right. Apparently, it's not going to be a short maintenance, folks, and we won't be able to resume into the game as quickly as we'd like, so we're going to have to send this one into a bit of a break. We were just updated, but make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to let you know as soon as we've got any information, and hopefully the game is ready to keep going.
we're in. We've got some Counter-Strike issues hopefully resolved, because we've got plenty more Counter-Strike to come today. So let's get this one done and dusted. Hashiras had a mini resurgence, didn't they, before we took our technical break? And they need 4. They need 4 to feel remotely comfortable on the Switch.
All right. Right back into the swing of things, and it's a rather quick round once again. They decide to challenge out Middle, getting absolutely mowed down by Maze. He's picked up now double kills in back-to-back rounds after starting this one with a 0 and 7. Looking to give his team another 9-3 half. Not that it led to a clean win on the previous map, so that's still going to hold on to some of the dramatic ending possibilities. Bird from Sky is still in towards Donut, and he's playing this one alone. Might get a kill onto Maze, but especially with Jax giving away the fact that he was boosted with the spam, they should know the bomb was somewhere in front of the B bomb site.
At a minimum, this will hold Becker in towards mid, but he finds his man.
Was the idea of that nade just to take the attention away?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hashiras, though, this feels impossible. 2v4, bomb only now getting collected. Bird from Sky's going looking, but he's about to walk into an orb. Definitely do not favour the rifler in this sort of engagement. Tries to peek wide, but never makes it that far. Amber to seal the deal. 9-3 for EAC. Another stellar first half.
Yeah, it is looking free. It's looking quite free right now for the Danes. It's all about closing it out, I guess. It was a similar situation in Overpass, and we thought it was going to be a very clean finish, but the start for the Hashiras was great. You're basically one pistol round away from running away with this one, and as we said, this is just the first game of the day. Both these teams in Group A, GenOne already made it out. ESC was the team that made it into the upper bracket final, or the winners match in the group, but lost to the French/Belgium mix. We've got ALGO, ASTRAL later on, X0, Tenacity, TNC, and then Oromon, Bebop. This round's already started. A quick exchange out mid. Looking better for the T side right now. Even better now, as they've been able to shut down Bird from Sky. Jax, a 1v3. What have you got?
Oh, he needed that catch immediately. Now the bomb is spreading elsewhere. B is open for business. And that is the call from EAC. Acend in mid at the moment. Caught in transition, so...
Why is he looking in towards cave?
I don't know.
What?
Should have just stayed mid and held donut.
What's the... Even if you want to climb up shelf, you know Jax is on it. What happened there? Huh. Alright.
Oh my god, this
is winnable. He's got a defuse kit, and Becker will deny. This was moments away, centimeters away from a full disaster.
Wow. They got away with murder a little bit there, EAC.
Complete capitulation.
Thanking the heavens that they were in such a massive advantage. They take their pause, and I think this is wise because they just need to relax. They can't afford now to get reset by a half by, well, a force by from Hashiras. And for the from the Hashiras perspective, winning this round is one of the only ways to get back into this map. It is that simple. In fact, it might be the only way.
All right, first buy-in, and as you said, might be the only way back. The golden ticket. It's not that golden right now. It's more of a bronze ticket. Even that might be a stretch. And as we know, bronze attracts Thunder. Burmilov able to get that first kill though. That's Acend out of the equation. Refract should come through, and Jax is burning a little bit. They seem to know. I think they've heard him burn. They should know he's stuck in the cubby. He still gets one more kill regardless. There's a lot of chaos happening in towards the B bomb side. They know there's 2 more players there. Where do you want to go with this? Low HP on Becker and Nixon. This is a little bit terrifying.
The bird from Sky starts to push. He's out towards A.
Maze is holding.
He is, but he's having to juggle mid at the same time, so there is potential here. Or he peels off to join his teammate for the mid clear. Bird from Sky springs his trap at potentially the worst possible time for his opponents. Jax is dispatched. Here comes Bird from Sky. What can he get done? Just the one. And they're going to accelerate. This is where the 2 CTs are, however. They're decently well positioned. Bird from Sky pulling all of the presence, all of the attention, and Collins gets a freebie. Nixon, 30 seconds, decides to go looking. Can he find?
Ooh.
Is 26 seconds? Is B an option?
I'm not sure.
You'd have to
getting
really
the kill on Collins is, and then you know where the second player is. Is Collins ready for that? Answer is yes. He's now jiggled and spotted him out. 15 seconds. He might try and run B. 10 seconds. He's crossed. Oh god.
Yeah,
he doesn't have it.
I mean, that was a really tough position, so I don't blame him for ultimately running out of time.
That was a bit of a tough one. They do stay alive, though, regardless of the refrags in towards middle. Big impact coming out of Bird from Sky.
They ultimately just made the round so chaotic that it was hard for the T's to navigate. And as I said, for Hashiras, getting off an early reset is really the only blueprint to recovery. And in their favor now is the money is so utterly destroyed for the T side that Hashiras could conceivably get up to 6 or 7 rounds without facing a particularly good buy here.
They could. They could also let the pistols still one away. Nixon's got that hero rifle as well. We've seen a lot of crappy Counter-Strike, so wouldn't be too surprised if they do get an opportunity. That is a nice way to get the opener. Boost on top of the smoke in case you didn't see. And that sets up Nixon for the opening kill. This is what you needed. That's another gun recovered out of Amber. You still have that one player in towards A main as well. So you have the possibility of going back. They're pushing through.
Dangerous times for all involved. Nixon does finish the deal. Leaves Jax alone.
Now you want Maze to play.
Yeah, you do.
They can still go back.
And they have time for once to actually activate these players. This has been the problem. Well, more so for Hashiras, I guess, but a problem for both teams. Maze takes all this room. Bird from Sky. Timing is brutal as he starts considering the site itself. And Jax, I think you actually go for this. I don't think saving is an option because the game's just
feel
over.
Like it. Yeah, at least it was. If it was an M4, a rifle, but not with the SMG, and now down to 4 HP, you don't really have a choice, do you? You go back towards the ramp, you pick up one of these rifles that fell down from your teammates, and now you're calling it off on the low HP. But this is devastating.
What a round from Nixon! What a time! Just to silence Hashiras. They get a glimmer of hope off the Force by win. That perhaps they can make this close, but that has now been dispatched. Jax doing his damnedest to save. He almost certainly will. And he can drop a second gun.
It's a little bit wild, isn't it? Considering that EAC obviously does the X-core of AAB, right? At the start of this month, they were still called AAB. Currently, the core of these players is in a streak of 7 losses out of their last 8 ancient games. But
is AAB the same as Aalborg Rebels, or is that a different team?
Aalborg Rebels.
Is that even a team? Am I just completely made that up?
I think I'm not really sure what you're on about.
No, nor am I.
AAB is a Danish football professional team.
There you go. We're learning.
Yeah.
As are Hashiras, learning that defeat is painful. Burmilov all day he has been the bastion that stood between his team and demise. And perhaps he's done it again. Oh, don't tell me the bomb is on the site.
Oh, it's right there.
Oh, why do they do this to us?
For the sake of entertainment.
I'm pretty amazed Jax is still A.
Yeah, now he's realized that Resmoke actually doesn't go in towards the round, but in towards cave. They're looking
They could
to
lose
fight
this.
this.
They're going to fight.
Oh, no. Oh, God. They're just getting mauled down. Just getting farmed. Jax, 20 HP. He's going to try and flash for himself. He needs both these kills. Instant headshots required, but the refrag won't come through. Jax will step it up. The double headshot comes in. What in the name of the God of Chaos was that round?
As if it requires a low HP clutch to win a round where the bomb is dropped on the site. And they have all 4 players there. That is mad. Yeah. Absolutely bonkers from Hashiras. There's still potential here to make explosive. They can just win a damn anti-force buy. They can definitely get near double-digit rounds very quickly.
Still got to be careful. There's an AK in the hands of Becker, and they've already made their way out middle, swinging for the donut fight. Jax has been run down, and now they've seen Bird from Sky. He needs more than the one, and Becker is in position for the refrag. The Deagles want another one. What is going on? The Hashiras are really going through the motions right now. They're getting farmed, and Becker's picked up one more. And this is exactly how it happens. Becker with the hat trick, and EAC get that number 12 on the board. This should be where it ends.
What's happening? What's happening? How is EAC this much better on pistols than on the guns at the moment? They just bulldoze Hashiras on these half by force buy rounds every time. And now they've got 7 chances. 7 chances to dispatch their opponents. Hashiras have totally collapsed in this series. And surely there's no recovery now.
They really have. And you go back to that overpass, you think about what could have been had they won more rounds on that CT side. What could have been with that great start they had on the offense. Could have been a 2-0. Probably they feel like it should have been a 2-0, but the only thing that it is right now is devastation, frustration, elimination coming through for the Hashiras. There's just Collins left, and it's no one left, no more. EAC get that number 2 spot out of Group A, and the Hashiras go out of the Thunderpick World Championship in a pretty disappointing fashion towards the end.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, reflecting on this series as a whole, EAC deserved to win it. They were the better team today. Hashiras,
sure,
it's just a bit of a mess sometimes. And the reason we're so kind of dejected about them is because we know how good these players are. And for all 5, they could play on top 50 teams and look very competent, if not like good players on those teams. So for them, it's a shame. But yeah, on the reverse, EAC, new kids on the block, some very young players here, and they're playing beyond their years at the moment. That was a really good series.
No, it definitely was, right? And it's going to be exciting to see how these guys keep on doing. As we said, it's a new organization, new home for a lot of these players. They've been struggling to get a lot of good consecutive results under their belt. So the fact that they make it out of the group stage, they keep on going here at the Thunderpick World Championship is definitely going to mean something to them, especially considering the fact that they did drop a series only to GenOne, but were able to take down both the Hashiras and Mana the Hashiras twice, meaning that they absolutely deserve to get that number 2 spot. But this is just going to be our first game of the day, Alan.
It is indeed. We should probably take a quick break because we need to get on with game number 2. ALGO versus ASTRAL here soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Thunderpick here in Europe. We have ASTRAL versus ALGO soon to go live. We've heard the teams are already in the server, so let's waste no time. Who's winning this game, Nexus, and why?
Oh god.
On the spot.
A hot
On the
one,
spot.
right off the spot. Wow. ALGO 2-1.
Oh.
No
And which players are going to be the standouts for them in that victory?
Oh god. Going way too far in this one. I think Randy Sky and Andu are going to be the ones to look out for here. As simple as that. I don't want to go too far into it, but I think that's what I'm looking at.
Is Rendy going to play? Because Rendy's been playing the last few days with name's escaping me at the moment.
Leo, yes.
With Leo, yeah. He's been standing in for them loads. He's not listed on our asset at the moment, so we are unknown if he's on the server. Needless to say, if he's playing all of those games for Leo, it can't be ideal for ALGO in their practice.
I can immediately actually tell you, it is going to be Alex on the server.
Okay, that does change the complexion here on the reverse. We have ASTRAL, some more, well, certainly GXX is the most well-known name here. A lot of young guns around him. I don't think I've covered ASTRAL before. Have you? I don't think I've watched them play at all.
As recently as yesterday, yes.
There you go.
I'm a fan of the team. They've made some changes at the start of the year, and just yesterday I get to see as well how they played with Swizz and Gigs as well on this team, and it was pretty good actually. I anticipated a win for them, and in 3 maps they did manage to get it done. It was an odd series, but it was entertaining. Then they had 2 other best of 3s afterwards, and even today they've already played 1 best of 3, and they're heading into their second one. They've had no rest for this for these last few days at all, which is absolutely crazy. And guess what? They're also going to have a 3rd game after this one. So they're grinding 6 games into 2 days. Ridiculous.
How can your brain even... How can you even process that much?
I don't
if you're
know.
having to... you can't be doing any preparation for those games, because you just have to go straight in and try to get through them. We're flying through all the assets here, the maps if you missed them. ASTRAL picked Ancient, ALGO for Newt, Anubis as the decider, and of course, yes, Ancient will be the one we're kicking off on. Quick focusing on a couple of these players. Again, I'm not the most familiar with all of the ASTRAL guys. Swizz, at least on paper, appears to be having some, good series. I'm not sure how he performed in the game you saw, but hopefully he can do it again today. Ancient, by the sounds of it, ready to go. So let's get into the game. World's fastest pre-game segment done and dusted. And now we can calm down a little bit.
But in the Guinness Book of World Records. No, starting things off, and it's going to be Neki for the first, as Andu's immediately been taken down. And yeah, as the little sand situation as well, or whatever you want to call it, is on this ASTRAL side. I don't feel any more confident suddenly in my pick of ASTRAL 2-1, but we'll see how we get to the end of this game. What sort of an ending are we going to get? Right, if the pistol to start is already decent enough, because Neki's got 3, and just let's slip by Alex, who, however, will spot him turning around. That's good with the pistol. John ALGO will take it to start. It's going to be a good one. I can only imagine, because ALGO have been also as well a team that's been fun to watch. Obviously, in their own right, have gone through a fair few roster changes even in this year as well. But I like what I've been seeing from them overall. I just wish they could stick with the roster a bit longer and give it a bit more time. But of course, it doesn't happen every day. Randy hasn't even been here for a month, and you've got somebody else now playing for him, and he's playing for other teams as well, right? So it's an interesting situation having so many moving parts in this tier 2 and 3 scene.
Yeah, it's also just part of the landscape, isn't it? When I mean, I'm not sure of their kind of contract side of things, but presumably, given that one of their players is ducking and diving and playing other games for Leo, presumably they haven't got many ties over him to keep him playing on the team every game. And this is the reality. You just got to make do in these situations, and just continue to play the best CS you can. What have we got in this round then? ASTRAL fully forcing in pistol armor, a bit of util. 1 minute to go in this round. They're going to try to stall. There's a bit of a fake happening on A in the meantime. It's just Nookie. And the CTs haven't bought this at all. They are 4 on B right now, 48 seconds. I don't think ALGO have a choice. I think they have to hit this bomb site.
They must forfeit every other part of the map, but they will start in Boundbush with the opening. Continuing is going to be annexed as well. And suddenly, goes right through this defense like it's nothing. Just one little Meowpop remains. That is going to be the second round. Without too much hassle, it seems, and Addict will claim technically his 4th kill off the round. And taking ALGO to that 2-0. Good start. Really good start here for the T side. You want to have these early on the board before the CTs are too settled into the game. Oh, they're all across the board. This also as well, it is a good sort of change in the veto, I do think. Yesterday I got to see ALGO on... sorry, not ALGO. Astral on a bit of an Inferno game where they decided to start on the T side, which was interesting enough. I'm happy we don't get to see that. Obviously, different veto of it, and they're not the ones speaking into it, but some order choices were made. The game itself went really odd. You had like the style, you had a 13-2, the lost map 1, and then you had a 12-round streak on map number 2, won that one in the end. And map number 3 just felt odd. That was ancient, so I'm just looking forward to see if we can even out the scales and balance things to normal, in a way. And I can imagine that's what we will get. A different day and a different team against them. Slight bit of copium only in that one.
See if ASTRAL can at least do some damage on this round. That would be nice. ALGO, default for them, B heavy one at that. Nothing unusual about this. Triple cave stack from the defense. Molly pushes Nicky here off for the moment. And Andex in the meanwhile has just gone up the B ramp. Fragged the defender. Gained a lot of room. Looks like, wow, they're really going to go for a smoke against pistols. That is ill-advised.
Oh.
Lots of moving parts here, but ALGO ultimately have B. Someone needs to get the bomb, but for the moment, looking reasonably unscathed.
Looking at the money here, and just trying to see the chance for the AWP. I think it might just be contingent on Meowpop saving. Maybe could buy that up otherwise, but we'll cross that bridge in a moment. And yeah, apparently all's going to be fine for the CT side of camp. They can get all the weapons out if they want them, and very quickly is going to be handed over. AWP going to be applied as well. And so ALGO, now this first gun, we're going to have a chance to set things straight, and what sort of pace they want to come out with will also dictate Astral's future defense in these up-and-coming rounds. Where the focus might be. We started off. Bit of control, it's going to be just the basic stuff coming in. Nades flying over, Molly's out of the smokes. Nothing too crazy, but trying to find the right time to slip in. Wiz, instead of taking a fight with the help of Ray 5, that's going to be changed and return one back as well, but ALGO are losing lives one after another. It's just Alex and Nukia in a 2 versus 4. A whole lot to do, and a nade that has been heard hitting Alex, exposing him in the smoke. Very quickly deciding ALGO and mid control is not going to be that easy. If they want it, they'll have to fight for it. Because Astral will just clean sweep this pretty much.
Much cleaner round for them. They'll be happy. Seems to be just about enough money for ALGO to still invest. So, money not yet broken. And we'll see if ALGO go for a different kind of round opener to try and avert the issues that thwarted them in the previous. Let's see where they distribute the forces. Lots of players defaulting out towards the A side of the map here at the start. It's going to be a mid move, I suspect. Nope. Just biding their time. They don't really have a B plan here because there's nobody else on the map. They're all... Very rare you see all 5 players grouped up this much. They have no information of what's going on anywhere else.
Recognizing, though, Shada will be moving into position on B. Not too far, but will at least be enough of a hindrance, so Astral have to focus on it ever so slightly. Keep that at the back of their minds. Essentially so. I'm still looking at the problem you might have here. And again, this is just a round you've played for the first minute without doing anything, really. You'll start to take mid control. Hicks will be waiting. Elim trying to find it the first. Will succeed. Andu down. 4 more to go with 50 seconds. Now you're really spread across the map, but you are fishing for this opening. Something to sway it, the odds in your favor, and Adex will provide while Necky's taking away Shade off B. Funneling them to one side of the map, and they are as split as it gets. And suddenly alone versus the world, 4 players to find. It will draw the attention of Newkid to the left, and knowing one's on the site as well, but Swizz will wait. Try to play this as best as he can. Will take first. Now close, however, rotation here. And even with the flashbangs coming through, that's going to be all easy enough to finish off. Astral will take their second. ALGO just a complete 180 from the previous round's confidence into this one, just defaulting, hoping for the best out of mistakes. None of that. And a second round bagged without, again, any trouble.
I'm not sure what their plan was. I don't know if it was to walk out mid early or something, or maybe even A-exec, but yeah, it's kind of a bit jarring when you see players group that early and nothing actually happens. See, you know, if they fall back into a more traditional stance. Later in the half, for now though, the best they can do is supply Hero AK. Shane is... Oh, he's found his Glock. Rooting around there in the water. Got 1 flashbang here. That will presumably be sent over to let the AK work. AK now has space, but equally the CTs understand what they're up against. And that AK gets nothing done. 1 kill is nice, but they'd love to do a bit more damage than this. And that is not going to happen.
Three rounds. Money set. Astral tie up the game as soon as they can. Now, for ALGO, suddenly the changes are going to be required. Again, we've seen now a couple of attempts at these really odd rounds. Well, not necessarily a couple of them, but we need to see something different, something to immediately give us confidence they'll be calling for a good T-half. This one already starts off looking very basic. Good sign. But they have had these problems of getting past both Neki and Swizz, who has every now and then come to assist. A really nice smoke. Yet again, having to get past them. Bosch will not expect it. That is just nasty. Not close. There's the next one, but Alex will trade. One back. One more for Gix. Astral. Looking for this next one. Advantage claimed, and ALGO somewhat stuck in their current positions. And we're going to bail them out with this one simple trick, AK-47 headshot. Information's denied, now you're thinking, okay, what if it is A? What if it's B? Only you'll trust Ray 5 to hold all of B by himself. Hope that he doesn't get unlucky and unfortunate with the timing.
Oh my lord. Had no idea, did he? And now that's the bomb stuck by the doors. 20 seconds to recover this bomb. Get a plant, set up for an after plant. It's going to be tricky, but they find the all-important kill from Andu. Here's the plant. Goes in. A Dex. Is he prepared for players to be swinging up the ramp? He's looking towards the back lanes for now. Nobody's expecting that position. Given that Meowpop's coming from the same spot, perhaps unsighted, but Andu Wise to the tricks now. Lets his teammate take first contact. Good 1-2 punch. And ALGO restoring a bit of confidence.
That's a decent one. If those early rounds are going to be a problem and if those openings are not going to be as easily found, at least the mid rounds is where they're going to come back, and that's a really good way to at least set those sorts of records moving forward. If they can clean up as well the early part of the round and have a bit more success, specifically when it comes to just shelf and mid control, mainly shelf, a healthy T-side can simply just take off as well yet again. But Astral do have their tricks, and yet again, they're feeling very confident about mid, trying to start their round from here. Where Swizz will be yet again assisting Neki in this duel. Ollie will not be successful, but he can still find the opening. Just above the smoke, Alex will be spotted to take it down, but he has a trade. The second and third now is taking place. Still not sure about him. And suspicions now confirmation, and here's the execution. Astral will not bend the knee with mid control, and if you yet again want shelf, you have to pay a heavy price for it, and even so, you've not taken control of it. Remain, Nukia trades back one. Only even numbers, everybody's tagged up at least somewhat. But yet again, fast acting flank for the CT side of this. The first duel coming in from Cave almost immediately. Bambosh is successful. Swizz remains. From ramp yet again, has the chance to backstab the first, and quickly so. Against Bambosh now, the 1v1. A kid, a stick, 5 seconds, tries it, but Bambosh will not fail. Not falling to these tricks. It is going to be ALGO yet again to survive this encounter.
Surely that's the money broken now. What can Astral even bring? They could hero one gun. And that's what they're going to do. But ALGO, given their T side, they're up to 5 already. They're starting to establish some control. This is Astral's pick, remember. I know you felt less confident about your pick of who's winning this series when you saw the roster, but ALGO's doing their best to live up to your expectations right now. In fact, if they can win this map, a 2-0 is more than likely.
You're not wrong. Sorry, I'm a little bit ill right now. Just had to take a quick sneeze. But you're not wrong. You're by no means wrong. Right. The only reason I kind of then started feeling a bit less confident about that pick as well is just the roster sort of instability. Now, because of Alex, I think it's really good. We've seen him as well throughout these last couple of years sort of pop up as a really interesting prospect as well. So, overall, right, I'm still feeling pretty good about it. Not particularly feeling any bad way about it. Hoping that today as well will show the best he can. Now, Vence, yet again wants to set up the choke point. This time it's right 5 to search. Desert Eagle for contact and will be successful. 5-7 joins. And you're in trouble. The Jade is here with 1 and 2 of his own. Not a third one, that's going to be Swizz and his Deagle now activating. How is an eco being this much of a problem? ALGO don't know, Astral certainly know, but they don't share those tricks. They're secrets to keep. Yet again, ALGO wanted to get themselves out of this pickle and this little mid-rounding back to B. Problem that it continues. In Ray 5, the Deagle hits hard. As just Bambosh remains swift on the rotation, but has to be cautious now to make noise. You can try to tap this, you can make at least an educated guess. There's not going to be a kit, you had an eco up against you. But it's this timing, that's going to be the problem. Taking the first one, now the second shadow spotted. And Bambosh playing for time, run us away, and it seems like ALGO will yet again secure another one in this mid-run, no matter how close it gets. The T side does not give up.
And particularly Bambosh at that. He has been a big factor in these a few of these late rounds now. And another just gets over the line. Otherwise, it was a pretty good try from ASTRAL. Very much a winnable position. If it wasn't for the Bosch going all the way back around and into the cave, I think they would have had a fairly easy time sticking the bomb with one player whilst the other holds the ramp. They need to stay calm. The one thing they have done is remove all economic reserves for ALGO. So if ASTRAL can win this round, it is a pretty easy route up to 6. And that's got to be the mantra. Don't panic. Stay composed, win this round, and we can get back into this half. And don't think about the consequences if it goes wrong, because the round count is starting to look a little bit ugly. A-bomb site now under threat. Space being taken, swinging before this smoke. A little bit haphazard. Let's get this plant. Shane there for the furthest back plant possible and does get it down. The left Nookie out there on the flank, out towards the mid elbow. And now all the forces have been called in. A full bore 10-man after plant on A will decide a good chunk of the remainder of this half. ASTRAL now grouping in donuts. Here they go, swinging together as a unit. Initial trades come in. It's looking okay for this CT side. They're trying to get on the bomb. Alex only the one. Van Bosch, who has been the key instigator in so many of these rounds, cannot deny it. That is only just for the CT side. The player coming from Donut also could have prevented that defuse. That is a big steal.
Just about. Medicates are required in this one, and ASTRAL will not. But that's also a really good change overall for the flow of the game. Just going off these mid-rounds and ALGO's problems toward the B side, completely avoiding those. Timing of when they actually enter the A side as well then is really good, because you had a chance to them take shelf control and B ramp on for ASTRAL. Same time, you shift out, you walk into A for essentially free. And that also as well will then allocate some more resources toward that for the future in these rounds for ASTRAL. However, not necessarily as much right now, because they were successful on that retake. They feel confident that they can get away with not focusing everybody there. Instead, play this very normal game. ALGO around the bites him in the ass, so ever so slightly, but yet again, a familiar position. 2 versus 3, and stuck on this B side of the map. We have to get past this 2-man set up and nuke, yay! First one is fantastic, but Yopop surviving and buying time now for Ray 5 to come in from the backside as well. This time, ALGO will not succeed, will be thwarted in their endeavors. ASTRAL, one chance now to tie it up for the halftime.
It's been a decent recovery already from ASTRAL. They've been on the brink more than once on this CT side. Of course, that retake a few rounds ago. It's a big part of this recovery. Swizz waits behind this smoke. Andu. I'd love to push further into mid. He's going to do that as he crosses. Nope. Ducks back out as the smoke fades. And look at this. Just a walk push from Donut. They had a teammate in Neki back in the red room as well. That's a man advantage for ASTRAL. They're happy with that. They'll just give up mid. This looks fairly okay for them. And that bomb is... Nobody's got the bomb for the T side.
They just want to explore things, right? Maybe they just want to wipe them out as to not play and count on those post plans. And about Bosch is halfway there. Neat little double kill for him. However, it's been left to a single man at the end. Alex down on A, Andu down in mid. 6-6 at halftime. Good stuff.
Even game so far. And it kind of feels like that on the server too. Not like one team, you know, blew a ton of opportunities and that's why the other one's in it. Been fairly back and forth affair. Pistol round and early engagements in the second half, of course, are going to set the tone. This is ASTRAL's map pick, so ALGO going into the defensive side on even numbers will be reasonably happy with this position. They can win this pistol and especially get conversions behind it. That would be even better. But check out the CT side stack. 4 men on B, 1 in mid. There's nobody on A right now.
Plan for New Smoke and the Kits are going to be both available to pick up or remaining on him. You know, as well add on top the way you know the map is played. A-side retakes. Nobody's a stranger to those. Just a very unique situation in the game. Everybody well aware of the fact that they're going to be counting on this. To make everybody get over here, but eventually, ALGO will be all 5 set up in spawn. Ready for the fight. First one begins, second comes around, and there goes 3. Without a single kill in return, Raid 5 holding 2 kills for him. Ain't half bad, but they gotta find the defuse. I don't think they heard it. Certainly doesn't look like it, and they won't get a chance to. It'll just be stuck on the defuse as ALGO will take this pistol. They had a plan in mind, but they executed really damn well. As soon as those first 3 come in, smoke, defuse, done. Everybody covers for it. 7 is there, but you've given Astral that bomb plant and a chance to force for the second. That's what they're going for. Wanting to rock the boat and not let ALGO have a smooth sail. This here ancient CT side.
Keep tabs on this AK. It's out towards B right now. ASTRAL for now. Fairly standard default stance. 3 towards the B lane. Quick molly in to help clear Jag. As they come off now the ledge to have a peek into mid and join their teammates. Mid elbow. ALGO got to be careful. They now know there's an AK on the server, so taking straight up duels is no longer a guaranteed advantage for them. As ASTRAL continue to pressure mid, it's going to pull Adex all the way off, and you can see they're actually falling. No way. They're fully giving B.
Yes, way.
But they got an A push. They know it's not A. This is mad.
They made a mistake. One of the T side will happily exploit as soon as the second player is spotted in mid for Swizz. Even without it, now they just feel a bit more confident. 2 players out around red. Retake most likely, smokes are down, and trying to pressure from the small opportunity you thought you had, and now it's becoming a bit of a mistake. But you had a little bit of something to work with, and now you're losing lives since Raid 5's AK-47 kicks on sight. Trying to do it together, but standing tall as AK is putting in a lot of work, and one remains. Pressure from both sides at the same time. That is going to be ALGO to survive this. Odd, but fruitful round.
I think they got away with that a little. That was wild to give B, and so many numbers A in mid. And I did not see the information that instigated that decision. So, fortunate for them, they could get back and into their retake without too much ground being lost. And they get away with it. With the plant, ASTRAL have an option here to fully invest. They've decided instead to half buy instead. Tech9's armor. Bit of util. And the aim of the game more than anything for them is just to keep up the pressure. Get some kills, maybe a bomb plant. Do not let ALGO have an easy time of banking up an economic reserve.
And as well. Utility, able to get away. Never mind. Done. But fighting for 2 alongside the UK. They'll put up a half-decent defense, but not finishing off that easily. It'll take Adex as well down to 6 HP. A little scary, apparently. But this is ALGO now on the CT side. In a familiar, almost similar sort of way as on those first halves. Put into these mid-round positions where it is a little shaky, but able to persevere. Just about. Now, you can also as well look back at this game and think, okay, well, ASTRAL probably should have had a few more rounds. You had those 2 out of 3s and those clutches that instead it went the other way. that ALGO got away with it, put themselves up with a really good T-half, and now have officially started. But the weapons are out, so Astral have a chance to push them back, and guess what they're doing, if not exactly that. Double up in mid, rotations are going to be now scarce and harder to find. And apparently, immediately, ALGO all stuck to one of the B side, having a decision to make. Do you want to go with this? Last round was a bit expensive, money's not perfect.
I think they just saved, right? I mean, these after plants with Donut fully in control by the T's, I don't think this is worth it. I'm going to commit 2 players into Temple. Shane is way out of this. He's back into CT at the moment. And Bosch in first. He does find his man, but still, this feels crazy. Give this one a look. Oh my, they're proving us very wrong at the moment. Adex holding the wide swing. First man to start sticking. And have you ever seen a 3v4 retake look that easy? It was ridiculous.
They just walked in, get every single kill they needed. And yet against Bosch is spearheaded this entire round. He's getting 3 kills out of it. Being a hell of a difference for his team. And just having none of what their opponents are wanting to give them. Astral's map pick has started to go down to the drain, and that was pretty much the one chance they had to keep it very close. Now they'll have to rely upon, yes, again, this lost bonus in the bomb plant they have to deny things from going too far.
Not a surprise at all to see this pause, because Astral should have every day of the week won that. Bomb goes down, man advantage. They had time to think about their afterplant positions. Sure, they didn't have Temple, but that's not like that's an unusual thing to have happen in an A afterplant on this map. They're going to buy in, of course, with the plant, but they're running out of chances, man. They simply have to start winning some gun rounds, or we'll be on nuke in minutes.
I'll draw a small comparison to yesterday's Astral game on this map. They had a really easy time with the CT side. They won all bit of map control just off the virtue of their opponents not wanting to take any. It was a really easy game for them. So I'm happy to see them being pushed back and against a more difficult opponent in this case. Just give me as well more of an idea of how they'll deal with these sorts of problems. That is a really good entry, though. Again, I'm just really happy to see a very different Phazon side over this. Now that it's not as easy, now that it's not quite literally free to take this control and their opponent is not innovating in any moment.
Total Mexican standoff here. Oh, this is the bomb. I think GXX is in a lot of trouble. He does hard clear, but still, Andu remains a presence. He understands what is going on here. GXX mollies the site, runs back, and runs back towards the site again. Andu mollies in front of the bomb to buy even more time. This is so frustrating for the T's. Oh, he's getting chewed apart. It's just Swizz that remains. 11 seconds, and he meets the orb of Adex. ALGO now. They've basically done it. They're so close to winning this map.
It just feels like it has to be at this point. So much of it has gone their way. Every single, arguably sort of 50-50 coin flip moment, ALGO pretty much won those. I think there's been one that Astral got away with that'll go back to sort of a retake they had in that first half. That feels like one of the only sort of things that they've really got away with. Besides that, disadvantages and having to claw their way out of those, or sorry, advantages, they've had to claw their way out of it somehow on the losing side of most of them. Problematic. Van Bush, barely punished. But in mid, you've got Andu putting it down to the line, and 1-2 for him before his dismissal. And again, it puts this into the game of mid-rounding, which is really fun as well to see. It's not just coming down to the sort of execution playstyle of, let's just do this and that and call from a spawn the entire round. No. It's get a couple of openings, let's see what we can get. Just play off the fundamentals afterward. It's really interesting as just the playstyle that we get to see from both teams.
Mad stuff. Free B stack with no info. I know they like a retake, but this is bonkers. I don't get it. If this is a 3v5, this makes perfect sense. Stack a site, save your guns if you're wrong. But to do this in a 3-on-3, what are they going to do? Just save if this gets planted? They're going to lose 20 seconds just running to A.
We've heard the steps now. They're at least going to give this one a try. Somewhat. That'll be seemingly Nuki and Shane who will have to decide how this round gets played. If we try to swing a flashbang here, Shane can assist with that. Most likely is going to play. Here's the flash. But ahead of it is going to be GXX and not affected. It doesn't matter. Trying to trade it back, not that easy. And speaking of how you want to play this one in the retake, apparently you just go for it and you win it out in the end. Every single 50-50 ALGO's way. Add another one to that tally. This is ridiculous.
They just win every retake. I mean, at some point, you have to say it makes perfect sense to play retake on one of the sides all the time. If you're going to win every afterplant, 6 chances now to win their opponent's pick. And given the way Bambosh is playing, Adex, and who's had his moments as well in mid, it's just going to take one of them to have one good play, and Astral have lost their pick. That's all it's going to take.
I'm also liking it again. ALGO do like to go for this almost gamble sort of mentality on this CT side. We've now seen a few times already with, you know, not just the actual gamble stack with Lasher, but even this presence they've had toward A main a few times. Down B is not well timed, but the nade, I don't know how, able to catch up to Ray 5. Take him down. Information is going to be relied on now as well that there's no follow-up toward B immediately. How about the flight on A? Because the flash is perfect. Able to slow them down, and now one up close. Second from Temple, one more from CT, and they are here to clean sweep this round, take it away. Just GXX remains, having to get out of main. Against the AWP, his weapon of choice, knows how to get against him, and 1 more to go, just Bamboshed. But not getting past him. This is going to be end of the game. And Astral, unfortunately, this T side, entirely fruitless.
Did they win? Did they win no rounds? Is that right?
6-6 halftime.
Wow, that is a complete collapse. Yeah, I mean, they fought really hard to stay in that first half, but my God, is that an absolute disaster. We've got Nuke up next, probably ALGO's favourites. Astral do play a fair amount, but not necessarily their best win rate. Are you thinking 2-0 now after seeing that?
Yeah, I do think so as well, right? The only question we really had was how well does the team gel individually and with each other if you're not going to be, or if you haven't had that much time to practice and all that, but hell, this is just a statement. Obviously, Nuke will require a lot more teamwork and coordination, but I do think individual level of what we saw here, specifically for Bambosh as well, can just overcome a lot of that. So, I'm very much seeing a future where 2-0 is happening.
Okay, one map in the can. Up next is the pick of ALGO. Can they get this done in 2? Don't go anywhere. better late than never. As we get into map 2 of the series. Feels good to have some Counter-Strike on our screens, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Finally into the action here after a small break, but also giving both teams a chance to collect their thoughts, make sure they're good and ready to go. ALGO, having taken map number 1 fairly convincingly in the end, not allowing their opponent to have a single round on the T side of Ancient. They'll be storming in to Nuke, continuing on this T side now as well. We're starting things off on this T side. And heading down towards B, where you will meet at least some sort of resistance. A backstab as well that is coming up. Necking with that opening. We'll look to double down on it, having done so. Well, it's this T side in 2. Davis already moved past him. They'll check him, take him out. Astral only have Ando to find. It will be a complete wipe and annihilation in round number 1. As nothing really succeeds for ALGO, unfortunately, with the pistol.
Okay. Well, they needed to get this map off to a good start. Pistol was claimed. Becky there. A great start. And no force buy from ALGO, so they're looking towards rifles in round 3. They'd love a bomb plant even on this one. Just the Glocks. And heading outside. 3 players are trained on them. How GSX gets absolutely slaughtered, but fortunately his teammates are there to dispatch. So 4 alive. And we're straight into the gun rounds.
Don't need to muck about, just go into it. Don't twist it too much in those boring rounds, as we might sometimes refer them to as. And I certainly will. Because this is the real substance in the game. Where we'll find out how much Astral will get early on before their opponents decide they're not going to have any more fun for a while. But until then, also utility is going to be expended just in this opening, and Astral will also deploy their own bed to counter all of that. So, fair bit of control is going to be exerted across the map here for Astral, simply of the lack of ALGO's own sort of proceedings. Outside, empty. Down vents, nothing. Maybe something. Did GXX drop down quietly? I think so. Doesn't matter. You'll still find it to kill training his teammate. Ray 5 is gone. There's 3 remain on the ALGO side. Which want to try and stay alive. Not that easy. Swizz will continue to fight back. Now in the garage, has his teammates as well with him. They're just not going to be in a great place right now. Especially as you've got a lot of confidence for Astral to fight these positions. Now just buying time as well. They know Neki is in many. They know Swizz is here. They don't know about the surprise of one gold GXX. And I don't think they will. Doesn't get a chance to shine. Instead of finished off by the rest of the CTs with only a singular casualty to their name. Good opening gun run for Astral.
Ignore the header here for a moment. ALGO have not had a great start to map 2. And this is just a half buy for them. What have we got? Pistol armor, a bit of util. Like I said, 3 players outside. Some initial smokes flying over the top. They still need 1 more, and yeah, there was 1 drop. So standard cross smokes. Swizz here on the cross has a nade to break the smoke and spots 1 man crossing. No frags found, but good information. And we'll see if ALGO's fully committed to this. Trying to chase down Neki. Play down the vent, actually, gets the trade. This could be doable. 1 man yet to overcome. That's Meow Pop. Can they dispatch him and get this bomb down? Fighting from Beacon. There's another player to his left-hand side. And maybe just so, this bomb will go down soon.
Out of you, a bomb dropped, you've heard it now. All you have to find out is where these T-side players will be coming in from. But Astral's also pulling back here, feeling that ramp presence and wanting to make sure that there is not going to be a flank on this. Apparently, instead, lets ALGO have the bomb plan if they so choose and recognize. Astral happy to play for the retake. That's what it will come down to. We'll eventually start to see Swizz make that move as well. 2 smokes, a single kit, and 1 flashbang is what Astral have to get into this. Be a bit cautious. Swizz still not making a move. He'll be the last acting man in this one. Well, Shane has tucked himself into the site. I lied about Swizz. He finally does get into the fight, into the site, and out of it quickly. Show to the door. Remaining is just this AW here. GXX has nothing to give. It's made it to look easy in this 2 out of 3.
Certainly did. It's a good way to get on the board. Good news as well is that because the first few rounds are pretty close, it's not like Astral have tons of money here. If they lose this round, they'll be on pistols. GXX just about managed to bring out the big green. He plays here with that Swizz towards the top of Secrets. There's nobody coming, however. The lobby-heavy presence at the moment from ALGO, but of course, Swizz can tell his teammates, guys, there might be cross smokes down, but there's nobody here.
I do not want to see that trend continue for ALGO, where the outside presence isn't necessarily going to be there. From that first gun run, it was pretty much just throw some utility, but nothing outside, and just wait. Then, in the end, it was that mid-round attempt to make up for all of it.
Team kill?
Here, despite that team kill, it's all going well. Swizz quickly has made his way down here. You'll have to check for him, and who hasn't, and the same backstab. Nearly all 3 as well lining up, but Alex catching him by surprise. No surprise afterward. 5. One versus 1. Fight take it as Nuke survives. 13 HP left in the encounter. ALGO will just limp by to get round number 2.
It's far from
Hell of a
easy.
journey.
Far from easy. Big read from Astral to stay to ramp. They understood it wasn't outside. The inner move was actually a fake. So they actually were super well positioned for that ramp move. Just unfortunately didn't trade, even despite a team kill, massively in their favour. Money then is broken for the defense. What have we got? Pistols, no armor, a couple smokes, but still, ALGO very much favoured to win this round. Be nice if they could use Adex here to take some space on the SMG, and that looks like the plan towards ramp at the moment.
Here's the question of how clean you really make these rounds, as often is going to be the case. This one seems easy enough that if I was able to hide for a second, get that deagle into the action for 2. The third one is where the line will be drawn. We'll have no more. But it makes it at least a little expensive for this ALGO side. Not too comfortable. Same as that last one, there's not a whole lot of money allowed to build up if that's the case. Now, here again, like I said, I want to see ALGO explore this tactical side of things a bit more. But even if it is very expensive just to throw the utility, to have a bit more presence toward outside, even if you're not going for it, otherwise the game becomes, in the very extreme cases, incredibly easy to read, as even we saw last round, or last gun round as well. Astral had the read and knew what they wanted to do. It does seem like ALGO are now going about that a bit more complexly as well.
I think we're about to get an inner set round. Van Bush decided to buy the Mac 10. He had opportunities to get an AK, certainly even himself was handed by a teammate. Explosion comes in, so many flashbangs. Yeah, Neki was never dealt with. And yeah, never gets rolling. Huge round from GXX and A bomb site on a lockdown.
Volley, yes, again. I think they're running back and having everything required to do so. Got a fight given outside here, by the way. 2 versus 2 starting things off, and apparently positive for the CT side, as that is an entire part of the map that ALGO will not have access to. GXX down to Ven. Shane's heard this noise. Fake, not sure which way to go, as Ando's apparently popped up at the A site. Taking a very small chance, maybe Mini's going to be a bit more open, it doesn't matter, now certainly is with 2 bodies dropping. Rotation at 1 in defense, you know that much, and now Meowpop as well confirmed. Laid out a 2-on-2, you have to watch out for the smoke as well, the timing in Mini's really careful. Taking a bit of time. Andrew's the one to go searching. This will only let him know. Has to be Hut. If not, he's dead in the crosshairs. The one remains. Only so many places to could be. Taking the fight. Instant trade. It's going to be 4 kills. Andrew completes this round for ALGO. Puts it on the board. It's not easy, but this is how you, if you have to break through, you will manage to still get it done.
It's also being T-side, they can brunt this a lot better than Astral. This economic brawl is always going to favour the T-sided team. Especially on a map like Nuke, where, listen, if you're getting 5-6 rounds on the board, whatever happens, you're reasonably happy. GXX just getting freebie on the first man. I wonder if ALGO thought the money was much lower than it is for Astral, because that looked all too easy. And now they know what's up. What are we going to do? We're going to bring the bomb outside. That's now crossing towards Secret. We'll play on top of main. And Shane again vent dives. He seems to be vent diving all the time at the moment.
He likes exploring. He's messing with Astral here, at least forcing them to keep numbers toward the lower side to just get him out of their comfort areas. And you know what, that's a half-decent compromise if you're not as focused on that outside. Or at least not as successfully focused on it. It will still draw some eyes away from A and ramp, potentially. Which it has done. But in this case, it's actually going to hurt that you will have this 2-man setup on the side. GXX decided, you know what, let me just smoke over an entire area of this bomb site, get the opening, and still remaining on the bomb site as well, you have to get past the outpost. That is not going to be easy. And guess what, it's gotten even worse, because Ray 5 is going to be here. And you've got this rotation, and Necky's in the vents, able to find an easy one. And ALGO, despite having this chance to surprise, they stall immediately, and now position is not one anybody would be envious of. Because he's left with 1 man as this near impenetrable side. 10 seconds on the clock was doable. With GXX giving up the fight, will not miss, and thus Astral onto a 5th.
Yeah, well held. Well played, GXX. That smoke on towards control was so annoying for ALGO and their pursuit of that lower bomb site. And look at this, they've chosen to fully force. They could have ecoed 1, potentially. And look towards Galils and AKs in the next instead. They're going all in here. Their util is non-existent. They've got 1 smoke and 1 flash. This feels like suicide going outside versus GXX with this buy.
Flashbang to initiate. Astral shot is down. We're waiting for the moment to see each other want to pop their heads up. Or to cut them down, and heads will roll one at a time. This is a really solid defense coming out. You know, obviously, as well, ALGO so far 4 rounds this D side ain't bad by any means. But Astral isn't given a whole lot of control. They're not necessarily worried about what ALGO is doing.
And GXX continues to have a fabulous CT side. 7 looks almost certain, doesn't it? Given the buy from ALGO. What are we going to get? Wiz. Under fire. Not last long. Look at that. 7-4 on the cards. ALGO would love a 5th. Just to feel in a really good position given how competitive they were at the very start of this half. Pause out for ASTRAL. I wonder what they're discussing. I mean, doesn't seem like there's much to change. It's going pretty well as of late. Perhaps just a quick discussion to get on the same page. It has not been Adex's map so far. Tough one for him.
I am actually going to very quickly then check. I'm very aware. He's been a part of a fair few different teams across the, say, last year or two, but how much Nuke has he actually ended up playing? Because this also just very well could be, right now, as you kind of imagine as well, just trying to fit into a team on a map like Nuke, which is not going to be that easy to play. I am interested to see how much he's actually played it. And apparently, for his career, 27 games of Nuke. Not a whole lot for Adex. Not a bit of priority in any team. He has been positive, apparently. But this round doesn't matter. He's got the opening chain. Wanting another one, Andu stuck around for a bit. Punish the CT side's exploration and retake attempt, slows it down by quite a bit now. Have the weight of the smoke, and Astral left in this 2 vs 5. Very likely to see them stick at just 5 rounds there at the half. Andu, one more. Well, Colleen is up very nicely. 2 massive rounds for him in this half as well is what sets ALGO apart and gets them to 5. Without Andu, first half might just be a lost one, but able to get him into those positions, able to set him up at least somewhat is good enough. And it's not like ALGO as well, right? Overall, this half wasn't one where they started off with a pistol, they got 3-0. No. They were down 0-3. They had to win these gun rounds to get it here. So, generally, really good T-side still. Now, was it perfect? No. Could have been, it'd have been improved? Absolutely. But 5-7 on the half-time. You will absolutely take it. And now the CT half, you can reset and start to play your own game yet again. This is where they do their best work as well. Set up for success. Now they just have to show it one last time, because this pistol starts. And it's a Dutch rate back and forth, holding full lobby control. Here, the Swizz will do exactly that. Astral at the advantage. Waiting. This next part of the round, Ray 5's going to be careful.
My lord.
Shadow spotted and up on his screen. Shane will flick upwards. On the site, Nuke will reveal. With a quick rotation down to B, will they recognize? Coming out the door. Take a fight. Try to make a shot. Bomb alone. Drop dead. Necky's one of his 5 to salvage the round.
What a round from Shane. I thought that heaven move was going to be the death of ALGO on this pistol round. Nuki sticking around the top side for now. They haven't realised that Becky is all more or less committed to this lower side of the map. 30 seconds. The bomb is dropped. In fact, are they not aware the bomb is dropped outside of Decon? It's right in the open. I'm surprised they haven't got both players on the lower side. Nuki now comes down the vent. I don't think a bomb plant is realistic now. 16 seconds. There's no safe plant if Nuki gets engaged. Plays with his teammate. Decon is closed. But Nuki surely can finish it. Yes, he can. Honestly, to even get the plant there is a result as ALGO get up to 6.
Tough one to recover, but able to get it to the PT side. Now, you've got the questions immediately of do you want to force buy here or not? Astral could lean either way, it wouldn't be a terrible choice. But they are more of the gambling type here, wanting to buy it up here. They've got all the utility in the world, some Tech 9s, Mac 10s, the whole shebang, really. Or rifles. Up against the long-range weapons and armor of ALGO, this is somewhat difficult, but not impossible in terms of an obstacle to overcome. I think I'm going to be focused more on that A side as well, from what we can see. Maybe they want to dive down the vent. Let's find out. Action is about to unfold. As they try to make their way in, they'll have access toward the side of ambush in a 5, maybe just about C-Ray 5. The side taken, bomb planted to 9, and inside now trying to get back into this fight. And from above, they maintain a big part of control now in the side all alone. This couple of shots, nearly one too many. Ammo running out, but Shane standing 29 health. And Astral, the force buy goes about as poorly as it could. Full investment, no plans. And ALGO caught up.
Just total carnage there as well. But as long as ALGO continue to win rounds, I'm not sure they're that disparaged. This one is the lightest buy they're going to face for a while. GXX has a scout. Where is he with that? I think he's on the silo. Doesn't look like anybody's going to peek him in the near future. No garage player. There's nobody in and around the crate. Yeah, so GXX needs to get a move on. He'll have to lead the way for his teammates to clear outside due to forts. And Adex has an AUG on the server.
Well, he got a kill with it. Used it quite well, even against the assist, and now he goes sideline outside, making this escape very difficult for Neki. Oh. Didn't have had the AUG apparently. Couldn't see his opponent. Ray 5 will give it more chances at this. You don't want to give too many away, and now in the 1 versus 2, giving him a chance. We'll have this flank as well, as Jane is going to be walking in from behind. There's going to be a second or two to make the difference down below. Ray 5. Access to B. And Nuki is nowhere nearby. There is a very likely chance this does become a little tricky for ALGO. Nuki is recognized. They've isolated now this B site. The bomb plant has to be immediate, but it is not allowed. No extra money. The 3 kills for the round, when it could have and probably should have been a lot easier. Will keep ALGO a bit humbled.
I mean, it puts them in this spot, doesn't it, where if they lose this round, the money's a bit of a disaster. So, you know, it's hardly the best look for the way they played the previous. Odds are very ALGO heavy. This map is far from done. So, those odds might be a little bit extreme. Bosch tucks into the garage entrance. Tries to back off. They've sent Shane lower. He perhaps could go secret. If he desires. But I think he's just going to commit to playing on the site. So that kind of indicates that ALGO are not sure if players have crossed yet. They'll now hear these smokes and presumably start to understand that a cross can only now begin to come in. Let's see. There might be a reaction on A. They could take lobby. I think I'd like to see a proactive move.
Able to assist as well. Alex can arrive as long as Shane puts up half a decent defense, and I say that qualifies. Ray 5 out on A. There's just one remaining on this side. It's going to be GXX to the clutch. Problem is, there's a very swift rotation. That's the initial defense. A couple of seconds being bought as well. Get rid of the ramp player. And even more for the rest. Really good defense coming in for ALGO. This is looking quite sharp for them.
That was their best round for a while. Asher would have loved a plant to buy in again. But the best they can do now is half buy, I think. Pause for Astral. They're kind of running out of time. They've been on the brink of breaking ALGO's money for a while here. But that doesn't count for much if they can't actually get it over the line. They're going to half buy with a hero AK on GXX. This round is not must-win for Astral, but they do need to keep this ALGO money really low. So 3 or 4 kills, a bomb plant too. That is the objective.
Here as well, in this one and specifically the next one as well, is where Astral again will start to have those same sort of flashbacks as map number 1. Currently, without a single round on the second half. That's how they ended on Ancient. The T side of Fruitless right now. T side, or excuse me again, T side of Nuke. Not doing much better than the last. They start things off, it's not going all too well. You got map control, sure, you'll force rotations. A lot of information has been given over with just the bomb.
Isn't this just walked right?
Nuke has just walked right past him.
Yeah, I'd say he must have just walked past his opponent. I think this is going to work out actually for the CT side, because surely Squeaky is not going to be remotely considered. Look at that. Timing is brutal for the T's.
Wait, what?
That is... Adex is he's tilted, I'll say it. I mean, he's made some really bonkers moves the last few rounds when, you know, if it's not your day at all, just admit it and play for your teammates. He needs to just breathe because, yeah, he's making Astral's life easy at the moment.
28th Nuke game of his career right now. Mistakes, emotions, health, it is easy to get into. Clear the round. Oh god, just deny before the plant as well. It's not like the bomb plant will dictate this buy, but it could have made it this next round as well easier, right? You'll be investing pretty much everything. Now you're almost contingent on getting that bomb plant if things go bad again. But ALGO have built up such a streak either way that Astral are going to be stuck in this cycle. It is not easy to break out of, and round after round, despite opportunities being given, ALGO are going to be taking these rounds in the end.
We're getting into do or die territory, aren't we, for the T's? Adex, finally, something goes his way. Opening kill. Don't overstay your welcome, brother. Just be very happy that you've got an opening kill and stay alive for your teammates. Bit of a jump spot onto the silo. And given that the outer smokes have now faded, I'm not sure Astral can cross easily at all into Secret. So many duels being taken. And Bush is kind of stuck in this cubby and he's eventually dealt with. Nuki gets engaged. Can he find 2? Almost. but no cigar this time. Bomb is looping itself into A. But granted, Adex's position is surely not going to be expected.
That's the worst choice they could have made for Adex.
Yep.
Down the vent, has to keep chasing them. They'll both at least be on the side, just due to the sheer fact that you don't know where Adex is going to be. A split second to make the difference, and an ace completed instead. Shadow advantage, everything to go. Even low HP, but Ray 5 collects all 5, doesn't forebode this. It's also now to give Astral a chance and foreboding ALGO from getting another one on the board. That is more like it.
This buy is mad from the CT side. They've gone somewhere down the middle of a half buy and a full buy. Adex and Shane are all the way in. The others are thinking about later gun rounds. The AWP is also on his lonesome. I mean, he could absolutely get isolated away from his teammates if he's not careful. Here we go then. Out of wrap, util. Smoke for hell. Molly into credit. Smoke now landing in front of main. Adex needs some help. He could, if somebody flies around the corner, and Neki, he might do just that. He could quickly here get overwhelmed. One for Adex. Where's the cavalry? He needs some help from his teammates. Second for Adex. Andu now comes through main. This is looking incredibly haphazard for the T side. They do find one themselves. Adex commits to back garage of all positions on the AWP.
There's only 30 seconds left. The sound accuse as well alone will be enough.
Yeah.
He's watching the fallback.
So
Vent is available if you want to try to risk it into that A site, but instead you walk out B. The first one's found. A second, you don't know. You guys here, he's got to try to go through the smoke, and now that he's stuck between these two and back turned. Wiz takes him down, and Adex, another 1 versus 2. Instant trade should be available no matter what. You need something to go miss with the T side. Instead, it's got to be back-to-back success. Astral are in this game. They heard the do or die bells ringing, and it's time to do something here about this current status.
ALGO should have won that. 3v2, they had full info and 2 on the lower bomb site. They somehow managed to play positions where they couldn't help each other at all. It was quite incredible. Yeah, that's the biggest mistake ALGO's made for a while. And it's let Astral back into this game. Add in the fact that the CC buy patterns are left field, let's say. I know some people that might use stronger words. This map is far from over. And ALGO, at times right now, are their own worst enemies.
No short way, however, is this entirely undeserved, as Astral's finally woken up as well. We've been seeing Andu the kill feed plenty shade as well in the second half. Time for Astral to get that same sort of treatment, get themselves into the game, and it's starting to cost reasons. Again, though, UMP for Shane is ridiculous. Last round he got 2, now again, and suddenly, a chance, a very small one, and not checking every single corner, couldn't be ready for it. The third clutch for Adex going awry in a row, as Astral are instead to tie up the game.
Finally forced to eco. After all of that, they also need to use their pauses because they've really crumbled on their CT side. I called out earlier, and I was right. The odds were way too heavy ALGO for where the game was. And this is the result. Astral are now almost certainly in favourites to win nuke.
What?
Assuming they can convert this. How's that happened?
How did he get behind him? Was Neki blinded? Because I cannot imagine how he doesn't get that kill otherwise. Ridiculous. Okay, fair enough. That's just one. You don't have the weapon collected, and 4 more still remain. You've snuck one in, but will require heavy lifting out of the CT defense, and Adex will be tested and taken down. Andu follows. A shocking start, but that's going to be all it really is. That is Astral on to 11. Oh.
Why not?
Yeah, just hear some running. You know what the plan is. And that being the only low HP player. There's a bit of luck sprinkled in. Nuke still has this problem of being hunted at the moment, and even if he tries to go outside to get that AK, doesn't get it because there's one on the hunt that was GXX, and inside, Ray 5 collects him. 11 to 10 Astral. Their streak into the game has now given them a chance to take control, put us into map number 3. Just takes one moment for them to get started, and finally, they arrive.
Time to turn on if you're ALGO. You're taking a good few rounds off. Adex. On the one hand, I respect that he's continuing to try and be aggressive, but equally, it's not his game right now, and he's putting himself in a lot of precarious positions. Outer being taken. Low default for Astral. They've got plenty of util here. They could do any manner of smokes. Can do the standard set between red and secrets. And for the moment, no CT reaction. Nuki could go down the vent. Still nobody's rotated lower. They truly do not believe this is a lower side hit. And actually, they're kind of guessing right. I mean, the bomb is not down secret. The players are still coalescing in and around A. They're looking like they want to wrap.
That might force the move. You lose big part of that outside control. The Neki was the fallback option back to A. Now you have to commit to it, and guess what?
No way.
Up for that board.
Oh, they've got the bomb as well. This is over. There's no way Astral can win this. GXX has just got to save. That is a nightmare.
That is ridiculous timing.
I think Astral did a lot right this round. Just that
Agreed.
one moment where they're both looking kind of the decon side. Spells huge issues. GXX will live. There is nothing to separate these teams right now.
I'm just trying to visualize how the round otherwise could have gone. You come back up the secret stairs, so you flash Neki into main, because you have that squeaky player as well you can try to, in some way, tag team the A site with. It certainly would have at least kept Algo on A. Same with that play for Bambosh as well. No, it would have been so weird and so different, but all of it just leads us to this. 11-all, we tie up the scoreline. Now to find out who gets map point. Neither wanting to give up. I'm going to have my eyes yet again, however, on Adex. Right, despite his current scoreline, hasn't been doing incredibly well. Is not shying away from early opportunities. Been involved in a fair few of those. I think 6 in total. Maybe 7, but certainly looking for those openings time at a time. Again, right now he's playing a ramp with Shade. They've got a 1-2 setup going on. Astral, however, focus is going to be on this outside lane. Ray 5's got to be really cautious about this. As the weapon, but not the aim, but there's one,
Oh,
there's
no.
2. ALGO are here to try and get 12, and this might just be the perfect opportunity to do so. Now you don't have to worry about all the control you've lost outside, because you've got these openings to work with. You can start to play these rotations, have a warning system on B, and not worry about anything else. But Addix, a missed shot, made the job easier, but Shane is here.
Shane's having a stunning map. He's been brilliant, as is Andu. Addix, not one for the not one for the scrapbook for him, unfortunately. But that is a colossal round, and look what it's done to the money for Astral. They battled so hard to get back into this map, but at this absolute final hurdle, ALGO have become a wrecking ball, a sledgehammer. They look so much better in these last couple than they had for the 5 that preceded it.
One more to go. You've got 4 pistols and 1 AK-47 to deal with. I hesitate to say, but it doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, it's true. It will not get any easier than this if it goes to OT. This is the best chance ALGO is going to get.
Astral, not going to be committing to anything. We've seen these the last round as well. They have been fairly adamant at just getting players into secret. Right now, all they had is one at red and then a backing off. Walk away. They have some rotations made, ALGO, but they have these 2 here. I want to see them make a move before this information. You've got a minute left, and that's exactly what they're doing. If there's nothing else to tell you anything, they'll stick to 1A, call for the rotation. They are going full gamble on this on both sides. Outside, excuse me, secret, outside, and A. They're making an information play for everything. And now it comes down to the defense. Timing is good for the T side. They'll knock in first, second as well. The Alpha about to take 9 to make a difference at the moment. And ALGO realized they were a step behind to make a hell of a difference on this one. Instead, having to retake, Addix with 1. The numbers on both sides, and the utility is scarce. You've got nothing on the T or CT side. Couple of flashes on this T. It's coming down to aim and nothing else, and holding for 2 more. Meow Pops an ace upcoming now, with Bambosh the only one to stand up against this T side of Astral to force it into OT. It doesn't get easier than this, and even so, Astral have found the right timing. Knock it into overtime. We continue this series.
Yeah, it's just the over-rotation to the lower site. Left A, too little defended. ALGO reading it wrong. Got a little bit of a pause here. Not a huge surprise. It's been a long map. Give players a few moments to reset and recalibrate. As we start to consider overtime now. Okay. Well, hopefully we're not here for too long before we get underway. Been a streaky map for both of these teams, both having moments where they're very much in control, and of course others where the total opposite is the case. Teams like potentially GXX and Meowpop not ready to go just yet. Let's hope we can get underway soon.
I do wonder what sort of mental game as well you want to try to toss in now for Astral. Going off these last 2 or 3 specifically, it has been a bit more slow, right? Outside of control, it has been partially at least there. ALGO seem to be fairly responsive. I just want to try to speed things up. Because I'm trying to think, how many sort of fast rounds have we seen, either ramp or A, simply out of Astral? And I struggle to really think of one too many. Got that confidence, now you've got the money as well. You don't have any reason to be that scared of, okay, we make one bad move, it's over. I'm going to try to stick to what's now worked for these last few as well for Astral instead. The questions I have, and we're going to find out the answers to them in a moment, or right now, too. We count down the clock, everybody's ready to go. And what do we do now in overtime? Magic number 16, and we'll call it quits for Nuke. If it goes the way of Astral, we'll be headed toward Ancient as that decider. Excuse me, not Ancient, Anubis as that decider. For ALGO, this one will be over within those 4 rounds they require. Not too many changes at the moment. Grade 5, openings delivered toward A. And he lost outside, however, so you can't go too far. Not without committing a couple of players to trade with Mouse. Andu has been doing good, needs more. Traded instantly, both players known to be on A. Make a mistake, Shane will punish, but you've got the site under control. Jane also doesn't want to try to make this move. He doesn't hear the bomb planted, no noise. Opted to go quiet. Round player, you know that much, could be anywhere at the moment. Lurking about. Bomb's picked up for Ray 5. Bob taken down. Quick into the fight. A second. Just about avoided. Astral 13. Taking control now the first round of OT.
Good start for them. Certainly is. Second round of OT about to begin. We'll see how ALGO distribute the forces. Okay. Inside for them. Astral in the same boat. Adex, shotgun orbing, finds his man. In the meantime, Outer Jewel sees Swish win out just. He's very low. And now Adex is on the move. He's back towards Secret. And there's 2 players heading his way.
Wide off angle. Wide swing. Right.
TK, man.
Oh, no. Oh, man. You got it. You got it right. You baited out the AWP shot. You swing wide and your teammate thinks, hey, AWP's still going to be there. Let me try to get him. Only to fight at the dome with your teammate instead on the ground next to you. Then you try to walk it back, trade at least, and make it worthwhile. And the round is done. Unfortunate. Entertaining. Unfortunate, though.
Entertaining for us.
Yes,
I would agree. Not fun for them. Ooh, Adex.
Ooh.
To give Adex credit, I mean, he was having an absolute nightmare start to this game. I think he was, what, 1 in 10 or something?
Yeah, 1 in 10 and then 5 in 15, and then you mentioned it, and he was slowly picked up pace. But he's also been really good at openings, right? Despite his current stat line being 14 kills, 23 deaths, he's at 6 and 2 in openings. Not afraid of flying, they keep setting him up, and he mostly delivers.
Wow.
That is a hell of a kill. That is also revealed this last man. And GXX has already been in a couple of these situations, and yet again will be asked to deliver. Walk towards the A side, and he'll have this timing against him. Andu will forfeit a bit of the control and does not want to fight. Only reveals the position. You can now play this together, you don't have to rush it. Looking at what Bambosh has in terms of utility available, it's more than fine, but this fight is taken. And now GXX finally gets a chance again to shine. But that gets dimmed out. Bambosh instead, it comes up clutch to 14-13 halftime score.
Okay, slim advantage. Slim advantage for ALGO.
Certainly keeping up to the undetermined ending of this game. Neither team wanting to give up and both fighting until the last man to stay in it.
Big calls to come. They were so close to ending this game in regulation. Had to do this the hard way. But all will be forgiven. We can just win 2 T rounds here in overtime. What is the move? The smoke's dispatched towards outside. And Bush here leads the way. It's Swizz that's tucked himself into secret. GXX is his nearest play. He has some util. It's a flashbang 2 to throw over the top of secret. This is going to be an inner split. The mini guys are ready to go. I don't think Astral are that well positioned for this. In they come. Can they find the opening kill? They can. Just Neki left on this bomb site, minus GXX in heaven. Can they get more control? Andu strikes with another. Cancelling is an option right now because they're so stalled out. Neki backside. Can't get a good fight and they're dropping down the vents. Bomb is down. Andu repositions. If this was a gun round in regulation, you would save as the defense, but I'm not sure they have a choice. They might have to try this.
Bomb has been planted.
Clearing out 15. GXX also missed this chance to at least get 1 back. But also make sure that ALGO is not going to be alerted to his position and make the AWP save a bit easier. There's 15 coming in. Already got it from one round, from a single round deficit into this OT. Now you just gotta do that, but 2 rounds in a row to continue a double OT. And unfortunately as well, GXX is going to be taken down and is just looking around, checking his left and right. Finding one more headshot, 28. And again, him and Shane have been doing such a wonderful job throughout this entire map. And to even further as well to get go on that, I talked about Alex and those entries. Shane's also, by the way, almost never lost that opening. He's 5-1. He's just been holding the ramp and delivering. Doesn't matter what the weapon is. We go back to that sort of, I think, round 21 and 22. UMP goes absolutely crazy for him. Both times. Finding doubles on that. Delivering a lot for ALGO. Having that comfortability of they don't feel the pressure. Make a massive rotation, massive move. Cover for the lack or scared of something happening that side of the map. Now, on this T side of things are different, and yet again, they'll have the chance to close things out here and now in this next round as well. And they do it. Will Astral put us into a double OT? Answers will become a few within these next few minutes.
Bizarre opening from the T's to be so far back. I wonder if there was like a missed call at the start and people weren't sure what they're doing, because I can't believe GXX has got that far up with nobody remotely near.
Even blocks the smoke outside, so he had that information over the entry and nobody putting any pressure on him, and now the smokes outside as well leave massive gaps. ALGO are going to be walking into a trap at the moment. 3 players ready, willing to defend A, but their objective is going to be Bebop and a ramp. They'll force him away. Util sets them up. You've got a minute on the clock as well. You can still decide how you want to play this, and they're deciding it's time to storm the B site. Bait and switch. One at the silo, one at the site.
Wow.
But Neki down. Second check for. Baited out the shot. Andu is crazy in this game. Covering out as well from above. 2 CTs remain. You've got the 2 best, at least, to make it happen. Array 5 down at GXX alone. Position currently not that good, not enviable, and not happening. ALGO on the second chance will put an end to this game. 13-16 in overtime.
That first kill when they came down the ramp was insane. That was so brutal for the defense. They had a man advantage there, and wow, they didn't offer a lot of resistance. on that B side of the map. So congrats, I guess, to ALGO. It was obviously more strong out of than it ever became on Ancient. So, you know, that's to play a bit more Counter-Strike than perhaps they were gunning for, but still, Andu, fabulous game. Shane also chiming in well. Those two look brilliant, man. If they can continue in that sort of form, ALGO could definitely be a force in playoffs.
Yeah, that is sort of the excitement as well of this team. Is the individual skill ceiling, I think, is really, really high for this team. But we just need to get that active and have a bit more consistency, which is why we're now tied back to the point earlier, which is the roster changes that this team does go through quite frequently, in my eyes. Right, the core of this has now been together for 2 months. That was when Andu joined. Now they've got Bambosh and Addicts with this one as well, with Randy no longer here. Maybe, I don't know how long that's going to be a thing for, but you're going through a lot with this team. But the skill still remains through iteration to the next one. And it is really fun to watch. So I can only hope that it continues on this upward trajectory as well.
Yes, indeed. Well, that wraps us up for the first 2 series of the day. 2 to come, and 2 more spots in playoffs with 2 teams going home. All the 2s, and a couple of games you do not want to miss out on. It'll be about 40 minutes until the next set. We'll be bringing you through the pre-game for TNC versus X0 Tenacity. Join us then, take a break, have some snacks, and come back for the final matches of the day. We'll see you then. Hello, we are live, looking to get into the action for Thunderpick. We've got 2 more decided matches to bring you. Freddie is enjoying his time with his, his monkey, his CS:GO book, his Hanover scarf. I'm enjoying time back in 2016 in Cobblestone. Not that it's a good map and should come back, but I thought because we don't need to use green screens and have some fun with it, I got some random stuff behind me right now, so why not? Freddie,
it's cool. I like it.
How are you?
I will say, you know what, man? I'm doing very good just because of that green screen. Like that's like, it's also like vintage cobble as well, which just kind of makes it even better. But I'm doing good. It's warm here in Germany, but not as warm. It's like a little bit more bearable than I hear it is with you guys. So I would ask how you're doing, but I feel like the answer is just sweaty.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've had issues the last few days with my unit that is meant to stop me from being sweaty, breaking and leaking all over my room, which doesn't help. It's still working, but right now there is a bottle behind me taking in the condensated water. So, yeah, that's the only way it works right now. I'm having to wait for someone to come out and fix it. But look, I'm still cool, which is all that matters really here for TNC versus X0 Tenacity. Kind of a weird game, this one. We've seen them play a couple of times already, obviously, considering this is the kind of tournament this is. The Los Coyotes Corps played them back in CCT, and with this tournament having these sort of like, 4 groups, they do play already. They have played already, and it was only that 1 Dust 2, right, we've seen. So it's kind of a hard one to call. There are a couple of players here, Freddie, which I actually haven't covered before. Ryle on XZ10 and Malawi on TNC.
Yeah, so like just to kind of go back to that game in the group stage, TNC forfeit the first one as they failed to show up on time, and then X0 Tenacity, which picked Dust 2, just won it really dominantly. That was so a bit of a different roster. I think Brute Monster was playing, but Ryle is now playing, so I assume he's going to take up the AWP. You've got the core of Joffo, AVN, Kindo, and then Dragon has been playing for a little bit since his departure from Metasport. This X0 Tenacity side, and is Emmy playing today? I mean, like, isn't he the coach and then did play for a few games, but then like his stats were just like so bad. I don't know what's happening with Eddie, but I know he was like struggling a lot. But that Ryle guy, I think it actually even says on H2, he plays for Hermine. They're an ACA main team. I've played against them quite a few times. This would be quite a jump up for an individual of that level. They are like a good, 10-4 ESEA main team, maybe like make like a few BO3 wins in playoffs. Funnily enough, Kdan, one of their players, also has been standing in for Falcon's Force because Cloxy's too young. So Hermione are the stand-in heroes right now, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. Obviously, we've got Emmy on our screens here. As you said, I'm not sure if he's playing or not. We have got Dragon listed on HLTV to play this game, and obviously
he's also been playing a few games for them as well. Exactly,
and that's a fantastic addition, right? I mean, just looking at the names on this XZ10 team, all of a sudden it's like, okay, hang on, this is actually, you got some firepower back in the roster again, with no Emmy playing, which we assume is the case. Of course, Emmy, you are right. I mean, he's been around forever. He's been playing since 2013. He in his own mind, I'm sure, knows for a fact that he's not up to scruff anymore when it comes to playing at this level.
Child,
but he had to.
His life's moved on.
Exactly, but he had to for a little while. So you have to see exactly what roster we're going to get on the server today, obviously. But yeah, I think TNC they come in against XZ10 looking for obviously a little bit of revenge after that weird series last time out in this very tournament. Vito's coming through, Mirage, Dust 2, and Nuke. That is like a couple of the strongest maps, I think, for these two teams. It's like the most played maps, especially. XZ10 have always liked to go into Dust 2, and they've got Nuke, which they've actually played even a little bit more than Dust 2, and obviously Mirage is their third most played as well. They've got 3 of their 4 most played maps, so not surprising Vito whatsoever.
Yeah, not really whatsoever. Dust 2, Dust 2, okay. I was just scanning to make sure that's been picked. You were talking about that Malawi guy. So he's come in to replace Markosh. And I was actually a little bit surprised to see Markosh go, because I actually thought he did quite well on TNC. I mean, he joined, so like he's only been there very recently, but even like stood in for KOLESIE at a parking land, and like I actually was looking at Markosh for the first time, I think, kind of ever in his career, and I was like, damn, is this guy like actually a good Polish AWPer? Because he's not even that old. Like, actually, no, sorry, he is old. He's 27, and I was like, oh, I've seen this guy around on like so many different rosters for years. He's never really done anything, and then I'm watching him play, and I'm like, hold on a second, is this guy actually legit? And then they bench him and bring in this Malawi guy who I watched once on this TNC, because he's played a few games with them in the CCTs and whatnot, and I just thought he was really disappointing. Like, I just didn't really think he was a very good player. It just feels really interesting to make a change like that for like what seemed like to be kind of an obvious downgrade, when Markosh was actually doing well.
Yeah, Markosh was okay, like numbers-wise. I think there's a little bit of X factor missing from what I saw from him. And in general, I hate to say it, but like this
most
TNC...
AWPers at this level do, though. Let's be honest. Like there's a reason why an AWPer plays at this level.
Yeah, I think we'll see how it goes when we get into game. Yeah, I think as well, Freddie, like the main thing for me is just seeing how these TNC players play today, because overall, in general, it's not just been Markosh that I think has been a bit up and down. All of them have. They all make like kind of questionable decisions when I watch them play, especially when Nami was on the team. I mean, he was really bad in my opinion. He was not a good player, I'm afraid. And Mary has a bit of like, you know, overcooking tendencies as well. So we'll see how it goes in this series. Choffa will already click him out of the round to begin. And they are going to be able to get the bomb planted, but the retake will be on with Choffa actually having that smoke and kit.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how Ryle plays, just because he's someone who comes from a level that I know a decent bit about. And so far, he has been killed by his teammate. I think he was dead anyways, not gonna lie. But it's you know, insult to injury. That's the kit exactly where that jewel was in market. So there's no way it's being collected, and that should have been commed over as well to TNC. Like, this is where the kit is. So if they tap it, they don't have a kit, all is fine. Adrian gets a very nice double to end it off. And you were mentioning how Nami hit here or miss. They've picked up Tomiko, who is a very known name to these groups of players, right? He's actually been frying since he's come back, and I think it's actually a shame to see a Tomiko come onto a roster. He used to play with Malawi as well in Shadan. But like, I think it's a shame to see a Tomiko play like with Amari, who is non-permitted with loads, and like staying in these Polish teams after he like did have some opportunities, did play well, but just seemingly not well enough.
Yeah, agreed. And maybe this pistol rush is going to be a bit of a problem for TNC here. Okay, Wybro just has enough bullets left to hold on, so no problem. Adrian 14 HP and Wybro 26 after that rush toward ramp. Couple of kills for Chofo is decent. But yeah, overall, I agree. Tomiko is excellent. He's been all around the block in his career, obviously. It's not just the Polish scene. I mean, that's a nice kill. If there was ever a round he could win with a USP only, it would be this one. But it's obviously not going to happen. He's too far away from the bomb plant. Either way, yeah, Tomiko's been all over the place in his career, whether it's in EU mixes, the ill-fated into the breach end of that team. Was it Alter Ego he played for as well?
He played with them and then stood in for them after the Boros incident.
Yes. So, like, he's been in every single region pretty much bar North America, I think, Tomiko. So, yeah, he's tried to make his career work in every way, shape, or form. But, yeah, I think he's very good for this level, put it that way.
Yeah, he is very good at this level. He's been quite literally frying on this roster since he's got back.
Frying what?
Frying ham, eggs, and bacon. Ham, eggs, and chips.
Green eggs and ham? Oh,
green eggs and ham? Hell yeah. A man of culture. just taking a look at this Riles guy. So he's a kind of a main demon. He's played quite a few seasons of main back to back with the same roster. He's played with Hermione. I mean, not same roster. They've gone through so many changes. I swear this roster changes roster all the time. But like, his stats are good. You know, like he's like a 1.15, kind of like very consistent main player, which doesn't seem crazy. But like, he seems like he holds his own and then some at that level. The question is like, can he do well against the TNC? Because this is a roster, the TNC, that can go 3-0 in a main Swiss, or they can go 0-3 in a main Swiss. Obviously, we're in a group stage, so that's a bit different. But this is also a group team that can go 0-2 in a group or 2-0. Like, you never really know what TNC you're getting out on the day. And X0 Tenacity on this first gun round, actually really dominant. That was a fast mid to B, and just everything collapsed.
They are a really weird team, I agree. Like, it's such a strange team to watch when I've seen them play. As you said, literally, you know, whichever day you watch them, it can be a completely different roster. It's not just in terms of personnel, but how they play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's so strange. They do have some new pictures, though, which is nice. Like, for the first time in a very, very long time, some of these TNC players actually have new images. Mary, in particular, has been needing a new image for ages. Adrian didn't have one on HLTV until just the other day. YBro's got one as well now. So, yeah. Unfortunately, not on our HUD yet, but they are on HLTV, which is nice for them. Adrian's trying to make something happen in this 1v3. He has got time to pick up the bomb, but it might be difficult to get it planted when Kindo could cut him off. Riley is still here. As well to play with him, and it's Adrian timing out. Maybe if I get a bit of a mini crash there, looked like he was looking into nowhere. I reckon he was in the process of timing out a little bit, or freezing, FPS issue or something like that. Either way, means that XZ10 get their first round on the board.
That could have been. Are we going for Ril or Ryle? Because to me, I almost see like the 3 as an E. Ryle?
I say Ryle, yeah.
Ryle, yeah. That could have been his first kill. That's unfortunate it wasn't. This Mari Tomiko duo obviously played in Permitter for a very long time together last year. And then Mari got shipped over to Eternal Fire at the end of the year.
Oh god, yeah, to keep them relevant with their VRS core because they lost it.
The VRS core because they lost it. It was Mari, Beanox, Mast, and I mean we all knew, and you can tell that they weren't there to stay. Yeah, and I think they did also know that. The really interesting part is like Mari's more of an anchor. He's not a star player, which there's a good reason why I'm mentioning this, because he got put into star player roles when he was on that Eternal Fire roster because they literally wanted to like bring them in and then get them out as quickly as they could, but not change any of the roles. So the likes of Calix and Immor, they play their roles. And then when Jersey, Luxon, and either Rim or M-Star joined, it was like, you just go straight into the roles that we want you to go into. So Mari got put on star roles for some reason. And obviously he didn't do too very well. And it just feels like, you know, since then it's like, right, back to Poland, Counter-Strike, back to like kind of the same roster and back to just kind of the same level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's one of the things that is kind of weird with this team. I mentioned it a couple of times. I sometimes the individuals look amazing, Tomoko and Mary in particular. But the amount of times I've covered Mary recently, maybe not necessarily in his Permitter era or anything before that, even though I would have covered him, especially recently, I don't know. I feel like he turns his brain off a lot. Like, he goes for these aggressive moves, and it's like, okay, I've kind of won the round for my team, and then he throws his life away and goes for more when he doesn't need to, when there's a clear path for retreat. And that is something that was very obvious with Nami as well. And having two players like that on the same team, not going to win you many games. I mean, Nami was doing that all the time. So, yeah, I mean, Nami, to be fair, Nami wasn't getting any kills and then pushing for more. He was just doing nothing. Low-key. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean, but Nami was just there. Exactly. Like, he only had maybe one round in, like, the 5 games I watched of him. But, yeah, Mary can have that tendency too, but he's definitely, you know, tempered that a little bit recently. So I think I'm not unhappy with what I've seen from him. And I think, yeah, having Tomoko with him now is going to be nice. Obviously, if they could actually stick to a bloody 5-man lineup and work with it, that would be fantastic. Maybe this is the one. Who knows?
I would be putting good money on the fact that they're going to make a roster change in the next 2 months, 3 months. Just because of how this roster is. And also, Malari's not, I think, officially in the team. He's on the board. Ryle's on the board. This is a big opportunity for someone like this. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you get called up to your kind of best regional team after you're playing in a... Oh, and you're still playing in, like, main on, like, this kind of international mix. Went to a Draculan, got smacked out of said Draculan. Like, haven't really done too much at this level. Like, this is a great opportunity for someone like Ryle. And I'm really excited to just always see, like, someone new who has been grinding the lower levels. And right now, he might actually need to get a bit more done because his teammate dies to a boost into window. And they're going to be storming up onto the A bomb site. Wyvro will eliminate Ryle on short. That's an AK he can collect. Bomb, can it get planted? Yes, but everyone will fall afterwards. TNC, though, they'll be happy with that bomb plant, as that was one of the main parts.
Yeah, that was the goal of the round, I reckon, from that situation. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, it's very seldom that main players even get a chance to play HLTV, unless like they get chances to be invited into really small online events that are on HLTV. There's main playoffs aren't on HLTV, advanced playoffs are. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And for him, especially as the AWPer, stepping in for Brute Monster, we don't know if this is going to be a permanent thing for sure or not, but what I can tell you is that Brute Monster, he was hit and miss, don't get me wrong, but he was reliable for this level. So it's definitely like an interesting sort of match to see how he does against him. But obviously having Dragon in the roster as well, like low-key, this XZ10 team like has some punch now with him back in the mix too.
I mean, this XZ10 team also has just the same thing of like, they've been unknown for quite a while. Like, what's the kind of level that they're... what's the level that they're going to bring out? How consistent can they be? And right now, they're actually looking pretty good on their opponent's map pick. All the gun rounds have been pretty flawless. And they've been pretty flawless by just getting the opening kills super quickly. And in this round, despite Mari getting a nice lurk on A, it doesn't look like anything else is really going to come into fruition, especially with Dragon on short. Malawi now into a 1v4. And he might actually just save.
Honestly, probably the smart call. They haven't got any money. They want something maybe for the next round to work with. Unfortunately, there's no free path to B. You'd have to clean entry Chofo. Able to do that. 5 seconds, so there isn't a quick rotation, but obviously Chofo is playing this perfectly. Very, very common thing to do. Play empty pillar and wait for the possibility of a plant. Unfortunately, he's not been cleared, so this one is a done deal. And there we go, even though it's a fake, and he was waiting for it, Malawi. Chofo will get the headshot quickly, so... 3 rounds in a row for X0 Tenacity, up to 3-2 now, and keeping TNC's money very honest at the moment.
Looking pretty good. How would you compare if you just kind of took, like, so obviously you have the core, you have AVN and Chofo, who was part of the previous Zero Tenacity long form roster. Now with Kindo, with Dragon, and then let's say Ryle as AWPer, could potentially just say like Brute Monster. How would you see this roster compared to the X Zero Tenacity, also the Zero Tenacity that we kind of saw for years?
Well, the issue is that Zero Tenacity had a certain man by the name of Nemanja, and he was the beating heart of that team, not just in terms of his leadership, but also his fragging too, as we've now seen on Wildcard. He's land winners with Wildcard already, so yeah, like that is the biggest issue. Lovely, that's 2 very nice kills. Oh, that's 2 very nice kills with the Tech 9, and that's a big miss from Ryle. That would have been bomb plant denied, by the way. There should be no issue in the round. Adrian stuck in no man's land, and they know where Malawi is. There's the kill, so Ryle gets to stay alive. An annoying confidence-draining miss for him, for a player just sitting still on default. But either way, it doesn't matter. They win the round with no real pain. And yeah, the issue is there's no Nemanja, right? And that really changes a lot for me. Sure, they're taking in like previous regional rivals players like Kindo and Dragon, right? Who used to be on Partisan more often than not. But still, like, I think it's good. I think it's a good team. I think it's just, that Nemanja, I can't really be invested, and obviously they're never going to get him back again. He's loving life right now on wildcards. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it.
I mean, I never really realized that Nemanja was going to be like, for years we were watching Zero Tenacity, and I don't think we ever really considered how much importance Nemanja had, because it also wasn't really spoken about. But
yeah, it was just that team, like the core four was on the team for like 3-4 years, wasn't it? Like
the core four not four, but the core, I can't remember who it was exactly, came through Open together. They literally, it was like 3 years, it was like a year or two prior to their HLTV. Like, they were literally like brothers in arms.
It was definitely 3.5 years, yeah.
Plus, I think, yeah. Kind of crazy. This is also kind of a crazy round, because there's the flank from AVN, and there's also, so there was a double flank. Kinder and AVN pushed behind A. They get all the information. AVN only gets one. It's actually mostly just the players on that B bomb side that succeed. And they had 3 there for the exact reason the Lurk got all the information. The Lurk was able to find that, okay, it's very evidently not A. We're going to put 3 players B and be very ready for apartments and short. And then also AVN flanking had its little special touch, as he's 10-3. This is flawless since Pistol.
Yeah, really nice work from AVN so far. The thing is with this team, right, like, especially both these teams, to be fair, at this level, is like I really struggle to see who's going to really be your star player. Who's going to step up and really grab the game by the scruff of the neck when you need them to. Dragon could be that player. I don't want to judge his Menisport stint in any way, because Menisport are a mess. But yeah, I'm hopeful that we're going to see a player like AVN, a player like your Kindo sort of level player step up and show what they're made of. Quick double in mid there for XZ10 to hold on. Deagle will try and make his way out. Only hits himself a bit of damage, no more than that. And then Ryle helps out to make sure AVN doesn't die. So 6-2 early, very quick Mirage so far. And of course, as you were saying, like, this is the map that didn't get played last time, because obviously map 1 was a forfeit, never went to map 3, and XZ10 won Dust 2 13-2. So if we look at it that way, and the fact we've got Dust 2 coming up second, they're not in a good place right now. They need to find a recovery quickly, otherwise we could be in for a quick 2-0.
Yeah, like, we're not going to go on to a Dust 2 and X0 Tenacity not dominate. So this game is very much a angling for a third map, unless Zero Tenacity just win out here on Mirage, as they're 6-0 since the guns have come out. And they're also very dominant in that same vein. Like, none of these rounds have been contestable. Every majority, bar 1 or 2, either had a very early opening kill or a maneuver that put themselves in a position where they got a lot of information, etc. So TNC have just lost the mid rounds. They've lost the early round. They've lost the late round. Like, nothing is going well for them right now. And this is an interesting play from X0 Tenacity. They're getting aggressive in apartments. 2 players got boosted up. There's actually 4 B in total. And Malawi with the AWP, he's in the right position. Ryle shoots a shot but misses. And that, for what feels like the first time since the first 2 rounds, is a moment and an opening for this T side.
Yeah, they should be able to compound it now as well and make sure it's safe. Malawi's found Dragon, Chopo stuck CT, hasn't been able to grab Wybro. Indo burning as well in jungle. They're going to have to fall away and save. A nice breakthrough for TNC, and that little pause they took clearly has helped them out. Good call. Indo actually is trying to stick around. It was like they, maybe considering maybe for aggressive exit kills, but even with the money they've got, probably worth trying to keep everything. Yeah, the entry from Wybro was nice as well, with the Galil clicking over the top of the corner of stairs and doing the double headshot. He gets a free M4 upgrade now as well. Jofro again just keeping presence shown in CT just to try and be a nuisance. You know, might go down. No, okay, he's safe, just far away. Thought he was still in the murder hole, but he was further away. So 23 HP save, and Jofro will keep his gun too. So plenty of money. TNC are going to have to make this comeback at the end of this first half the hard way.
Good tactical pause, and it looked like it went pretty well. It was a fairly brazen decision for this Serbian side, though, to go for that, like, 4B stack double apartments push. I feel like if they just kept on kind of maybe doing their default, which was working so well, they would be so successful. And what has worked for them previously was aggression in ramp. And this is cheeky. Has AVN moloed as well behind his smoke? Whoa, that is a nice just sequence. AVN smokes, then mollows behind it, and then a nade comes in which doesn't damage AVN, and a flashbang to boot. Huh. That is a lovely opener for X0 Tenacity.
Yeah, a nice little combination of utility there. You know, so often we see a lot of these, you know, nade breaks to break smokes, and it's not combined with flashes to really help them out. And you know, that one wasn't sure, but it's a different type of combination with all that utility back ramp. So yeah, nicely done. And Dragon will get completely destroyed by Adrian as well. So despite that nice start, Avian's now in an awful position. Yeah, very uncomfortable for him there. And Adrian has just wide swung 3 players out of the round, put simply. Jofro is pretty stuck in toward jungle as well. Even Tomoko will find him on that angle, even though that was a favourite angle for Jofro. Okay, well, all of a sudden, TNC have started shooting back.
It feels very unfortunate. They do actually have that lovely sequence to initiate the opening kill, and then everyone just falls apart. I mean, there were nice shots, but it seemed very non-rebuttal from Zero Tenacity. They all just kind of died one by one. So that's a little bit worrying, I will say. There's 2 rounds on the trot for TNC, and when they seem to take these isolated duels, they do just win out. And it's going to be a mid-fake into a palace pop for the T side. Kindo caught off guard, but he's able to get one, and AVN trades. Malawi now holding for that stair swing. He's going to have to be forced to dive back and try to join up with his teammates who were throwing util in mid, but now have come over towards ramp. And for TNC, they could just do well at freezing and just a minute and 15 grouping together, causing the rotations to kind of go a bit haywire, and then capitalizing upon that, as this is exactly what's happening. Dragon and AVM, they're pushing mid, but they might just get a perfect timing. And the proactivity of the CT side has been pretty unrivaled, as the bomb in the 4v2 now drops at Dragon's feet, and he just actually smokes it off from him.
Yeah, he doesn't want to throw a body away here, right? It's a 4v2. It's an awkward position to actually hold the bomb in. Obviously, very obvious pre-fire that he could make there, Dragon in toward that door position, but he's going to silently pick up that bomb and try and get away. Manavi will search A in the meantime, probably for a pick to get back into the ramp, but now Dragon can still make moves. He knows the bomb's gone, but of course he doesn't know if it's gone into TV or gone into A. Now he's searching apartments, so I've actually guessed incorrectly. So even though it didn't look very likely at all, there's actually a bit of a hope to get the bomb plant here. The Molotov in toward jungle is doing a lot of burn damage to Ryle. He stands in it to get a kill. Not advisable in that scenario. Plenty of advantages to win the round, I would say. And you can see AVN is a bit nervous to take a heads-up duel because he doesn't want to throw his life away either. Manavi is covering the flank. He knows where Dragon was before. Chofo now waits CT. Flash will come through. Will it blind Chofo? It does perfectly, but Wyvro doesn't see him. Oh, really awkward. Finally gets off of that bin, but Wyvro still hits the headshot, and you could just have a feeling this would fall apart bit by bit with how they played it, but hang on, there's still a chance. No kit in play, however. Is everyone on the ground? I'm not so sure. Avian and Dragon, 2v1. Wyvro, 8 HP. They're holding that defuse, and I think, yes, I think there is
close.
There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time.
Okay.
And they do win the round, but I tell you what, there was many, many ways that could have gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how that was a 4v2 where it felt like it was an impossible round to lose, and it gets down to the wire like that. But despite it all, when it's all said and done, Zero Tenacity come away with a 7th, and TNC, regardless, are going to be trailing going on to their CT side. But it is looking a lot more convincing from the Polish side right now. Even if they did lose those openers trying to walk out a last round, it's like, look, they brought it back to that element. This is a mid-crunch where YVRO is just completely blinded. There's an interesting... Where was that smoke thrown? Did they smoke top mid?
Possibly.
I'm very confused where I think it was AVN smoked something in mid, and I have no idea where it went. Regardless, though, speaking of AVN, he's died on A, and that's the bomb site opened up. Rotations, though, from Dragon is going to keep it in the advantage for this city side, and everyone's just peeking one by one.
Yeah, good patience from Ryle this time. Doesn't peek into a molly for no reason. Hopefully there wasn't one there. He's even able to completely out-AWP his rival as well. Counterpart will go down in Malawi, and Ryle gets a double kill to help out Dragon. Make it 8-4 on the half for XZ10. They'll be pretty happy with that, especially in control with map 2 to come, where they were in very much heavy control last time these two teams played.
Definitely got a little bit sticky. TNC, those back-to-back rounds looked very dominant, but they are now in isolation. As a pistol round here for X0 Tenacity. If they win it, they could already start thinking potentially about their map pick. And even this game almost summarizes how we spoke about Trav. Like TNC, it feels like you never really know what TNC you're gonna get on the day. This half was also like that. It was like some rounds just amazing, and some rounds you're like, oh, that was pretty poor.
Yeah, exactly. Tomoko, unfortunately, the issue with playing that position is if you do miss on a player that is jumping out, you'll get exposed and run down. And there are a team which coming into the mix as well. Lots of headshots though. YVRO still connects with one, and Mary and Malawi will even team up at the end to figure it out. So very quick rotations from those two get into play and make sure that the pistol round can't go the way of the T side. No bomb plot available either, so I'm imagining full eco. It will be a chance for TNC to work their way back now on the CT side. Don't forget, of course, this is their pick. Overall, they have a much better CT than they do T, and this is worth mentioning, even with the amount of different players they've used on their team, because of the amount of reps they have on the map. Like, they've played it 30 times, they only won it 12 times, even though they picked it, but they do have a 55% win rate on their CT side, and only 41.6 on their T. And that is, like, I think very notable when you consider how many reps they have on the map. Like, it's actually a lot of substance there to look at. That was silly from Tomoko, though. He's thrown the incendiary when he knows he's being faced, so that will lose him his life. And now, one player
one's out. Yeah, they have to have heard.
Harry knows, but it's only a Glock.
Malari's also on a USP because he's 7 for the AWP, which could turn out to really cost him. But this round shouldn't be more than just a couple fatalities. Maybe one at best. As USP and pistol, and the USP and Glock duel in the second round in window. This is chaotic. Ryle's still making headway out B. He'll drop. And this is the most normal eco round you'll ever see.
Ooh. Yeah, no problem. YVRO will hold on. 4 players alive, very nice, and they can really get themselves going now. First gun round, and suddenly it's 8-all. How do you think Dragon, like, did you see much of Dragon on Medisport? I feel like I've only covered like 1 or 2 games of him on Medisport. I just did not see much of that team with him on it, which is obviously a bit of a shame because that was his chance internationally.
Yeah, same really. Like I did that Medisport side when they went for the international. Like they didn't even I don't know. I swear I never saw them play anything, but then they were. They were making playoffs in CCT. They did attend LANs, but they were losing in a lot of those LANs. Yeah, I can't really say I actually saw much or any of him on the Metasport, just because I didn't see much of Metasport. But while we were saying that, you're talking about the first gun round. If it goes their way for TNC, it's like boom, 8-8.
Well, it did.
And yeah, that instant domination.
Yeah, I like the setup in under, right? I mean, look, I've been critical in the past about how that setup under can look when you've got the AWP on the angle and no rifler support. That time they had rifler support. Sure, you can still get owned when you have a T-player wide swing that angle, but both of them hit their shots, and everything else fell into place without any issue whatsoever. And even though we talked up Tomoko as being the main man for TNC, as a guy that can maybe put some numbers in, he hasn't had to. Everyone else has, which is a good sign.
Ooh, that's an opening kill on B. Big nade, though. And Tomiko at range is able to bring one down. AVN got brought even lower. He gets a tag, extra utility damage. And it looks like in response to that one frag, there shouldn't be too much else. And as I say that, it's now a 2v2 and the bomb can get planted. Okay, this is an exciting round. Kindo's picked up an M4, and Dragon is passing Adrian in the smoke to also collect his own M4. They have potentially missed an opportunity to get the bomb down. That's maybe the issue for me of like they had the bomb on the site where they could safely plant, but now they might get more than just that measly plant. They might get a whole round one as Adrian needs to step up for a 1v2. They don't know where he is. He knows one's towards bench and he's sneaking around. No one spotted him just yet. He's got a long way out of market onto this bomb site. You're never expecting him to be here of all places. So if this bomb goes to get planted now, he could really just be in a position to kill both of them. And Dragon could flank him, but he's not going to go around that far. Adrian should be able to deny the bomb being planted, doesn't, and then dies as well.
Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, he didn't have really much choice there, Adrian. He had to try and take one of the two duels. Obviously, he was already aiming at the bomb planter. One when the second player in Kindo faced, and ideally you'd want to try and kill the player who's not planting first because that player doesn't have his gun out, right? Oh, sorry, that player does have his gun out, so you want to try and kill him before you kill the bomb planter who doesn't have his gun out. But yeah, not possible. In the end, probably a deserved round for XZ10. I don't know why Tomoko was so insistent on throwing his utility into apartments. You know there were still players there, bro. You got 2 kills in the round, fair enough. You did your job against the anti-eco, really, or the anti-partial buy. But at the same time, he did again take a lot of damage by just being so insistent in throwing his util in toward the apartments when he didn't need to. So keep your gun out in those scenarios, I think. Play a bit safer when your teammates aren't in position yet. And it will cost them. Kindo with a good clutch. 4v4 to follow in the round after. Kindo and Adrian down already. Enough for 2 players who were alive in that situation in the previous round.
Ooh, nice openings from Wyvro. Joffo spotted. Looks like that success could just be a flash in the pan for the T side. Tapping away is Ryle, though. He gets one, but then gets pounced on. 2 players peek him. I'm not sure if Wyvro... Okay, it makes a bit more sense. I was like, damn, that's... arrogant is maybe the word from Wyvro. To just swing out with a USP. But it was to bait in his players who are pushing from short and also window. So it makes sense. He got the information and now sets up Tomiko and Mari for a pretty easy round, you'd imagine, especially with AVN just being dinked in one of those duels. And it's Mari to clean up the rest as Tomiko just kind of clocked Trav. He's on 6 kills.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, he just had not had a good start to the game, but all of his other teammates are just carrying him through it right now. Tomiko is the player we kind of been talking up as the guy to be the one, to be a bit more firepower, prominent on this team. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes in time. I know everyone else is playing well, which is the important thing. 5 for XZ10 after a little tack pause is partial-ish.
Okay, so You win on the Tech 9s, can't win on the rifles. Still, though, because of that major lead they had, X0 Tenacity still around to the good. Ryle fast into com. He has just run past Malawi.
Okay.
Everyone else is dying, though, and Malawi also makes noise, but he's able to get a kill coming back through the smoke. Bombs B, though. So despite all of this chaos on the A bomb site, Kindo and Chofo will be looking to get the bomb planted, but Mari has other ideas. Respotted on the back of the bomb site. Chofo needs to get this kill, and he needs to get it pronto, as not only is AVN coming over, but so are the CT side rotations. Back to the 2v2 as Mari finally does fall. AVN's got out of apartments, and he was trying to hold for Wyvro as he came out of market, but misses maybe that opportunity, or has AVN spotted him? It looks like AVN just caught a glimpse, as now Malawi has been plunged into a 1v2 or baited out, and it's AVN to support his teammate marvelously.
Pistols being the issue for TNC really in this one, aren't they? I mean, I'm not going crazy, right? If XZ10 won a gun round, the 2 rounds they've won on the T side are partial buys, right? So, yeah, it's that's proving to be their main course of pain right now for TNC. And XZ10 doing a good job in these rounds, don't get me wrong, but some of the positioning for TNC is really confusing to me. Like, again, Mary just feels like he's so uncomfortable once he knows he's been seen on the B bomb site. And it's like, bro, just commit to an angle and don't start floating around like that. I understand you need to be mobile, but that was just like... the position he shifted into, it was always going to be spotted by a T player. And then, of course, Wyvro, who I think it was who rotated in next, plays empty pillar for some reason and stomped his way in without a care in the world, pretty loudly. And obviously, AVM was going to flank him with the P250 from the bench, having heard that. So, yeah, just giving up kills very, very easy, way too easily for TNC against these sort of gun rounds, sorry, these sort of partial buy rounds. And that is really the main thing that puts XZ10 in a really good position in this game now, because if they win this round, which is not looking to be easy, if they win this round, they're going to be on 11-8 with TNC on no money. But they have got a 4v3 here to the CT side.
This is a crazy opener. And I'm not sure how much of a fan I am of Ryle making this space out on B, because his teammates are so far away from him. Malawi's able to claim the headshot, and Joffo's just charging to maybe take the M4 away, as there's 4 players all around him now. There's a rifle on the ground in apartments, and I'm not really sure what the plan is here for Choffo, as he should have spotted everyone by now. He's going to get overwhelmed, and then Dragon's coming over. What was the plan in that 3v4? If they just grouped up and played together, they would have a much better chance of winning, instead of Ryle and Choffo just doing that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, look, maybe it was time for XZ10 to win one of these two. Sorry, for TNC to win one of these buys themselves, because XZ10 have already found 2 of these partial buys. Full force for TNC will go their way with not much, and it puts them back into the game, that's for sure. And yeah, like another example is being picked off. A couple of players being picked off early in awkward scenarios. Like MP9 pushing ramp on a random timing, catching off another who is hugging the T-spawn wall. Opportunities arise to really push the issue, and XZ10 couldn't figure it out. And yeah, no like steadfast plan, it felt like, when they're in that 3v4, like you were saying, when they could have just grouped up and just went for something together. They could have easily still recovered the round.
Throughout all of this kind of tumultuous events, X0 Tenacity still have the round lead. They just still always been like somehow keep themselves ahead. And this round is looking pretty good, despite Wyvro getting 2 in connector. A very scrappy mid-duel, but the brawl comes out in favor of the T side, as now AVN, Ryle, and Kindo, they are going to group up. They are going to play together, and they are going to go hit this B bomb site, but it's a crazy gamble stack from TNC.
Oh,
Not
dear.
only is Mari still here, but Malavi's rotated in. And will they expect someone to be in this angle? No way, Jose. He goes 1 for 1. And now it's the two AWPers head to head. Ryle is wielding that big green. And he knows where Malari is. Does Malari realize that Ryle's in apartments? 25 seconds left. Time is of the essence. As the AWPer swings out and nails the quick scope.
Real big kill there for Ryle. That's one of those where like gives you all the confidence in the world when you're kind of playing one of your first games at this level, right? Very happy for him that he's able to hit that. I don't mind how he plays it either. You could tell he was a little bit hesitant and a little bit unsure of just what to do, and you know, so many ideas going around his head, I'm sure. But in the end, he was like, okay, make sure you peek with your gun out. See where the bomb is, take 5 seconds to realize what's going on, process it. He did, and thankfully for his sake, Malari offered up the fight. Thankfully, he hit it. Mary will follow up on Kindo in the following round to get a quick 5v4. But this is again one of these must-win rounds for TNC, because if they'd lose it, 12-9 to XO10 with no money, and maybe they are going to once again win with the MP9s.
There's no ounce of normality here. Again, everyone's in and around the same bomb site. Very good idea that someone is on default, but AVN is able to creep past Dragon. Not sure what he's doing in middle. If he was top con, this round would have been completely different, but now he has to win up a 1v2, which he has no chance of doing. And this game, just no one can seem consistent going into the back nine.
They're going to the back nine, exactly. It might be a back 12, but I prefer using that term because golf is fun.
Exactly.
Look, this is it, low-key, Freddie. This is exactly the kind of game I was expecting. Messy, scrappy, teams that don't even have like a full 5 yet. It just even reading about it and looking into it before we went live, it's like, well, a game like this where you know they're still trialing new players and still just don't know their full roster yet. It's like, well, more often than not, you get messy games like this, and it is that way. Losing to pistols, losing to partial buys, XZ10 not feeling like they're trying to hurry to the finish line in a couple of these occasions as well. Yeah, it's pretty poor overall from both, but XZ10 are the ones that are going to have to take the pain now, because I was saying that TNC will be on a full eco if XZ10 win that round and go up 12-9, and would mean that TNC will have to buy up 5-7s, and that's pretty much it. As it is now, the path to 11 all is free, and we're guaranteed the full 24.
The game is on par for now. And it looks like that lead that Zero Tenacity have just always held on to, I think it's now going to be slipping. Surely this is the round where TNC bridge that gap. They go 11-11. And they'll be trying to come out their map pick on the front foot, going on to a Dust 2 that's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I feel like at the moment there's been a lot of missed fairways. Ready.
Ooh.
Game.
We're in the bunkers.
Yeah. And the sound saves haven't been too bad.
I'd say remarkable, if anything, actually.
Yeah. There's been a couple of those. Even this is a bit dangerous. I mean, Malawi's been caught with the AWP. All of a sudden, there's an AWP in play for the
They've
team
seen
side.
Tamiko and Ladder.
They've seen Tamiko and Ladder. They can shift up toward him, and now he's been seen by the connector watcher from Ticket. But Kindo has found the kill on Tomika. Are we really going to win a full Glock round here? Surely not, TNC.
There's two-way. There are two-way.
There are two-way. There's one round, which I think is totally fine.
They've literally
one.
all got Glocks.
Bomb plant really can't come through unless it's AWP quick scopes him, and there we go. So no chance for the plant. Adrian will deal with it. No problem. I say no problem. There was a big problem, but they fixed it.
Yeah. I'd still, though, be potentially cautious of the ramifications of a round like that. Because if X0 Tenacity win this now, what's TNC's money going to be like for the final round? Or even this round? Like, Adrian drops over. Tamiko can get a drop from Mari. So, yeah, like, if Exo and Tenacity are able to just do what they did, but with rifles, then they should have a round 24 that's like in the palm of their hands. But that's also been the hard ones we've seen to get past. So it's 11-11. TNC, far from comfortable, but it is an even scoreline for now. And it's the first time that it feels like we've been at an even scoreline for a very long time, actually, in this game, as it has just been going back and forth and back and forth.
Yeah.
That's the first time. So it went, 3 times it went back and forth. 4 times, I suppose. So it's a deadlock that only has just kind of been broken now.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the buy for XZ10 to get all the utility they need is not perfect. Thankfully, Dragon was able to grab one of those M4s in that 4 o'clock round, so he can afford everything. 3 Galils around the AK on Kindo. And here's the most important round of the game. 11-all. Don't forget, this is the decider match in this group for Thunderpick EU1. If you lose, you are out. If you win, you are through to that next stage in the elimination bracket against the invited teams like Acend, Johnny Speeds, OG, CYBERSHOKE, TDK, among others.
There's some strong teams in there, but there's also some beatable teams. And right now, TNC are looking like the team to beat, as they should be claiming 12, as this gun round is just being flawless. So all of that hype and anticipation has really just gone down the drain, as the storm is brewing, but I feel like it's a fatal storm, one that's going to uproot their livelihood.
Yeah, I get it. Look, also, you have to consider the previous results for XO Tenacity. That's the reason why TNC, even though this is not their favourite map, they picked into it. XO10 have lost their Nuclear Tigers, Young Ninjas, Just Players, Lazer, ASTRAL, and Just Players again. Quite convincing losses at that, and they beat a Lebanese team 13-11.
French-Lebanese, wasn't it?
A French-Lebanese team, and which included, I think it's a women's team. So,
I think it was so it's Julie's
team.
Monkey to Julie.
Yes, women's team. Maybe she was the only women player.
I think she
team,
was.
though.
So they got their VRS rank from like a French LAN.
Okay.
So Amanek was playing.
Yes, I remember that. Never mind. Yeah, you're right.
Which is fun.
Yeah.
And then French Lebanese squad. What a don't think
and to only beat them 13-11 kind of says a lot. I think we're going to maybe see the answer of that coming through here, because Tom Mako is now finally delivering 2 great kills from him. Kindo, nice kill on the trade, and he's digged another one, by the way.
No way.
Surely not. Wyver will reface top mid, but just misses the bomb on the retreat. So, look, the main thing that's going in TNC's favour is, firstly, they've read the rotation to B, and Kindo and Chofo haven't managed to find an upgrade yet.
Yeah, Mac 10 Deagle, and the Mac 10 gets caught off guard from that fast rotation. Kindo was holding the cross, but Wyver had already crossed over. And this is an impossible round to be winning out. He's already hit some nice shots. I actually kind of would like to see a replay of those shots, because it felt like they were pretty tasty. Regardless, what is tasty is TNC gobbling up their map pick. Last time these two teams faced off in the group stage, TNC had to forfeit Mirage because they didn't show up on time. So now they'll be going on to Dust 2 with a much more even playing field.
Yeah, and that is the map that we know is the wheelhouse pick for XZ10, right? So that's the one we know they had in the Vita that they're going to be confident in they can win again, and win at 13-2 last time out. Sure, maybe TNC were hurried and rushed last time because of that forfeit, as you say. I think it was Nuke that they had to forfeit, with Mirage would have been decided on that first time around. But yeah, like 13-2 maybe isn't representative because of that, because of how TNC were on that day, just being rushed into playing and not being ready. So yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. I am a little bit more confident in XZ10's Dust 2, but after I have seen how messy it was there, you know, it doesn't really fill you with a whole world. Neither of these teams, unfortunately, fill you with a whole world of confidence, which is the issue, right? So we'll have to see how they go on Dust 2 coming up next. We'll see you in about 10 minutes for that. Live for map 2 between XZ10 and TNC, a very back and forth, strange map 1 where it felt like both teams really weren't on their game. And XZ10 are going to need to be on their game. They want to stay alive in this tournament coming up right now on Dust 2.
This should be 3 maps. XZ10 should win on Dust 2. A lot of that, though, is shoulds. That's kind of the operative word, right? Last time these two teams faced, it was dubious circumstances, but it was a 13-2 victory for the Serbian side. And TNC on this map have been very hit and miss, being owned, but then owning the next day. So it feels like it's really just kind of a whole mixed bag of results. This, though, is Zero Tenacity's bread and butter. Even when they do lose, it's to the likes of Fnatic in overtime. They should be in a good position to close out this map if they will do all the things correctly. And this pistol round so far is madness. Kindo is just alone on A, killing everyone, while the rest of his teammates walk out onto the B bomb site. Ryle's going to be able to catch Malawi off guard. Mari spotted in CT, and Kindo's just going to play his life now and be a bit of a nuisance and make sure that this retake is not possible in any sense of the meaning. Nice flash, nice execution. And
nice,
Wyvro, yeah, that was really lovely. Very just risk minimalized as Wyvro on low HP. He was never going to make too much of that, as it's a funky pistol round, but it's one that goes their way.
Yes, very funky indeed, but they do manage to figure it out pretty well there, I'd say. And yeah, the flash into CT was lovely, just to guarantee that kill. And the main thing that is nice about that one is that it dropped that kit and smoke in middle, so there was never any chance of winning the round at any point. That was on the floor. Force from TNC is significant. 2 scouts actually in play here with the double MP9 and 5.7. So we've seen how both these two teams have definitely struggled against these forces with supposedly worse weaponry. But this is round where it changes a little bit. Unfortunately for Adrian, Dragon is ahead of the play. Let's go into the second and get caught, but they're already up long, and there's lots of damage done to these two players on site. But again, awkward. Look at the scout tags coming through here. Ral down to 47, Kindo on 29. Tamiko has not been able to be removed yet. Finally, Kindo is forcing his way up. He hasn't got any bullets left. Might not matter because Ral's doing the damage. MP9. AVN had to get that one, and just about did. Now, long flank for Mary, still very doable because both these players are low. He's now seen the first player on car, and immediately he'll get the burst in, make it a 1v1. AVN has cancelled the bomb plant and wants to hold the line at long range against the MP9, but the MP9s can connect the headshot, and once again, the force goes the way of the team who is forcing. He knows that middle.
Yeah. This is shades of Mirage, right? Just this back and forth. I think it was 7 rounds in a row where no team could get a consecutive round. And here on the force buy, it looks like Dragon did drop over that AK to Kindo as he has no armor. So unfortunately, that goes down pretty much immediately. I like the idea. I like the thought process. Smoke Xbox, walk through mid. It just doesn't go exactly his way as Adrian's able to pluck him off. It does get collected though by AVM, so the AK is still in the mixture, and it's now 2 Tech-9s, an AK, and a Scout as their final bit of utility. This smoke is going to be used mid to B as 3 players are going to try to go through tunnels, and AVN will be solo in mid. Adrian and Wyvern, though, they're looking to hunt him down. They want to get this kill and then just instantly pivot back towards the B bomb site, where the 3 are just going to be spewing out into Mari's crosshair.
Very nice. Yeah, that was a good little bounce between the 3 there. Very well making a triple kill. Now it's their turn to finally get a bit of relaxation, a bit of R&R. They're the one who won the force. They're going to get the reward. Could be a full eco. Great work from very early game in this particular map. 3-1 will be incoming.
Do you have much faith in this going 2-0, or are you kind of in the same mind as me of like, yeah, it should be a 3-mapper?
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be a 3-mapper. As I said earlier, I'm not willing to hold that previous result that TNC had against XZ10, that 13-2 loss, with too much weight, considering that was a series where they didn't show up in time, probably were rushed. So, yeah, maybe it's a situation where they can. Oh, they're already going to be looking better here. They're going to better that result straight away. But they are very hit and miss on the map. I mean, they've beaten Mana, lost to Sashi. They've beaten Rebels and Clutch Chain, lost to GenOne 13-2. Beaten Ursa 13-4, not a bad result. So yeah, very
I mean,
up
it's like
and down.
it's a very good result being an Ursa team like that.
It is. They are pretty like, no. You can tell it's an unpredictable, inconsistent team, though, with the results they're getting. Which is why maybe they haven't found their full 5-man lineup yet, which is why it is an unpredictable lineup, let alone an unpredictable team.
The Glocks. Oh, can bomb get planted? Ah, so close. No bomb plant. Okay, this is a gun round that I think this is a very interesting gun round to see our theory come into action. Because TNC, they have broken away early on, despite losing the pistol. And it's looked pretty dominant and good so far for them. But now in this gun round, Tamigo gets caught off on long. Wyvro, similarly, they try to throw a molly to clear out the blue box, but if that had gone to tunnels, it would have been a completely different story. Malawi tries to get an aggressive peek in tunnels. He is unsuccessful. He is still alive, though, as everyone else around him falls on every single side of the extremity. And that long pop for X0 Tenacity couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, we're feeling a bit more comfortable now. Nice play from Malawi. Trying to creep through that smoke to make Kindo. We'll give him a surprise. But I think saving the op is still going to be difficult because look how far forward Dragon is here. He's hearing him stomp in, but this is a very, very hard shot to hit with an AWP. Yeah, he just doesn't know what to do here, right? For a second, Dragon thought he was inside that smoke, but he knows he's not. Oh, he's holding on brilliantly. Okay. So, even though Dragon was so far forward there on the hunt, Malawi is going to keep the AWP in play because it would be silly for Ryle to throw his rifle away, especially when they haven't built up any money at all on the T side. So, I don't know why on earth Ryle just mollied midway up long. What did he throw that for? Pick up an incendiary? Why do you want an incendiary over a molly, bro? Why are you doing housekeeping?
Now he can't buy a mollo because he's kept an incendiary. He wouldn't have any money anyways, but it's actually crazy. Like when you, I know this is obviously a sign that's been around for a long time now, the change in Incendiary and Molotov, but like it's so still kind of crazy to me, just like how useless the Incendiary is. And when you're a CT side and you pick up a molly, you're like, oh my god, I've got the Holy Grail.
I know. It's always. I don't think that's the first time I've ever seen a player throw away a molly for an incendiary. I think
it's just 40 chests, and I just don't think you understand it, Trav. Like you're just not on the same like wavelength. You know, this is just
clearly
such you know high level strategies. Clearly.
Yeah, clearly. What I do like is that TNC are throwing in the level up immediately, right?
It's fun.
They know that they're technically underdogs to win this map, even though you could argue it's a bit of a 50-50. So they want to try and add as much power on these buys as quickly as possible. A double walk short, gets a bit of dink midge. Surely Agent will get the kill in the end, and he does, but Ryra pushing in to help has pushed in to help a bit too aggressively. So Adrian will be forced away with that utility, but XZ10 get a 2-for-1 to recover it into a 3v3.
Yeah, issue is now they don't have much utility. So they have a smoke and mollo. Smoke's going to be used mid to B as they're going to try and pivot over towards that part of the map. Choffo is going to be left in mid to lurk. Is he going to get caught around that nade as it pops? No, he doesn't. And he's just staying alive. He's being a bit of a nuisance right now as Malawi misses the AWP shot coming through that smoke. Mari, though, on the bomb site, still doing great work. Choffo, it's even better in mid, though. That is a simply ridiculous kill through the smoke as X0 Tenacity doubled down despite it being a kind of different roster with Dragon, Ryle. They're still looking good on the gun rounds here on Dust 2.
Yeah, that was dirty from Choffo. A few bullets being put through the smoke to try and distract him, to give Mary any sort of chance when he was being cornered on the B-bomb site, and the distraction didn't work all too long, did it? Domed through the smoke by Mr. Choffo. I still think Choffo is one of the more reliable players in the server today. You always know what you're going to get out of him. Can we remove the technical pause from the top of our screen, please? I believe this is a live round.
DNC hope it's probably not.
True. Someone's got a chance for a play here, but it's a good reaction from Ryle. Triple kill for him for confidence. A good kill from Wybro, but Choffer, I think, has headshot him 3 times through that door. So, going to be an easy hold on.
And that's the T side now taking their lead back. I think when we talk about how good this side is on Dust 2, there's always the stipulations of like, okay, it's not the same roster that we might have seen before. Ooh, pass that back to Ryle. Chopo. I think best put in other hands. Okay, he does get 2 kills still against the Eco as TNC try to just kind of swarm long. Right idea, just doesn't quite go their way.
Squeak.
Did you hear that?
Yes. Was that your chair?
No, it was my mic stand. I just kind of twisted it so it was pointing more at me.
Yeah, mine does that sometimes. Don't worry.
I mean, why don't we have the €150 like boom arm from Rode? Is it?
Well, actually, I do have an arm, but it's obviously a bit of a cheaper alternative.
Yeah, same. I have a like Amazon boom arm 30 quid type beat. You know?
Yeah. To be fair, what's really cool, I thought that this would break so much quicker than it has. I've had this mic and this setup with the arm for probably like over half my career. The mic I've had my whole career. The arm I've had for like over half of it. So like that's 3-4 years of the same setup, but it's just not breaking. So I'm quite proud of it.
I'm technically on my 3rd arm mic, just because. Also, I like boom arm, just because like I've just moved country so often. It's something that I can't really warrant putting in a suitcase. You know, it's like €30. I'll just buy a new one when I change country type thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all the same stuff for me as well, and yeah, I'm not gonna. There's no need for me to go full, 200 quid Sennheiser broadcast headset. So I think mine just sounds better, low-key.
My funnily enough, my friend got the his girlfriend for Christmas got him the Cloud 3s, and he says that they are so astronomically worse than the Cloud 2s.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, we got a peek behind the curtain as Kendo got the kill.
That was pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got Cloud 3s, so they're so astronomically worse than the Cloud 2s. So sometimes you don't need an upgrade. But Z10, they're looking pretty. I mean, this is what happened on Mirage, right? Like, they kind of lost those early few rounds, and then they came on the guns, looked really dominant, and we were like, wow, it's going to be a really dominant map from them. And then they couldn't hold it together in the second half. So I'm a little bit cautious kind of watching this Z10 side right now, and just being like, how is it going to be going into the later rounds? Because right now they're looking really dominant. They're getting the right reads. They've got the right ideas. It's looking like really clean.
Mary's actually doing quite a good job of trying to keep his AK here. Scrambling around.
Job.
Yeah, even the incendiary on the corner of the window to block off that position and still play up there unpredictably. Yeah, I don't hate it. He's 13-5. Unfortunately, they're 3-6 behind.
Okay, so with that save weapon, they're actually going to invest quite a lot into this. We're at that point of the half where it's like, we've got to get rounds on the board. So, Ort back out for Malawi, for Mass, 2A1Ss, and Mari on that AK. He's having, as you said, a really good time. Wyvero's been stepping up to a decent level. He was the star player of Mirage for TNC. So maybe they need to just kind of unlock these kills in a meaningful way.
Oh, hello. And goodbye to Mary this time. Dragon, that's some of the entry work we want to see. Very clean. And it feels like XZ10, like, they can actually just fall back on their firepower a little bit more on this map now. Like, they're making good calls, and they're just relying on their players to get the kills happen, to secure the round off the bat. And, yeah, Chofo still lurking around as well, could be causing a lot more issues. Finally removed by Malawi, but going to be well in control. As we said, you know, Freddy, 3 maps seems incredibly likely. Didn't think maybe it would be as clean as this, as TNC could have a good start to the game, but yeah, now nothing is working for them really.
These are very dominant rounds as well. Like, they're changing up the pace, they're changing up where they're going. This is, yeah, really one-sided. It's looking like after TNC went 3-1 up, we're winning that second round for Spy. And they're just buying into every single round, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? They know they're on the back foot. There's still 4M4s available. Sure, no AWP, but you just want to get a handle in the game. I get it.
Well, utility is for losers. Minute and 10, and they only have 2 smokes, 2 flashes. But Adrian will get some nice tags onto Dragon. As Z10 are kind of angling right now for an A finish. Putting pressure on mid. As Adrian falls, this is then going to allow Z10 to keep Mari and Wyvro just exactly where they want them on B, hit A, and have only 2 players here, and also activate Chofo on the lurk when time is needed. So Malawi and Tomiko need to stand tall, and Tomiko goes 1-for-1. Malawi is able to get a kill, but Chofo should activate. He's taken a long time, though. And Malawi finds 2. Ryle's AWP is firing on all cylinders, and Chofo just comes through way too late. They expect the flank to come in because of how late it is. This Tech 9 of Ryle, though, he's on for the ace, and unfortunately slips at the final hurdle. 15 HP, and the new sub would have had his superstar moments.
He would have, unfortunately not yet, but yeah, that was a great attempt. Up to 11 kills in vain to win the round, but obviously it was all down to that one final bullet with both players being 1 bullet from death in that one. Nice try. Actually, attack coming through for XZ10 off the back of that. Want to try and confirm an 8-4 half.
Unfortunately for TNC, having that round come in as the first out of 7, it's kind of just like, you know, it's taken a while. And it's also just one player getting a really individually, like doing well individually. And I think Chofo just, unfortunately, not really identifying when he should have gone a bit faster. So TNC, they could still angle for a 5th, but 4-8 what they got on Mirage, and we saw what they were able to do with that, but Dust 2 is a different kettle of fish.
Different box of frogs, as my good friend Matt would say.
Box
Our
of
good friend.
frogs.
Yeah, that's become a thing for a couple of years now. Lurk smoke on Bs, and of course some issues here for Wyvro, and especially for Mary. MP7 actually goes 1-for-1, but the Mary position gets exposed. He had to check middle and got destroyed at a random timing. And that just shows you like a little bit of a layer there from XZ10. Their fast speed plays have been good, but that one being able to pop one player at middle and just create that extra issue for the window player to worry about made such a big difference, right? I mean, TNC had no chance to hold on to that one, and B has been a weak point for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty impossible retake as well. AVN's playing around the smoke, and he just walks through and claims them both. That was... He's doubled his kills by doing that. That is a crazy play to be making on 2 kills at the half. But hey, fortune favors the brave.
Yeah, he knew the round was over anyway, right? So may as well have some fun with it. See if he can actually get a couple of kills to end off the half. A bit of confidence for himself. No way he'd lose that. Or they would lose that. XZ10 up to 8-4. Last time these two teams played, when it was that 13-2 that we've been talking about, it was a 10-2 half for XZ10. So... two better off this time for TNC. Progress.
Progress, baby. Progress. But Chofo blows up all of that progress with 2 kills on Tomiko and Wyvro in the pistol round. Serbian side looking to try and find both pistols on their map pick. Send us to a nuke as a decider. Mari identified still in mid, but it's Malawi and Adrian with the bomb in their midst that they should be looking out for on long. Mari's done a good job at just keeping their attention. So this bomb should get planted. It's just that post-plant that might be near impossible. Mari, a kill here would go so far, but Ryle's having a really great time on this map. Unfortunately, just doesn't get dunked. Doesn't expect Malawi and Adrian to be on the bomb site with the bomb, but now it's Adrian who is all by himself. Prematurely throws a flashbang out from Goose. gets cold feet, and all 4 players are coming from the exact same positions. There's no ability to isolate Jules, as Choffo, who started off this round with 2 kills, will end it off.
Yeah, unfortunately that flash was, as you say, a bit premature. It's the common lineup, the one to kind of like pop in the tree so you can barely see it, and usually you get blinded from it. But yeah, it was only the goal around in the end there for TNC always felt like it was only the plant and try and get some sort of purchase in round 2 of the half rather than having to full eco. XZ10 will be looking to put a stop to that full eco, go up 10-4 to make that 11-4 with a full eco to follow. Got to beat the Deagle. 2 Mac-10s, a Scout and a Goodell to begin with first. Good moves from XZ10 on that pistol. Yeah, he's a little bit late on long, making that already, and well, Chopper is very lucky to be alive. Adrian really going to continue to press the issue on the corner of this smoke. That's pretty bold, pretty brazen. There are 3 cities around the side, but why do you expect him to already be up? Now you're ready for it, because they see him toward car. The Mac-10's already on the ramp, that is all he can react to. All of a sudden I see no way they'd be able to recover from here. I say that. I mean, another good kill from AVN and Choffo, a piece to get a couple of kills back. And look how low Adrian is. He then goes for the smoke as a dead man walking, though. There was no need for that so soon. You could play time on that one. Choffo had a defuse kit. Didn't need to throw a life away. And now they have not just thrown a life away, thrown the round away.
What's it with Zero Tenacity winning pistol rounds on Dust 2, then losing the second round? That 4v3 looked pretty secure, right? But then the fact they're able to run down that Gandalf player, Mari picks up an A1S, but it's just Adrian who gets that final kill that puts the nail in the coffin. Mari will die on the exit, so Drag can be able to at least minimize the purchase into the next round. But Adrian and Wyvro both save primary rifles, as this game is far from done for X0 Tenacity. As they still have a 4-round lead, they still should be quite comfortable, but mistakes like that could cascade.
Yeah, might not be plain sailing just yet. Some basic mid control for TNC to begin the round, up toward mid and short. Choffo boosted on AVN with the M4. Choffo's been having a good game again. Probably one of the most reliable players you could wish to have on XZ10 at the moment. Maybe if he's like the out-and-out most talented, I think you'd understand that comparison. Dragon will get caught by Mary. Kindo close along with the 5-7. Very good position for him to be in. Bomb does seem like it's retreating back up middle to go long late with the split towards short. So XZ10 are definitely out-positioned at the moment.
This could be a big situation indoors. Like, does Kindo go overlooked? Whoa! They clear him, but they still fall. 2 spicy kills on the 5-7, and Choffo is also able to eliminate Malawi in mid. So now it's just a 2v3. This was a round that TNC were primed to be winning, but a single 5-7 could be their demise. Bomb will get collected, tossed over to Adrian. He's going to tap in those digits as Choffo comes from short. He's going to be joined by AVN in due course. And Ryle staying in CT. Choffo's got that kit, so keep an eye on where he is going to be going. Maybe if he dies quite deep, it will be unretrievable. Adrian peeks out, gets a dink, but information on 2 on short. Where is Mari? He's playing a pretty deep angle, and unfortunately, he's not even going to be able to really play as his teammate falls prematurely. and that is a very easy retake after the heroics from Kindo.
Yeah, just purely relying on individual ability there for TNC, right, to try and drag them through that after plant, and you just can't really do that, I think, in that sort of scenario in a 2v3. Like, I understand it is a case of just play the 50-50 of jiggling up and down on the default boxes. If you hit the headshot first, then, you know, fantastic. If you don't, it's kind of over. Yeah, I mean, his long teammate couldn't even really get into a position to play off his contact in the end, and AVN just destroys them. So, yeah, that didn't hold up much hope for that one in the end. As Adrian was taken down so low. Shot.
That is spicy. Four v4 off those mid engagements. TNC have favored, unsurprisingly enough, the weaponry over the utility into a round like this. They could have a good timing out on B though. AVN's pretty solo. And if they isolate this ASAP, he could be in a world of hurt. How? What? AVN had 2 kills, by the way, in going into round 12. And he's been playing, like, absurd since that point. I don't understand how he gets 2 kills there. And this should be a possible retake solely because of his 2k.
Yeah, they can now throw Kindo in for information and try and trade with Ryle and Chopper to the best of their ability. There we go. Unfortunately, going through window never usually works out for you. So, Libro's going to hold on with the Tech 9 as well, even though he's on 11 HP. They had time to maybe put a player in tunnels there. They had time to decide to throw a player through the door at a different timing to make that retake more possible, and they just kind of assumed that with one-man advantage they'd be able to trade their way in. That is not how the bomb site works. 2v3s are always T favoured if the T has 2. So, yeah, they're going to get caught there, which is a bit unfortunate, and that means that it's a chance now for TNC to build back into the map, because Acend are on a full force. Twin 4s, FAMAS, 5-7s. That could give them a chance to get to what would be a 8-10 scoreline, but maybe not.
You can't make this game up, can you, or this series? It's like the amount, like, and Wyvro's just lost 40% of his HP going through that molo. There's just an inability to close out rounds where you have the advantage. Okay, Molo's going to land on AVN and he gets out. Of course he does. Surely he doesn't get anything more. Like, he's alone. Okay, AVN finally does fall. But the AK he dropped has been passed into Joffo's hands. And the City side have taken full control of mid tunnels and short. So they've got 3 players on the A-bomb site. And Ryle, just not wanting to commit, is staying in mid in case TNC retreat. But they're going to be committing up onto this site into the belly of the beast. And I'm not sure when they crack open that can of worms, they're going to be able to get out on the other side. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Wyvro catches a nice timing, but it's only for 1. Malawi now, not to be mixed up with the African country, Malawi, is in a 1v2 where Ryle, he's already started to push in from behind. This should be the round-winning play, especially because Malawi's taken so long, so that FAMAS will do justice. And it's, again, back and forth, but Exo Tenacity have such a mighty lead, it always favors them.
Of course, yeah, and you are right, like, it's just such a overall strange game. Mirage has still been stranger than Dust 2, don't get me wrong, but, yeah, just nothing much of these rounds that they should be going some way have been making sense. And to be fair, maybe we should just start expecting that rounds that have, like, you know, 3 M4s and 2 5-7s are just as dangerous as any other round, really. You can see give Acend 10 an opportunity, and just like that, it all falls apart. And watch them win this round with the Scout, double Tech 9, Galil, and Deagle. Somehow stay in the game. If they don't win this round, 12-6, pretty much map over, because they're going to be on a similar buy. Let's see if AVN can hold on. He's been close and got a teammate from back plat, and there we go. Watch them lose the site and lose the round. Go save. See you next round, son.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen a series where we've got 2 maps now back to back where it's like just a team has an inability to win a gun round.
I mean, that's just like, again, it's unfortunate. I mean, like, just Dragon got domed immediately. AVN obviously playing close is never going to get more than 1 with the MP9 from there. So it's like, you losing your site player means the round's almost over, even before AVN even gets a chance to shoot back. It was so obvious. And yeah, I mean, they didn't have a reinforcement there. You could maybe have, if you want to be really nitpicky, you could say, why haven't XZ10 got a 3rd player on B when they know TNC are on a rough buy and they know they've been liking to go for these B pops? I don't know. B is usually the most successful site when you're on a low buy and to at least get a plant, it may be even a round win. And this one was just, well, as easy as pie. So pretty poor setups, really. And TNC will be allowed to stay in the game because of it.
No team has won consecutive rounds in this second half. 6 rounds in. But a 3-man save, X0 Tenacity, is going to work really well in their favor coming into this round, as they still do have a pretty nice purchase. Molo misses, though, from the CT side. And despite Ryle and Choffo being caught off guard in no man's land, they're still going to be able to get the opening kill in this round. Trades out. Choffo needs to be careful. He's dancing and playing with fire.
Oh.
Kindo's going to bail him out, though. Utility being missed all over the shop. But now going into 7 rounds played. No team should have won. No team looks like it's going to be winning a consecutive round unless that headshot from Malawi could have a difference in this round as Dragon pushing through.
Oh my god.
That is a bold maneuver, but one that I suppose favors them.
Yeah, and look, I actually moved to the smoke at the right angle, and even though Malawi was able to get 1 shot off, it was always going to be a hard one to hit. So there we go for XZ10. They do get onto 12 eventually, as I said, and now they're in a great position to try and close this map out. The buy for TNC is pretty similar as it was before. They've got 2 AKs this time. Yeah, the utility support from CT, from Dragon, to get Kindo flashed in toward long there is the main thing that got them that 12. Good teamwork when they were kind of being a little bit overwhelmed in that position. Rotations were very quick.
Okay, this could be it right here for X0 Tenacity. Their map pick, there's an argument they could have done it in 2 with Mirage going in their favor, but they're going to have to do it on a decider. Not the cleanest on their map pick, especially in that second half. 7 rounds, neither side was able to win anything in a row, but the final 2 rounds, consecutive manner for X0 Tenacity, as they, all things considered, on the scoreline, it looks pretty clean. 13-7. Not exactly ever in doubt, but yeah, not like super duper clean. I will say a very good game from Ryle. I think it's really cool to see like a stand-in come in and perform to a pretty decent level. It is AWPing, does too, sure, but I felt like he got most of the rifles on the most kills on the rifle on the T side anyways, and they never had money for an AWP in the second half regardless. So Nuke is going to be our final battleground, Trav.
Yeah, and look, as you say, Ryle coming in, it's decently big shoes to fill as well, because Brute Monster has so much experience playing with this core of players for so many years. And Brute was like, sure, he was hit and miss, but he was decent. Like, he was decent enough to keep his spot, in my opinion. So yeah, it's definitely shoes to fill that aren't easy to fill. But yeah, as you say, first time we're actually going to see Nuke between these 2 teams, because of course last time there was a forfeit in map 1, which meant Nuke was never played, and yeah, we only saw Dust 2 because XZ10 won it 13-2. Today they win it again. Last time that we saw these 2 teams play it was when TNC was still called Los Kogurtos, and it was exactly the same veto, Nuke, Dust 2, Mirage. So last time it was the Polish side winning 13-8. We'll see if that changes, if there's anything kind of crazy. So it was 16-14. Sorry, I read the wrong thing. It was 16-14 for Los Kogurtos last time they played. So we'll see if it's that close again, this time around in the decider after the break.
got it?
Yes, sir. Nuke between TNC and XZ10 already. Straight into the action. No hesitation. It's a rush A. I feel like every single nuke I've casted in the last, like, 6, the T-pistols have been rush A. Either way, there is a reason for that. It's because it's successful. Plant come down for the TNC side, and 3v4 retake is not going to be easy.
No, this feels pretty impossible, actually. For the X0 Tenacity side, looks like TNC should have this one hook, line, and sinker. There's a nice shot from Ryle. He's got Dragon on his flank. But Mari just swings and domes. So, if there was any kind of sense of fear, that's been eradicated as TNC. They all go down with the ship, but everyone dies. But they still win out the round, which is the most important part.
Exactly. No Kevlars to be saved for XZ10. To be saved for anyone. They're going to go for a full eco and try and get the guns out in the third on CT nuke. Not usually the way to go. These close ranges, you would tend to go for the force, and considering the forces have been so damn successful so far in this series, I think that was always going to be an expected result.
Yeah,
Is that
I mean
Lou,
the force. Yeah, he's supposed to be with his mummy.
Yeah.
Evidently not.
Just get him to cast, dude.
Get him to cast. I think he'd spit fire on the mic.
Yeah. Low-key, I'm sure there'll be lots of viewers who prefer to
listen to a dog than us.
Yeah. You didn't need to finish my sentence. You made it sound funnier than it was, to be fair. Yeah, listen to a dog bark than us cast, but there we are.
I mean, are good, I swear.
But so is Lou. Lou's goated.
He is the goat. Some would say.
How is Lou doing at the moment?
How's he doing with the heat? It was a struggle. He when it was really warm yesterday for us, so it was like 30 degrees. Yeah, like he was not having the best of times, but he's a good boy, and we bought him some cooling stuff that came today, so that will be in full effect for the next day.
Is that like? Is it food, or like a cooling pad to lie on or something like that?
So we got him a cooling pad and a cooling blanket, and apparently it all works through like the air.
Okay.
And I don't know how that works, so I unpackaged it actually during the break between these two maps, and I kind of looked at it, and I was just like, am I missing something? I was like,
probably.
It's just a pad.
Yeah. There is like, you know how people have those eye masks with those like gel pads for where.
Oh, yeah.
Feels like that's that sort of thing where you. Just
I have been thinking of actually getting one of those because I use an eye mask, so I was like, that feels like a very intelligent use of funds.
I have been as well recently to try and like improve my sleep in some way, shape, or form. It kind of does when I'm trying to nap during the daytime, but during the night I just still have terrible sleep. So if I'm grumpy, if any of you guys ever see me at an event and maybe I'm a bit grumpier than usual, maybe I've had a bad night and I apologize.
And it wasn't my fault, I swear.
TNC will do a good job to deal with that force in the previous round. They actually managed to go down to a B, get the bomb planted, feel absolutely fine. They forced XZ in a way to save what they had, but in comes the cavalry. There's lots more where that came from. Wyvern's going to peek on an angle and a drive-by slice of a headshot on Ryle. Maybe he should go and play Forza Horizon 6 with that sort of kill. But he's be happy with it, and they're going to take the A-bomb site, and it's going to be all well and good.
Got the full government name in there, Forza Horizon 6.
Yeah, I mean, I bought the game, but I haven't had a chance to play it yet, which is making me sad. So I want to play it. It's come out very recently, yeah.
I did see a clip of OnoPixel being very bad at it.
Yeah, but also having a great time and smiling, which is funny.
That's kind of that's the best thing to be. Like, don't be caring how good you are, just have fun.
Yeah, I mean, you also don't need a wheel to play Forza. Like, I can guarantee
you can use a controller.
I can guarantee you that even using keyboard mouse is absolutely fine. But because it's an arcadey racing game, obviously. But yeah, I'm I actually even bought a Steam controller, by the way. You know that came out recently as well.
They're not recent. They're quite old. They're old enough now.
Well, the new Steam controller came out. The special all singing, all dancing one came out like a week or two ago.
Okay, so what's the point of that then?
It's very cool. That's why that's the reason for it.
Valid.
It's if you look at any reviews about it, people say that maybe it's a tiny bit spenny, but you can use it for literally every single Steam game on Steam. So.
Oh, that's really cool. Okay, that's actually a really cool feature then.
Yeah, and I like it a lot, and I'm going to try and use it when I play Forza for the first time. But
you know what
first,
I like?
I need to do my job and cast the round. Tomoko will rush ramp, get an entry, B site taken. Is it going to be 4-0 off the back of that one kill? Possibly.
I think so, yeah. I mean, rotations are actually pretty good down towards Vent. It's just they're good in the context of his round was over in the first 10 seconds. Bomb, though, doesn't commit down towards B. It's actually going to pivot back over towards A, despite Mari getting the space, dying with the space. They're still going to head over towards that part of the map. And it looks like X0 Tenacity are kind of cottoning on to that fact, especially now with the further contact being taken. It's going to confirm their thoughts even more. I don't know what's happening under heaven. Adrian and Ryle are both low HP, so it seems like they had a bit of a bout. But it is still going to be the advantage for TNC as one of the 3 players coming up from Secret gets caught off guard. And eventually the save will come through. But it is after Tomiko is able to find an extra 2 kills. So Chofo's just completely by himself now. And this save is not looking as luscious as what it once could have been.
Yeah, exactly. Chopper now having to save in Garage. It's definitely not luscious anymore, only having the AK. I mean, they can buy around it a little bit if they want to, but I'd probably imagine just a partial around the AK. But yeah, 4-0 start for TNC. They'll be loving it at the moment. It's an incredibly hard... In fact, no. It's an impossible map to call, this third map decider. Both teams play the map over 30 times in the last 3 months. 36 for TNC, 32 for XZ10. Both of them have pretty decent win rates on it, around the 50% mark. And both of them, across the entire series so far, have been playing incredibly unpredictably and have been losing half buys and partial buys out the wazoo. So it's just impossible to call. 1-for-1 on ramp, due to a TK. But again, pace for TNC is working.
I think if there's one thing I kind of synonymize with this team, it is just pace. Like, if they're playing fast, if they're playing furious, it's going to work out in their favor. And already here, it's a 5-0 start on the T side of Nuke. And these last 2 gun rounds have been pretty much just an email. They've been a formality.
To synonymize means to express a word or concept using a synonym or to link 2 or more terms together as synonyms.
So synonymize, that is right. I think I kind of butchered the pronunciation a bit.
I think you got it right. But
because synonymous is a word, so I was just wondering if there was a plural version.
Yes. The word that's how I would have used it. I would have been like, like TNC are synonymous with playing quickly. That's kind of like how I would have said it. But the way you said it, maybe you Google the word, and it is real, and it does work. So
look at me just trusting in my gut instinct.
Yeah, there you go. It's also difficult to say quickly, so well done.
I got it out there eventually.
Think of all the difficult Counter-Strike names in history to pronounce. Synonymous plays from Ascenthiel and ex-Kaspersky. Oh my god, I did it.
You did it. That was actually you tried to trip yourself up. You were just too good for your own good.
Are we going W key again? Of course we are. Tomoko's on his own this time though. He's dead. Yeah. Too much hesitancy. That's something that I was told by a pro when I had a chance to play with one years and years ago. If you're hesitant, you will lose. And Tomoko was hesitant there. And sure, he may have died anyway, but the shadow advantage gave away his push. AVN should be fine here as well, because if they come out door, he's got them dead to rights. Finally a bit of progress here for XZ10 should be seen, but it's a quick reface from Mary, not with the full body showing. And AVM will get caught. So 3v3, Dragon's got them locked in, but it could still work.
Someone told me once, it's not religion. You don't have to think about it so much. I felt like that was pretty good. Quite profound. But here, the retake is going to be unsuccessful as Ryle. I mean, this is possible, and he puts it in a winnable situation with that kill onto Adrian. Converts over towards the AK. That nade does so much damage onto Mari, and now he isolates him. Coming around the corner, all guns blazing, and he's got it every day of the week. Ryle, he was denied an ace 1v2, I think it was, on the first map. But here, he will be able to come away with riches as he gets what is deserved.
Yeah, I'm really glad he went for it as well. Like, he was in a position where he could definitely have bailed out and saved, but 0-5 down, it's like, look, I kind of have to go for this one. I've got a kit. If I get the kill, I'm going for the 1v1. It'll be an obvious rifle to swap to more often than not, and I can give it a shot. Yeah, the grenade on Mary made him even more squishy. Just a full pre-fire with the AK once he realised Mary was playing behind the A-site silo. Ryle plays that to perfection. Shout out. Might be one of his, his early games in his career at this level where, proper stream, proper commentary. He deserves all the credit. So, you listen to this back, Ryle. Legend.
Big up. Can we get clicks in chat for Ryle?
Wow. You're going to rile him up.
Well, I mean, what a way to get on the board for X0 Tenacity. It is their first round coming at the hands of Ryle, and he's not missing a beat. Onto the AWP in the next round, is able to eliminate Tomiko. And that's a nice opening pick, but he is caught in a bit of a meaty duel as he, in heaven, is just going to get run down. Chofo was in hut, it appears, and despite getting an opening kill, that is a round that just kind of falls apart out of nowhere.
It feels like a couple of these gun rounds have gone this way for XZ10 in this game, unfortunately. They're just losing an opening kill somewhere, and either one, TNC pounce upon that and take the space immediately, and there's no answer back for XZ10, or two, they bide their time a bit, and any sort of attempt for re-aggression or repositioning also gets cancelled out. So right now, nothing's working, and that is an issue and a worry. XZ4 will not be saved. I say that, and he somehow gets both of them. There we go. They've actually got all the kills. Not sure how they managed that, but fair enough.
Hey, it's a 1v3 from Malawi. You gotta take what you can get. And TNC, despite losing the opening kill, it was a pretty easy tap-in from that point onwards. Quite disappointing on that A-hold. Chofo in a aggressive position. Ryle supposed to give him coverage. Kind of none of it works out remotely. And a tactical pause now back into play. As I see if Zero Tenacity might have any bark to the bite of that first round that they were able to win.
What do you mean bite to the bark?
Bite to the bark, yeah.
Yeah, because if the dog's barking and he's got no bite, it's all for show. So he needs to has bite to the bark? Does Lou have bite to the bark? I know you had to go to hospital once.
Yeah, he bit me once when he was really young, but now he's
Okay.
just a beagle that loves to bark. Also, he was whining earlier because he wanted to come sleep next to me.
You should have let him, dude. You should have let him.
I am. He's here.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
He's just.
It's a trio cast, baby. AVN Mini Smoke is about to get destroyed by the nade. Yep, Adrian is going to take that headshot every day of the week. And once again, it's another round, Freddy. Oh, it's also a rough duel for Choffo. Just gets it over the line in the end. But it's another round where an opening kill comes through for TNC. And they're going to try and go off of it. This time, though, it's a little bit disconnected. And that is very evident by how XZ10 with Kindo and Choffo managed to hold on with a bit of help from Dragon and towards Squeaky as well. So, yeah, no chance for Tomoko to swing into a triple peak. And something to build on now for the CP side.
Yeah, it's like when you win that first round and it is just your stand-in, most inexperienced player getting like kind of a nice 1v2 multi-kill in the round, it doesn't fill you with confidence. A round like that does, because it's good rotations and it's good anchoring onto a bomb site that previously had just faltered. So it is a step in the right direction for this CT side, but nonetheless, they are still down 6-2, and this is supposed to be the favored side. So TNC are in a position where any round they get from this point onwards is classed as a massive success.
Oh, AVN. Careful. Careful. Oh, there's a player down the vent. Kindo, careful. It's too late now. And he's got the AK. And AVN has gone down. 3. No.
What can you do, really?
1.5. What can you do? And now the Heaven player's been seen. Ryle has broken his metatarsal. And Dragon has got his skull broken too. So maybe there's going to be no building. The Lego bricks have been thrown out the window. And now you have to contact lego.com support page to find a replacement because you can't complete your build.
Is this coming from a place of hurt?
No, actually, but I did have a sticker sheet missing. So all the pieces, the bricks were there, but I had a sticker sheet in one of my Lego builds missing one, so I had to do that. And they sent it to me for free, to be fair to them. So,
well, yeah, I'd suppose, you know, multi-billion-dollar trillion?
yes,
Trillion?
probably, low-key. Yeah.
It's their mistake. You kind of hope so.
Yeah.
But it's never really a given, is it?
I'm looking at my Michael Schumacher Ferrari, my Ayrton Senna McLaren, and my 2021 McLaren right now. My shelves around my room.
That is a nice rap sheet.
Thank you. I saw there was like a dog Lego the other day, and it looked a little bit like the same colours as Lou. I was going to send it to you, but I forgot. Don't know where it is now.
I mean, right now, yeah, it's just here we go again. TNC, they're looking really dominant. X0 Tenacity doesn't seem like they can break through to save their life. And it's just another round where this T side is super quick.
They're going to go for it. They got kits.
I think they kind of are actually a stage of the game where you just have to.
But they're not. What the helly? Come on, you have a smoke, you got an incendiary, you got flashes, you're 2-7 behind. Why the hell aren't we going for this one, boys? That makes no sense to me.
I think the kind of 2-7 also jumps out to me of like, hey, it's nice that Dragon was able to get that kill on the exit, but that's not really the crux of the matter anymore. It's not economical damage, it's a round on the board, and this has just been a half that's all favored TNC, and funnily enough, this series, you could make an argument that X0 Tenacity should have just actually won it 2-0 to begin with, so you give a bloodhound, an opportunity, a taste of blood,
Yeah.
and they'll run with it.
Yep, the horns are sounding right now. Sirens. Exactly. I don't condone fox hunting, but that is what that sounds like. And Dragon's probably screwed here as well. Can he get multiple? No. Again, fast move toward ramp, and look at AVN, he's in the middle of no man's land. He's always going to be traded every single day of the week, 8 days a week, in a month of Sundays. And once again, it feels like XZ10 are a day late and a dollar short on the rotation. Ryler's burning so much. Oh. Painful to watch right now. They need to kill back quickly, otherwise it's at least a 9-round key half. And that is bucking the trend of all the previous TNC games I've seen. They have a 46 round win percent on their T side in 36 maps. And they're winning this half 9-2.
I mean,
XZ10
this has
CT
been so
side
dominant.
is Link 57.5, and they've actually XZ10 impressively won 40 out of their 64 pistol rounds, which is a lot on Nuke. But
That is a lot.
everything else has gone wrong, I'm afraid.
It's just like no round has really looked competitive, which is kind of the crazy part. Apart from the, not even the first round they won, the second, because the first was the clutch. But yeah, TNC have been super direct, super dominant, super effective. And we ain't playing Pokemon, we're playing Counter-Strike. Only one player saved in the previous. So money, it's not exactly great. The CT side, and despite Kindo taking a nade to the dome early on outside, the opening kill is going to come through from AVN on main, and Kindo still alive, still kicking, still standing, and he's going to use that noggin, which has survived effectively. But Dragon does get caught off in under heaven. Malawi's able to eliminate Kindo, spots AVN, but overreaches. Now Mari plunged into a 1v1 to secure double digits on their T side in the first half, which is a feat that most teams never even really expect to come within reach. But TNC are beating on the door. I do like how AVN's played this though. There's a very high chance Mari might not expect him over towards the red box. Bomber's down in the mouth of Garage, and it's Mari's turn to slow down the pace of this round as he just plants himself in Garage for about 10-15 seconds, makes it uncomfortable for AVN as neither of them spot each other. They're both looking the wrong way, but it's Mari to react quicker, and there is the elusive double digits.
Oh, that's just an incredible half from TNC, and how quick it was, man. Kind of ridiculous. XZ10 just could not live with their pace in any way, shape, or form, and even the close rounds, other than one clutch from Ryle, haven't gone their way. AVN kind of a long way off with that final kill as well. Like he was kind of over to the right of his head when Mary refaced from that corner of garage. Mary backing himself as he so should, going 13-6. It shows you just how many saves that XZ10 have gone for in that CT half. Look at the KDs of TNC.
Look
9
at just
and
the
9,
low kills.
9 and 9, 7 and 6, 5 and 8, 6 and 7. Got taken down on the exit so often, but who cares about that? Who cares about exit kills? You know, when you lose this many rounds, and I think XZ10 are going to look back on that later and say, God, we should have gone for a few more of those.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Though maybe it's Zero Tenacity's time to show some tenacity, as they've got the bomb down in a 5v4. That flashbang is delicious, scrumptious. Can't wait to have that for dinner. And that's round over. Okay, they get a kill. They get a kill. Trav, they get a kill. But that is it. 4v5 post-plant, and they get zilch.
Hashtag cleared. By now they're being hashtag cleared. This is just like nothing to be shown for this map whatsoever for XZ10. That's the kind of thing I was talking about, right? Like, I understand they're in a weird position with their roster too. They're not playing with Brute anymore. They're playing with Dragon instead. But Dragon's a good player, man. Like, he's not a 5'10 KD. What's his current rating? He's a 1.06 rated player right now, but I think he's like a 1.10 sort of rated player. Historically, he's been very good. But yeah, like, if he has a bad day, which he so far is, very middling, who's going to actually stand up and take notice on this team? When I covered them the other day, I think it was a game they lost to just players, maybe. My description of the team was just like they're existing and going through the motions, just to play. They're playing to play, and it really feels like that's the case for me in this entire series. To be honest with you, there's nothing really promising at all, and just existing in like the pool of like 100+ VRS ranked teams at the moment.
There's a few of them hanging around. You could argue that this game is just kind of one of those. And TNC, they are on the road to closing out this third map in a very quick manner, keeping us on schedule despite this going 3 maps. Very impressive.
Yeah, it's been speedy, and we might even get a little bit of a breather between our series, even though this has gone 3 maps, which is kind of unusual.
That is a unicorn event.
Especially with a 13-11 in map 1.
Yeah, right. I was kind of strapping in for a pretty hefty evening, but it seems like the Counter-Strike gods might be looking down upon us. It's TNC. They have rolled their opponents. There feels like there's no synonym apt for this performance, both good and bad on either side. There is, though, maybe some life left in X0 Tenacity. They do get a 1-for-1 trade outside. Oh, I'm not sure if Chofo meant to go down the vent there or what happened, but either way, he's dead. And this is a 4v3 for TNC as they go on to the final round, potentially, of this map, of this series, and of X0 Tenacity's lifeline here in the Thunderpick European Series 1. This is a decider game to come out of Group C. Whoever loses it is eliminated. Whoever wins it goes through to playoffs, and in that single elimination bracket, up for $30,000 is the total prize pool, and it looks like that's where TNC is heading right now, unless Kindo and AVM have something to say in this matter. Maybe they get a kill on Adrian, and not even that. AVN unsuccessful from heaven. Mari gets baited in, and it is a clean 13-2.
Yeah, couldn't be better. Really couldn't be better. I mean, every single thing they put into practice on that T side worked. Only one clutch from Ryle. If you ignore that, should have been 11-1 T half, which is crazy. And Exeter are going to look back at that and say, oh god, like, we saved on a 3v3 when we had kits and utility, plenty of time, and we were 2-7 down. It's like, we're even trying to make something happen for ourselves here. Like, we've got to try and go for those in the future, and yeah, pretty disappointing overall. Maybe there's a reason they didn't go for it that I wasn't privy. Don't have the information privy to. We're not in the team speak, obviously, so I'm willing to be corrected. But from the outside looking in, it didn't look like it was a good decision. And overall, as we could tell, the entire game didn't go too well. So there it is. It is what it is. They'll be eliminated. TNC did deserve to go through. They managed to survive that brawl of map 1 that went, back and forth crazily. And yeah, now they get to play against one of the invited teams in the playoffs, of course, as well. We have one more BO3 to bring you today. The weird new Ormond, also known as VRSDelivery. Funny name. I got to give them credit for that because that was funny.
Quite funny.
Pretty good, especially with the AI logo or whatever it is they used.
Yeah.
The AI logo was funny. Against Bebop. And Bebop actually has some fun players to talk about. So we'll be getting back into that one in around about half an hour, just under. See you then.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game of the group stage here in the Thunderpick World Championship European Series 1. My name is Freddie Ogrimmy Rana. I'm here, as always, with the man, the myth, the legend that is Trav. He's back in 2016, but don't worry, his Counter-Strike knowledge is up to date because we got Bebop versus Oromon ready to take your screens by storm.
Yes, and it should be an interesting one, right? Because this Oromon team are currently in a weird state, right? They didn't play for pretty much the entirety of the year, and then came back with a couple of new players, branded themselves as VRSDelivery with a funny logo. You know what? I like their humor. I can get on board with that. And yeah, of course, coming up against Bebop today is going to be a tough one. Anti-VRSDelivery and Fnatic is that core that was the Reason Gaming team that became Oromon. They're using Petero and Brylu at the moment. Two players, well, definitely Brylu I've never seen play before. Petero, I know he's been around the block as a coach and been around this team for quite a while. Definitely a player that I'm aware of, but not exactly, because he was coaching, obviously, not exactly a player that is putting in great numbers for them. So the only thing I can really say about them is that Sawonko was incredibly consistent on train in particular. I don't know why it's a very kind of a weird reference, but he was. Unfortunately, I'm not sure, Freddie, they're going to be able to do much today against this talented Bebop team.
Yeah, so I have been able to catch that Oromon side of VRSDelivery. One thing to look out for, Pietro kind of sucks, and their T sides are really bad. But they still very similar. Run, shoot, game's gonna be done in 30 minutes. And I'm looking at a Nori on the screen. I did not realize Nori was gonna be playing for this Bebop roster. He's listed on HLTV as well. And I'm also looking at a Yix0, is that? Not on the screen, but on the lineups for HLTV. Correct. I've got Lovicus, Idus Balance, Yix Rezo, or Ozexi, as apparently you pronounce it, which is great, guys. But this Bebop roster is a team that has got very cool pieces like a Davushka, who might not be playing today, a Lovicus who's very young, has got a lot of experience, Idus Balance who's an AWPer who's touted as, he's been around the block and some of the better teams in the region, but their results, I feel like it's quarterfinals one day, knocked out over close qualifier the next day. You get what I mean? Yeah,
I do. And obviously, Norvi's a bit of a weird one in a way, because obviously he was a part of that Sangal team with a lot of the other, old Aurora players. He's played on Bebop this year. He's played on Shishka this year, which was a team that was playing in CCT contenders with the likes of Danis, Krad, and Shelfie. And he's been playing with Sparta a little bit as a stand-in on a few days back in February. So we haven't actually seen that much from him. He's played this month, obviously, but it feels like a bit of a shame he hasn't really been a factor in any sort of good tier 2 competitions in a while, because Norvi's a good player. He's not a 1.0 rated player for me. Of course, that comes in part due to the fact that he was in-game leading quite a bit on his old Aurora / Sangal teams. But yeah, overall, it's a good roster. I like Yix-Rezo. I like Idus Balance. Obviously, I'd imagine Idus Balance is going to be AWPing, as we know he always has done. Lovicus has been consistent at this level, and Fader also. But they all come from, funnily enough, different Russian mixes that we've seen over the years, right? Incilio, Sangal, which was Aurora, Gun 5, 9 Pandas, and CYBERSHOKE. So they all come from different sources, but they're a good group of players. And I think they're a good group of players, especially on these maps we're going to see again today here, because, look, so many reps for Bebop on Mirage and Nuke. Oromon, this core, barely played the map. They played it twice ever since they started playing again this year, losing it to GenOne and ALGO. For me, I have to side with Bebop, even though they do get their main pick of Mirage here, Oromon. Bebop have just been playing more and had more reps.
Yeah, Bebop have picked Inferno and Mirage in this tournament so far. Mirage, they picked up against Rune Eaters. So Nori's played both games in this event for them. Yix-Rezo didn't play against HYPERSPIRIT, which they lost, which is a kind of a crazy actually loss to be. I mean, HYPERSPIRIT have been playing really well and have got some pretty impressive LAN results, but and it was a pretty close game. and Kukuradu went nuclear. But yeah, you have a roster kind of variation. Yix, Rezo, and Nori though is definitely, I'd say, like a better roster than a Hikan. I'm not sure about if Devushka not play. Like Devushka's been amazing for this Bebop roster coming into this year. Like he's actually been putting up some really impressive numbers very consistently, and whenever I've watched them has been the main silver lining. So I don't know if replacing him is the best. I assume so. Yix Rezo is going to slot into the anchor roles to replace Hikan, and then is Nori replacing Devushka?
It's a weird one, isn't it? The roster in general is a bit strange, but I think we've got a little bit of time to wait before we get the game underway. So I think we're going to go to a quick break. When we're ready, we'll jump straight into map 1.
After a short interlude, we are back and we're on Mirage. It's the map pick of VRSDelivery, but by no means a map that Bebop struggle on. They've picked it in this in this tournament. They beat Rune Eaters on it quite comfortably. They won that series 2-0. But the general narrative going into this game from both sides is just the roster disputes. Obviously, VRSDelivery, the obvious Brylu and Petro. But if you are not a knower of Bebop, you're probably looking at this roster and you're thinking it's all good. But Nori's playing, so that's one change. We thought that we were going to see Yix Rezo, but instead, Hikan has come back after taking a short little detour out of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Obviously, Bebop are not a organization, so they're going to be playing with whoever they find, whoever they see fit in any given moment. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how far they can push on in this tournament, because this is obviously the decider match. Oromund / VRSDelivery were able to get pushed down into that bracket, obviously, losing 0-2 to HYPERSPIRIT. And that's time for Bebop to try and put them down as well. They probably will think they come into today as the favourites. Riley's going to try and make something happen against Fader, and he does get the kill, but HYPERSPIRIT goes aggressive to find Peter. And now a push towards CT is what's needed. Hyken needs to stand tall, probably needs both these two taps, but gets overwhelmed by both. By this balance, and Norvi have got a very difficult retake on their hands, and it's not going to happen. Quick headshot. Double swinging towards CT for Suwonko to close it out. So, good old-fashioned A push on the T-pistol and take a bit of CT control. Works out.
Yeah, it's a nice little opening round over in favor for that VRSDelivery service. I felt like their name was very open to interpretation, because I was thinking, I was like, are you delivering the VRS to yourselves or to other people?
Other teams, I reckon, is the joke, because they know they come into this as like not their full Oromund team anymore. They're having to play with two players who haven't really played at this level. I think they're absolutely self-aware enough to make the joke that they're going to start playing this year for the first time this year. They're just not connected to the server in any official for a while, and more often than not, so more likely than not, sorry, they'd be on bad form because of that, especially with not playing with the same team. So they, yeah, I think life maybe is the main thing that has got to this team, but the fact they didn't have an organization anymore, the fact they had to maybe commit to other aspects of their life and go for different jobs and stuff like that. Who are the two players that we're missing? SPAVQ and who else? SPAVQ and Frontsider. Two that aren't playing with the team anymore. So yeah, maybe those two had life stuff and couldn't commit to playing professional Counter-Strike for too much longer. Who knows?
I think the issue is, when you look at it as like a no SPAVQ, no Frontsider, is that I actually would have considered them to be probably the two best players on this roster. Like Frontsider, the crazy aimer on the rifle, and SPAVQ on the AWP. Like, yeah, those are the, in my opinion, the two people that I think I would favor as the best players. And then maybe an Antivirus is the third. But what I've been really impressed so far with like this VRSDelivery is that Swanuku has been playing, or Swanonko?
Suwonko.
Suwonko has been playing quite well, I think, since they've moved over to this iteration. But I did mention that the games I've watched them, their T sides have been particularly rough to watch. Feel very, very uncoordinated. So going into this first gun round, kind of keeping an eye on that as they're just looking to pop out onto the A bomb site. HYPERSPIRIT is trained on them with the AWP, but no armor.
Nice flick up. Peter will go down. Shot. And he'll manage to follow up on Brylu as well. The two new players on this team will immediately drop. Plant is possible for Antivirus. He will get it down now, but this holding it off in the 3v5 will not be the easy part. Especially with the Mac 10 still on Antivirus. Matic holding in from Palace angle, probably peek when he gets a bit of information, and poor Antivirus isn't even allowed to do anything from that triple area. Matic will find one, but the player tapping the bomb. Oh, hang on, having to go through the smokes, and now all of a sudden someone gets a chance for a clutch. Not expecting Lovercrest to go through on that timing though, and they can just about get on the bomb in time. So no issue. And yeah, Freddie, one of the things that I was looking when I saw this team started playing again, it all ended for them. The Oromond as we knew it ended in Nodwin 2 months ago. Game against Ill Will win by default because Oromond failed to show up in time. And they forfeited the entire series because they failed to show up. Ever since then, they had stopped playing with Spava and Frontsider. And they took a 2-month break. Only just recently came back 3 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago. They played a game on the 19th. That was their first game back.
Yeah, they were actually at LAN during that Nodwin. So they were at the Roman Imperium Cup, and they didn't get out of groups.
Yeah.
They lost to Fnatic 13-11 and lost to Sort 2-0. So not very good LAN results for them after a team that has done quite well online. Just couldn't really convert it on LAN. And unfortunately, that wasn't the first time. I think that's happened to Oromond where they've gone on LAN and just not really stepped up. Very few between those LANs though. Thin and few. Not many LAN games for them. But back online and up against a Bebop, which is kind of dominating that first gun round. IDisbalance, information on Swinonko, gets domed by Brylu, but Nori should be here to hold down the A bomb site. Is able to get Fnatic coming through from ramp, but gets overwhelmed. There's a really nice round coming out from Brylu so far, but it's Lovicus to see if he can clutch up for Bebop and go back to back.
Yeah, no kit is the problem. We've got a flash. That is it. Antivirus on the picked up AWP. With Brylu just not peeking from ramp after 2 kills and keeping his 100 HP intact is just so impossible for Lovicus. Across the con angle now. He has picked up a kit. And there's the information, but one on top of the bomb. Nade hasn't gone toward. Yeah, exactly. The nade hasn't gone toward Antivirus, has gone toward Brylu. Gets taken down about 30 odd HP. 36 to be precise, but no chance he was going to win that unless that nade got the kill immediately and it didn't go, as you say, to the right player. So VRSDelivery will deliver themselves a third.
I don't even know if you know this actually. Do you know Mr. Antivirus is AWPing now?
I didn't know he would be the AWPer. Honestly, I thought it'd be Brylu being re-added back. But yeah, that is definitely a change up. I don't remember really seeing Antivirus AWP that much, even as a secondary.
Don't think I really remembered it at all.
I mean, I'm going to check now. Weapons, all time. He has...
Don't look at it all time. Look at what it was last year, for instance, and just see,
okay,
like...
2025, he had 104 AWP kills.
They played a lot of games.
With 1,000 on the M4 and 1,200 on the AK. 2026 so far, 205 on the AWP. So already double the amount of last year. I mean, we've obviously played the full year. And 296 on the M4 A1S and the 269 on the AK. So yeah, definitely a change up for him.
It's a big change up, but there's obviously a lot changing up with the roster. So you got to keep with the times. He's not the first pseudo AWPer to come through in recent times either. There seems to be quite a lot of them. And Bebop, after losing that previous round, which feels like IDisbalance could have got a little bit more impact. Oh, whoa, sweet Jesus, Hikan, that was clean.
Lovely.
Yeah, they lose a round where I was kind of looking at it and I was thinking, definitely could have got more impact coming out from IDisbalance on the AWP in that round. Like, he kind of spots 2, doesn't really get anything going. And then they go into then a round where they're just money is pretty bad. VRSDelivery off to a good start on their map pick. And there's another gun round coming out. Bebop did actually win the first gun round, but that's kind of all they've won since.
Avocus lining up his util in case he wants to have a peek in toward middle. Played it, of course, there. There's double contact. There was the one. Maybe now the push can come through, but antivirus, oh, just misses the pick, top con. Avocus will manage to get himself another on as well. Peter showing his hand. Fnatic will now keep his way down into the balcony. IDisbalance maybe has seen that. I think he has. Considering with the places aiming now, I think it's probably Norvi who saw it. There we go. Norvi, you saw it, then transferred the information over, relayed the information.
Transferred works. You kind of like
I know.
Bluetoothed it over.
I know, but you know, relayed sounds better. And yeah, now antivirus is all alone, stuck in sandwich with now to do, I'm afraid. He'll be getting one and then taken down. So Bebop answering back.
I don't think there's any surprise or coincidence that when IDisbalance has impact over the AWP, the round goes in favor of Bebop. Like, you think back to 3 rounds ago when they did lose, and IDisbalance kind of sees them going up con, but then doesn't pull the trigger, but then dies. And then you think of the 2 rounds Bebop have won, and his IDisbalance just simply put hitting nice shots that part he should be hitting, part good connection. So VRSDelivery is going to make sure that they're able to push someone like that off an angle, because he is a very good AWPer in his own right. Obviously is maybe dropped off from a previous level he once played at, but he's still got it, and he still shows it in games like this.
IDisbalance almost spotted by Peter. Went for the peak before that smoke came through. We'll fall back now.
Sounds funny to call him Peter.
I
Even
know.
though that is how it's spelled.
I know. Good kill from Brylu though. Lovicus will go down. And all of a sudden, still on Hyken on the balcony corner, and antivirus clears him properly. And I think that's fair, because I have seen Hyken, when he has been anchoring the bomb site in previous teams and in previous games, play that position quite a lot. So, good clear.
Good awareness.
And that should be 5-2.
Should be. Yeah, I think it will be. I don't think there will be a way into this round for Bebop. If maybe the players were a little bit closer from the get-go, they could have amused the possibility of a retake, but that isn't going to be on the cards, as it's, as of now, flash in the pan results coming out from this Bebop side. They win rounds and they look pretty nice in doing so. Like, you know, the 2 rounds they've won, you kind of look at that and you're like, yeah, that was a good round from them. And then that's basically it. There is nothing else on top of it. VRSDelivery kind of running away a little bit with their map pick, if this is the pace that we continue at.
Yeah. We have seen, in general, pretty pacey games in R2 so far. VRSDelivery looking to try and play a bit like that too. Fade will get himself both from window, though. That's a really important start. Well, because he's kind of pinned by the Molotov, though. Can't fall back to the brawl, and it's working quite nicely for him. Okay. All of a sudden, BT side are back. Bebop are bopping again.
Oh, that's how I should have opened up the game. We're bopping our way to the next game.
Nice. Clean.
I think I thought about that and then forgot about it, which
Understood.
very on brand. But I do like that we're bopping again. That's a fun one for sure.
Bopping along.
Did you ever bop it when you were growing up?
I know what that is, and I don't think I had one.
I didn't have one either, don't worry. We can share in our childhood misery together.
Fair enough.
Bebop, they'll be looking to bop into a consecutive round, because that is actually something, jokes aside, they have struggled with. So this is very important for them. As Nori gets a lot of information, they are indeed coming out of ramp. A misstare smoke. You can see it's over in Sandwich. Nori gets 2, but Vader gets nothing on that support. Lovicus certainly maybe forces the issue a little bit too much, as he forces himself through the smoke after his opening kill. It's a 2v2. This nade could be on the money, and it is. Sonuku now left into the clutch of 1v2. He's going to capitalize upon a missed shot from Ida Spallens as his new lease on life. He is going to run with it. Swings onto the AWP, this time finishes what he started. And it's a windy spray, but it's even windier from Hikan as the 1v2 that never even should have been a consideration.
Yeah, it should have definitely been a recovery for Bebop there to get themselves really asserted in the game, but Sawonko says no. Good job from him. And I thought Sawonko was going to be snookered, but I'm afraid Hyken will not be able to complete it. And yeah, I think the issue was like the ducking and diving behind triple box. It's so wallbangable, that box, but like he was just coming on and off the trigger, and obviously that is difficult for that Sayer's position, when you're going to be refaced. And Sawonko played it unpredictably, and that is what won him the clutch, particularly the first stall that he took. The
unpredictability, that's what Counter-Strike's all about nowadays.
It is indeed. And they're going for a proper A take here as well off the back of that. Ninja's not being cleared. It has been now, though. Information should be relayed. It will, but Lovica still finds himself one. Yeah, and the bomb plant desperately trying to get planted by Peter on the Mac 10 only. He will get it down, but all the kills will come filing through. But for a few mistakes, it's actually been quite a close half, and probably should be more like 5-5 rather than 6-4.
Well, it's the fact that Bebop are 4-6 and haven't won a single round in a back-to-back manner. Actually, a little crazy. It's not like they've been in... It's not like they haven't been in winnable positions. They just haven't taken the reins and run with it as of such. It's going to be another low purchase for VRSDelivery. This has caused a bit of trouble from Bebop in the past, but I think this purchase, which is basically just going to be an eco, is the weakest it's been so far, as they are just saving for that final round in the half, and that is what Bebop should be angling towards, getting this round, winning 2 in a row for the first time in this first half, and then going into that final round of the half, and try and contest for an even 6-6.
Good nade onto Brylu. His pistols are going to be eaten up with ease. And there we go. All 5 alive is nice. But money doesn't mean too much now at the end of the half.
The money is important to have for the VRSDelivery side. I think they've done quite well, but I'm not sure about that Hero Galil in the previous. That was a question mark, to say the least.
Goodness. Yeah, because it's not going to be able to get out with too much there. Wonko's got the bomb, so Fadit's going to realise that and probably understand that Wonko's going to scarper with that package.
This is a good position for Fader, and it would be great if Hikan was just a little bit quicker. But because of his espionage, Nori is going to rotate in. Secondary or but Pete's... Whoa. That was laser fast from Fader. It's like his eyes were pointing in 2 different directions. He came onto his screen and snapped. That has got to be, Trav, legitimately one of the craziest like reaction flicks I think I've seen. And I know that it doesn't seem like much because it's not exactly a really cool environment. But that was a very long flick from a static motion when you're not expecting someone to be there and then an instant headshot. That's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, very clean. And actually, the fact that they've been able to recover it to a 6-6 half is pretty decent, because they were kind of getting caught in the close rounds throughout the majority of the map so far in that first half, and they can punish you as the game goes on. Yeah, Lazer Cats is having a great game, and actually, to be fair, everyone on Bebop is having a decent game apart from Hyper, and I can forgive him because he plays all the tough positions.
Yeah, it impacted that previous round though. He flanked and was able to get through.
Exactly.
Also, not only was that flick from Fader just glorious, but it was also a flick that allowed for the flank, allowed for the AWP to give coverage. Like, it was actually an incredibly important flank. Sorry, an important connection.
Good kill from Norvi on Swanko early, and now both A players are really hurting. Antivirus is still here, but he's been seen. That's the biggest issue. Pretty impossible to recover things. I mean, 2 taps there is really nice. And he knows where one of these other 2 players are on 9 HP. If Hyken goes down, this is so very winnable. And Antivirus knows that. Hyken can't afford to throw his life away from the stairs. Oh my word. Jumping down to the site now. 1 body shot needed. Long range tap needed. And Antivirus, well, he could be AWPing, he could be rifling. This time, he's pistoling his way to an incredible clutch.
Well, he's a jack of all trades, it feels like, on this VRSDelivery side right now. And what a better way to get your AWP out instantly by getting a clutch like that. And that's Bebop, who'd won 3 in a row coming in second half. Now, a lot of their confidence is just being completely shut down as Antivirus reigns above the rest and is making up for the lackluster performance of the likes of Petro, Brylu, kind of everyone, actually.
Very blind. I can't see.
Is that a scriv?
Yeah,
I can't see.
I can't. As soon as like that flash came through and I would pass on pillar, just like trying to cast around and it can't see. Bomb plants come through. I just managed to headshot Brylu. It's actually a really nice one to grab because it makes this retake so very difficult. And Norvi, even at that mid range, is able to find one more with the Mac 10 on Peter. That's big. Now Swanko got a kit, got a smoke, so he's going to stick around. He's got everything he needs to make this clutch a reality. But he needs a headshot on the stairs player to have any chance. And look at the movement from Norvi. That is a wide swing of all wide swings. 36 HP, 1 bullet into minus balance. Glock, where's the Glock? There's the Glock. And yeah, sticking it was the right play, but iDisbalance says no, not this time.
Thought that was a pretty good go at things, especially with the smoking kit. But if Antivirus isn't going to kill them all, then maybe we might have a little bit of an issue as he doesn't get a single kill with the AWP in that round that he did bring over. iDisbalance doesn't... Oh, sorry, he bought because he got this crazy pistol round. iDisbalance doesn't pick up the AWP, but it's a round 1 for Bebop and kind of worst case scenario for VRSDelivery. You win pistol, lose second round to CTT side. Look what they got. 5-7s Deagles, and I don't actually know how they've got an A1S on Antivirus.
I mean, yeah. I think it's going to be fine because he could be one of the players that can take contact like that, and even if the round gets away from them, he can then commit to a save later. And also, he can just drop that M4 to a teammate if he wants to. Anyone but Peter, because he's the only one without Kevlar. So, let's see if they do that. Antivirus keeping it for now. That's not really too fair to him. He's not exactly right next to a teammate right now. Only Sawonko is close, and he's got a 5-7 anyway. So I'd like to see a swap, but we'll see. Already Bebop are scrambling to get the bomb into a favourable position. They're going to rotate back through spawn now. The advanced position of Fnatic into a Palace. This could be a big one. Hyken, you ready with the A1S? He is just about. That could be the answer back.
Ooh, this is nice. I like how Antivirus has played this. It might not clear him under balcony. They don't. He lines up too. Hikan trades through the woods. Swanuku's able to eliminate the mid-prong, and now Petro should be just baited in from CT. Hikan's never going to expect him. You can see he's just kind of tunnel visioned on this connector duel, and during all of this, he doesn't have the bomb. So as soon as he picks it up, he goes to plant for CT, and it's an easy deagle shot for VRSDelivery, as today it feels like there's a curse of just no one able to win a round back to back.
It does, doesn't it? What a weird day. Also, what a kind of a weird scoreboard on VRSDelivery as well. I mean, Antivirus is loving life. 18 and 12. Only Sawonko really keeping up a little bit at the moment. And yeah, just the back and forths are crazy. I know it happens so much at this level, but like it feels like teams just don't bother with the protocols of avoiding these rounds. They're just like, okay, well look, we'll play our normal default and we'll hope for the best. It's so many occasions it feels like that to me when I watch them play these anti-partial buys.
I mean, it's not exactly bare bones. They've got the 2 AKs. Those can be dangerous in the right hands. Big nade, though, lands in the face of Lovicus and Hikan, but Antivirus walks into Lovicus's welcoming arms, and that is a big hitter to be taking down the hero of this team. He got them both their rounds on the city side single-handedly, it feels like, as of now. So with him eliminated, his teammates are going to have to do it without him, as it looks like they should be able to. Idus Balance with one of the 2 AKs will be able to even it back into a 3v3, and Hikan, the lack of armor is going to come and cost him in that duel, as it's Swanuku this time to really maintain the ship and keep it on a steady trajectory.
Yeah, it does feel like they're in pole position for this Mirage now. And they'd need it. I mean, it's non-negotiable, isn't it? Talking about how map 2 and 3 would look for them if they do eventually have to play them. Sure, Bebop haven't got the best win rate on those 2 maps either. Actually, funnily enough, Mirage is probably Bebop's strongest map as well as Oromund's / VRSDelivery's. But yeah, I mean, Oromund obviously only played a couple of maps since they started playing again at this level, and they've lost 3 out of those 4 on those final 2 maps of the series. With GenOne and ALGO on Nuke, and if we go to Ancient, we've beaten Leo and lost to Acend. So, sorry, the other way around. If we go to Ancient, we know we're playing Nuke. So yeah, I think it's still one that Oromund have to win, and I do think that they will from this point, especially on CT side. That is the one thing that's been going for them lately. Their win rate is very good. Won 4 of their last 5, all 4 of their last 5. Only losing to Eternal Fire and Fnatic, like you mentioned. So, yeah, they have their map here to the VRSDelivery service, and on the right side of that service at the moment.
Antivirus is cruising for a bruising on this AWP. He's trying to find a kill. and they're trying to offer it up to him. But to be honest, it's good counter utility. Big lack of smoke in his general direction. Hickam will finally get the kill on him. I felt like we were quite centered onto that duel, expecting Antivirus to do something. He doesn't. It's actually the Riflers, and it's once again Swanuku who rotates in from middle, and Fnatic is able to find 3. So VRSDelivery, they should be en route to winning out their map pick from this position.
Yeah, almost seems unstoppable right now for them. 2 more rounds needed for ahead. And with the pistols available here on Bebop, they're going to have to make something happen with this sort of buy, unfortunately, to try and stay in contention and keep them off of match point. Missing Incendiary could be big. Brylu, actually, you know, it kind of works because they drop out of the window into him. I'm sure it meant to go in the apartments to double up on the Incendiary because it was done double damage with the one coming in from bench as well. But that's all completely pointless to talk about because the round is comfortable. It's all academic, I think is the word to use there. And they're going to hold on with all 5 players live, all the money in the world to try and close out this game. Now they've got 5 opportunities.
The storm be brewing.
Okay, Captain.
All right, Captain. Land ahoy! And that land is Nuke, it appears. It's a weird one. I'm pretty sure there's a river alongside Nuke. So we're sailing up that stream. And VRSDelivery, it's actually Swanuku who's had kind of the 3 impactful rounds back to back as he gets an opening onto Fadette. And it's all steam ahead as it looks like this game is going to be ending in round 20. The T side just kind of trying to find a pick in mid. Their default is pretty unimaginative, quite dry. Lovicus will get a kill back onto Brylu, and I would have thought that Swanuku could have traded that there, but he doesn't. So it does potentially leave this round up to being questioned.
I mean, Fnatic, is he going to check Sandwich at all? Norby is out. Okay, he's going to check Sandwich. There we go. That probably puts this map beyond all question. Lovicus has been seen in middle, and Lovicus has had a great game, actually. And to be fair, none of the Bebop players are actually lagging behind at all. But second half, they've been outplayed. And I just think it's not going to get more than that done. So, good job from VRSDelivery, otherwise known as Oromond. Antivirus is a great map alongside Suwonko. And I think, like, a lot of effort, a lot of praise deserves to be given to Suwonko for that clutch on the A-bomb site, if you remember. That kind of prevented any sort of contention for Bebop in that first half, and they kind of didn't really look back since then.
It feels like Antivirus got them into the second half with not only the pistol clutch, but also that massive play from under Palace when he gets that first kill from like default and then walks under Bauk, which I thought was really nice. But then also, like, so he starts them off, and then Swanuku kind of taps it in at the end. He's the one who, when the rifle rounds were getting consistent, he was really impressive with getting opening kills in mid and getting a lot of important multi kills. So we have the kind of, I guess, legacy players of this Oromond roster who maybe were overshadowed by some of their counterparts who have now moved on, really stepping into that limelight, and they have an opportunity to make another playoffs, because this newest iteration of Oromond have made 3 playoffs so far. They made the BC Games Masters playoffs, they've made CCT Series 2, where they did lose to Namika, and potentially here in Thunderpick as they go a map to the good. This is our final group stage game, Bebop Oromond. If this map is won by Oromond or Nuke, albeit done, and Ormond could just progress through to the playoffs. So do not go too far. We'll have that banger on your screen shortly.
Hello, we are back. It's Bebop versus VRSDelivery on map 2, and it was a very impressive map 1 from Oromond, otherwise known as the VRSDelivery. Looks like tonight there's a chance they could be delivering themselves VRS points, but a long way to go, Freddie.
Long way to go. Sorry, I literally sat down as I heard you say my name.
All good.
I came up at the perfect time, it appears. And VRSDelivery, I mean, if you can cast your mind back, I feel like Nuke was always a good map for Oromond. I don't know if that's me. Oh no, I'm getting my Polish teams completely mixed up. Of course I am. What am I on about? Yeah, I'm
thinking of Jackie or something.
I'm thinking of Jackie.
Okay.
Oopsies. But right now, VRSDelivery, unfortunately, on their CT side pistol, they have seemingly like just capitulated. Bebop are down at this B bomb site. And Fnatic, they've heard him. He's ruptured open these doors. And this should be a pretty easy post-plant that never comes into question.
Yeah, that was very quick and very simple. Bebop have a little bit of a more well-rounded Nuke than this Oromond team, obviously, with 46% win rate only, sure, but 26 maps on the map. They've lost their last 6, would you believe? Hashiras, Unox Division, Ursa, Lavked, actually twice against Hashiras and Lavked to make it those 6. Only Ursa and Unox Division differing teams. But before that, they managed to beat Big on the map. They've beaten Persona Grata, Masonic, Medisport, X10, Algo, 8 Sins. Is that an achievement? Probably not. Yeah, they are good on Nuke, but who knows what kind of Oromond are going to pop up today, because they look pretty good on map 1 individually, and with such little reps on Nuke, it might not necessarily mean much. It might mean they're just unpredictable, especially if Swanko is going to hit more double digs like that. Oh my god, they're going to win the round. No, they're not. Yes, they are.
Okay, that's ridiculous. Like,
what's he just done to them, bro?
Yeah, like, I mean, we were kind of waxing lyrical about Swanuku at the end of last map because of his impact on mid and the CT side. Deagle shots are crazy. USP shots are crazy. Mac 10 jumping around a smoke is crazy. That was basically a full eco. And sure, you have a Deagle, but that's kind of about it. And it was diabolical. VRSDelivery should never be winning a round like that. And what is it with today? And what is it with just today and like no one being able to win against a force buy?
It's common in online tier 2, don't get me wrong. And tier 3, so we're losing to those sort of buys, but yeah, it's definitely been a pretty significant theme today, and it's disappointing.
It's common at this level, but this is like more than
every time.
Yeah, not like every single round of every map of every game.
Be a little bit careful here. There's a scout in play. That's another tag onto Brylu.
Don't give them the ability to win out the round.
Yeah, it's funny. We're literally just talking about it, and
there you go.
If you give them an ability to do it, it seems like teams today are taking it. So yeah, got to be careful.
I mean, it actually looks like there should be really no issue, and it's gonna. Okay. Yeah, like Hitcount was never gonna win that one before, but he took the words out of my mouth because I was gonna say it's not gonna be an issue, and it's also looks like it's gonna be a clean round.
All good. Saved.
Saved, and it's a VRSDelivery who maybe delivering themselves some points.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be a nice change? I mean, as I said, they've actually been weirdly like okay with this roster.
It's strange, isn't it? I mean, I'm looking at it as if it's like almost feels like a pointless escapade, but their results since they came back after that 12-week hiatus. There you go, that's the word. Losing to ALGO, beating Lavked, decent. Beating Ursa, decent. Beating Fnatic, excellent. No matter how bad Fnatic are right now.
Still a good win. Losing
to GenOne for Eternal Fire, acceptable. Beating Project 91, Psycho Face twice, Leo and Havu. Should be beating those teams. Good job. And then losing to Namiga, understandable. Namiga are better teams at the moment at this level. And HYPERSPIRIT, a bit more of a 50-50 game. So, yeah, I mean, lost to Namiga I can completely forgive because I think Namiga are the best team in, like, tier 2.5 right now. If that isn't even a tier that exists, but you know what I mean.
I'd say tier 2, no?
Yeah, I think maybe 34th in the VRS is tier 2. Fair enough. So yeah, they're one of the better teams on the come up at the moment with Cypher looking so good. So yeah, I think like they're totally acceptable right now. And look, they could very easily have a good day and win this 1-2-0. Bebop, of course, don't have the synergy of a team. I mean, I understand nor do Ormond either. They don't have the synergy of a team that has been playing incessantly as a full 5. They always keep switching around. So same as earlier, actually.
Seems to be a pretty common theme of just like teams love a good switch nowadays. I think it's a bit of a repercussion or outcome of the VRS update is you retain the points as a core, and right now Bebop though, Lovicus outside. They try and nade open the smokes and spot/spam Bebop down as they're going down secret. I was a little bit confused with how Swanuka and Brialu, one would be nading and the other would just be unloading his magazine into the smoke before it got naded open. And despite their mishaps outside, Petro not only gets 2 kills, but drops the bomb down on secret. Antivirus is aggressive in lobby through ramp, and it's a 3v2, and Lovicus is just sitting there going, guys, I'm not trying to be funny. What's just happened?
It's completely disappeared, doesn't it? In air. This is going to be all about saying off field for Antivirus, but actually in the end he turns around.
Timer.
Yeah, he turns around at the right timing either way.
Crazy, actually.
That'll be annoying for Bebop to lose a round like that.
Even just spins again and gets played outside.
I know, crazy.
That was a crazy spin around. Great internal timer.
And the AWP as well. It's not his original role. In comes the pistols. Antivirus is ready. Unfortunately for Peter, he gets owned. But Antivirus is killing everyone at the moment. Quad killing against the pistols with the AWP.
Doing well.
11 and 3. Maybe Peter will have to call on his friend Paul in a minute.
Yeah, Bebop, even like that 5v3 they had, like how are they losing that in such a kind of easy manner. This is looking rough for Bebop, and just in general today. And even in this map so far, Lovicus is the only player who have come to play. Okay, they're not still quite coordinated on those nade spam timings. Also, the nades actually blowing open the smoke. I think the last 2 times they haven't really, but it doesn't matter. They're still just winning the duels everywhere. It's a 5v3 and Bebop, like, you haven't even started to default. I'd have spam's just being hit with a smoke and door. They might not realize it's a second player there. Brelu's is just flanking anyways. Thank you. A piece of candy. Trigger discipline.
Hello.
Uh-oh, spaghetti-o.
Oh, no,
And
we saw him.
he almost gets caught, but there's a big lack of reaction from HYPERSPIRIT there, not gonna lie. And, like, Trav, this is around where it's like, the default never defaulted.
Yeah, true. And that is a shame. And, like, what that default is meant to do is not to lose too many bodies early. So... not been able to do that this time. Fadeit's now been seen in towards Secret. Obviously saving. But Swanko is waiting on an off angle, and a very difficult off angle to predict. Good job. And right now, I'm afraid Bebop have nothing to show for this T side, really. They need to lock in quick because they're on pistols again. It's going to be 7-1, and they're going to be almost booted out of the tournament if they're not careful.
I think that's where it's going right now. This is fast. Change of pace, I like it. It's a good idea, and it's going to be successful. Very successful, in fact, as now it's Petro only player alive, and okay, that was the golden ticket. Change up the pace, stop all this default outside smoke faffing around, hit the A bomb site.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is just a better way of going about things when you're a team in this position with roster issues. Well, not issues as such, but, you know, roster changes all the time, playing with different players often. I think you just may as well go for these sort of moves and make it pacier. And more often than not, it seems to work out, right? I mean, it's kind of like what these players are used to playing like. So, yeah, it's the right call.
I'm a bit worried seeing a round like that and kind of maybe cooling it too early, because it's very easy to win a round like that, but then also falter in the immediate gun round. It's a breath of fresh air for Bebop. It kind of is a sigh of relief to be like, oh, we actually got a round. But right back into the next. Fader is going to get down Secret. He's done that before, but we haven't exactly seen it be successful. And it looks like the T-side are going to try wrap outside. Brelu's going to be careful. Brelu's going to be very careful because he's very much alone. And Hickan's just going to run him down, jumping from top main. There's no support outside for him really whatsoever. Nori's got top roof under control. And now VRSDelivery. How do they react to the fact that they've lost outside control? Well, it's booster player up from the A-bomb site. And okay. I don't know how Spanuka gets away with that.
Actually takes a bit of damage falling down as well. 9 HP to spare. Bit fortunate. What's that charm Norby's got on his gun? It's like a potion bottle that's got liquid inside of it.
Oh, yeah.
I think I've seen that one
Hella
before.
distracting.
Hella distracting.
Yeah, you don't really see... I would show him my USB, because... yeah, but... Oh, this was a... Wait, there's no time. The bomb's outside.
Yeah.
Peter just has to run. Sorry, what happened? How was the bomb outside?
It's so confusing, bro.
Like, they boost one up. We were looking at the charm and nodding like, ooh, charm.
I know.
That's exactly why I don't like them, because they're distracting.
No, low key though. I mean, it's kind of what we need to do because like some of this Counter Strike is so just, yeah. It's just That's all I can say. Yeah, it's very up and down, isn't it? And it gives VRSDelivery a great chance to really push forward to the finish line, 7-2. The fact that bomb could be picked up, Peter realized the situation immediately, just try and hide somewhere, not die. The round is his. Bebop just not. Again, look, when they slow the round down, that's what happens. They have to keep it. They have to keep it pacey, bro.
But they even had like a lot of the advantages there. They got the opening kill. They had outside control. They'd have played on secret, and it's just like we're sat there at the end, being like, "What just happened?" But hey, it's 7 on the round. It's 7 on the scorecard right now, and they'll be looking to bounce and bop their way to a very dominant first half if they can continue like this. Right, that feels like an oversight. I wonder how that's happened, that Yorker's top red like that, and he's just peeked Garage and got the kill for free. And then despite that happening, despite Antivirus getting a kill in lobby, it's still a 2v3. But Hikan has been baited. Unfortunately, they're also ready for Antivirus to come down the vent. Swinuku comes down after him and kills Fader. Lovacus, who's been really good at opening these rounds, now needs to close it on the B-bomb side. He's playing the God angle. Swinuku has a smoke, but there's going to be a gap? Maybe? Lovacus kind of can see if someone's coming out, but Swinuku's repositioned to cause control. He's just flashed himself coming out, and Lovacus, that was quite an easy clutch.
They need them. They need all the clutches they can get. A 5-round T-half would, I would say, be pretty okay for them.
It would do the job if they can get there.
Even 4 is acceptable. I think 3 would just be a little bit too little.
Yeah. Okay, another slower round outside. Bebop running out of smokes. That smoke they just threw in main was the final one. Flash, they're going to try swing behind it, but everyone's kind of ducking behind for cover, and Brilu just opens up the proceedings with a kill coming through secret. Both Fader and Hikan have either been eliminated or put very low. Nori's left his post and lobby to try and support the troops, as Antivirus will get isolated. Felt like he was very scared of door and main, and that's going to cost VRSDelivery, that they've got players just still in positions where they're kind of scared of more than one angle. And IDOSBALANCE has really given his team a way back into the round. He had 1 kill going into this round, now sits on 3. It is a lengthy spray from Swinuku, him and Nori having a very ugly battle, and the HP across the board for everyone is very low, and that just favors the MP9 as Fnatic Ferrari peaks them.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a killer, unfortunately. Their money is not great for the final round of the half either. They can get 3 rifles, that might be it, I think, with Fader and Norby's money. They can make this 9-3. They're well on their way. Especially if they find a pistol on the T side too, that would really put the final seal on it. We're going for a fast play. We may be attempting it, but only a 1-for-1 to begin with the fast peek toward Singles, or Squeaky, sorry. Antivirus now kicking forward on top hut. Unexpected for Hyken for him to reappear there. Now maybe pushing towards ramp is the only option. There's a smoke available, but guess what? As soon as Norvi gets anywhere near the attack, the smoke pops. It's an easy kill for Peter. Half over, I think, with VRSDelivery on 9.
Yeah. You a fan of Peanut? You a fan of Peter Rabbit? Speaking about Peters,
I've dabbled in some of those stories when I was young, but
Enoch Blyton.
yeah.
No, not Enoch Blyton. That's fantastic. Wait a second. I'm getting my children books mixed up.
Peter Rabbit, creator. Beatrix Potter. There
Beatrix Potter, obviously.
Yes, I was going to say, I have to double check that. Yeah, I definitely remember there's a few Beatrix Potter things I definitely kept an eye on when I was young. I think I was more of a, like, I don't know, more of like an AA Mill Winnie the Pooh person when I was young, maybe. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Anyway, it is 9 for VRSDelivery, and let's see if that delivery comes through for themselves tonight, because I think they're on the way to making it through to another, another one of these online events where they're playing against an invited team. So they're not completely not as poor as maybe you would think this team would look, considering the 2 stand-ins they are playing with lately.
Yeah, you were talking about Winnie the Pooh. I was a Secret 7, Famous 5 type of guy. Enoch Blyton, that's why still in my mind.
There you go.
And a series on unfortunate events, that was a fun one. And then obviously had a Treya Dragon, it was an El Clasico. This is our El Clasico. As VRSDelivery, they storm ramp. I think they heard that a lot of players will be down towards Secret, so they're gonna try pivot over towards Heaven, and blink, and you missed it. It is quite literally a flawless round. Not a single bit of damage taken for Bebop, as they at least will get a pistol round to start off what could be a crazy comeback.
And it wouldn't surprise me if it comes through, low-key. CT nuke after all. VRSDelivery's reps on the map are not great. Of course, they're going to have their, their stable level on their CT side, because they all understand their roles and everything, and it was all solid as a rock, right, pretty much. But on T side, it could be completely different, with them only having played 2 maps since they started playing again. So who knows? Antivirus is being very loud on purpose here on top mini, just hoping that one CT eventually peeks him. It's like, bro, face me! Face me! But no one is.
Peek me! That's a Smooya classic.
True. I remember that, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. What's that supposed to mean, Trav? Any more Deagle kills? Oh!
Okay.
I spoke it into existence.
Is this going to be the craziest eco / partial buy round win of the day so far?
I mean, the one at the start of this map kind of rivals that, no?
True. Well, maybe. Yeah, was it map 1 where it was like a 1 Deagle and a Glock round or whatever? I can't remember.
Who was this map, Trav?
Was it? God, it all goes into one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does.
It was, I think, the second round. Maybe one of the rounds of this map. Yeah, the second round. They lost pistol, ecoed, and then just Deagle. Sanuku got the Deagle shots outside.
Christ.
Yeah.
Crazy, going crazy.
The old age regains you.
Yeah.
That's it. Ooh, Brylu has decided to run through the mono outside. So he's on 37 HP. Not filling me with confidence for a 2 immediately. As Bebop, funnily enough, they've dropped 2 players down Secret very early on. There's no one towards ramp. Not a soul. Not a peep. not a whimper. And because they've done that, I just found Lovica, so they have to get a move on. They have to get aggressive. They have to take some map control. Someone has to do something on the CT side. You can't sit in this sort of setup. Is Fadet spotted
I like
if they
this
come
angle.
around heaven?
No, this is a good angle.
Ooh.
Yeah, definitely always good for one there, because you can be very overlooked. You're pretty much clearing every single angle on the site, but for that close right position, and I think it's going to work out. Norby still standing tall in heart.
Bomb in heaven.
Good clean fire there from Norby. I think that, as you say, that bomb is very much lost.
Yeah.
Kills come through there for Fnatic.
Oi, oi, oi.
Even the molly kill posthumously. Posthumously? I think it's posthumously.
Posthumously.
But yeah, no round. And I think the Bebop comeback is on from here.
Yeah, so Brilu was in secret, and he was actually holding for that secret push, basically, basically for like the whole round. And then I don't know what happened, but he dies without getting a kill. It looks like he moved away slightly, but was still watching. I don't know. Also, Bebop, they get away with murder with just having 3 on A, 2B, no on ramp. That's an opener, sure. 101 ways to get an opener, that wouldn't be in the textbook. But I just balanced, he is going to trade out. And unfortunately, it looks like a crazy Tech 9 round is not on the cards. But they will at least be able to eliminate a few figures here or there.
Tap down from Fadeit. At least confirm 3 alive to build some dollar. Can Upman get something going now on their T side? Something a bit more assertive. Peter's going to find an opening headshot through the smoke on Hyken, and you can see Fadeit looks at his teammate as if to say, what happened to teammate? Well, he knows now. The incendiary doesn't go through the door either, so it's a useless incendiary that extinguishes in the squeaky smoke. And because of that opening loss, I think Lovicus might be going searching. Could be a good timing on it though. Peter's the only one holding the angle yet, but there are 4 players coming, and unfortunately Peter swings before he's ready. So immediate ramp take will be coming through off the back of that. I imagine B will be taken as well. Bit of a miss molly, who cares? No problem. Fnatic's alert. He's going to find Norby too.
There is a second in lobby, but Fnatic seems very aware of this. Fadeit will at least get the trade on his fallen teammate, but the advantage of having a 9-3 half is that you can lose the pistol, you can have slip-ups like VRSDelivery have had, and you can still come out of your first round win having 3 rounds to the good. So Bebop pressure is just continuously on them at this stage, as they are going to save the AWP, they are going to save that AK on Fadeit, but money, like, it's really not great. And VRSDelivery would actually not do awfully at hunting this. Both players are in that T-spawn. And it looks like both might survive, as there's a lot of players looking to hunt them down. Got to make sure they don't risk the lives of their own. And VRSDelivery will take a 10th, but let those 2 survive.
Yeah, all built off the fact that first kill comes through the smoke, right? Because if that doesn't happen, Lovicus probably doesn't feel like he needs to push ramp for a response, right? So just a random headshot through a smoke is what's gotten Orman that round. That's not replicable, so they need to find an answer that is replicable here. Try and finish off this game here and now. Am I right? Am I reading that right? That antivirus has 3 armor? Surely not.
Oh my god, he does.
There's no way he has 3 armor.
Yesterday, or sorry, not yesterday, a couple of days ago, I actually saw a player lose their armor mid-duel, and then they die because of it. Luckily,
I think that may have been, I mean, to be fair, he did get insta-tapped, you're right. But I think he did have 3 armor, which is crazy.
yeah, he had 3 armor, and he would have lost it in that duel one way or another. But
I don't know how though. How did he have?
bomb explosion?
I guess.
But how does that? I don't know.
I mean, he was only alive for 2 rounds, wasn't he? I don't know.
Yeah.
Did he save? Did he
No.
not save. I don't know.
Ooh, Lovakus has just made noise trying to flank heaven. Oopsies.
Yeah, that's a big one. Big one for Intel.
Here comes the boom.
Oh.
The trades are less to be desired. They know where Hikan is. The bomb is... I don't know where the bomb is. Sunuku's trying to get it. And Hikan is going to go A. Okay, he was
That's
playing
a
some
shame.
4D chess there for a second. I thought he had the right read. And Peter is actually going to be able to get around the corner in time and hut and just deny it the ability for a 1v1. Talking about bad money, I raised it in the previous round. Here it is, on full display for us all to oogle at. They've got no money, Bebop.
True. Wow. 12th is going to be free. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Is it worth putting in my food delivery right now?
Ooh,
Or is that risky?
You're leaving it up to fate. You're leaving it up to fate. That is, I don't want you to do it because I feel like you're going to curse it.
I know.
But if you're feeling bold, if you're feeling brave, this is just an eco round, so it should be all good. I've got a funny anecdote. So I think, as you know, I'm big into rugby.
Yeah.
So the Champions Cup, which is Champions League for rugby, Bordeaux just went back to back, beating my local team. It is what it is on Saturday, and they went on a 5-day bender with the whole city.
That's
So
quality.
it was just like social media was just filled of just like the players being in and around Bordeaux, and it just sounds like it was just like the whole city just erupted basically, and because over there rugby is like religion for them. So yeah, it's like it's just like down to earth is I guess the right word, but like they just like it's not like football I guess is what I'm maybe to get angling at. It's like they're on it, and it's just so much fun to watch. Like the videos were class.
I'm sure. Have to share some of those with me, maybe. So only one player survived for Elrond in that round,
Oh, the whole server.
which is
My God, he's got a P90.
which is not great. But I think I know what VRSDelivery are going to try and do here. They're going to try and put an end to this series here and now with one final knockout blow, and that means W key.
Oh,
Riley's
here we
got
go.
the spawn, he's got the P90 out, and he's got the kill.
My God.
But hasn't got a second. Delayed flashes are coming through though, and Peter's going to deliver. One more player drop down backside, though not seen. Iceland gets a quick kill, Tenacity responds, but again, they haven't checked out his balance, and all of a sudden, 1v1, 1 HP, can't get away. Balance is the hero, triple kill in the round to save the game, and I like the idea there from VRSDelivery. It definitely was worth a shot, but there's just too many men on A to really figure it out.
The issue was everyone was there. Just everyone rotated in. There was 3 players to begin with. There was a really quick double rotation up heaven, and that catches them off guard. So they had 5 opportunities to close out Nuke. They're going to let it slip on the first. And now it's Nori's time to have some fun with the weaponry, as he has got an XM out over on that A bomb site. So it's VRSDelivery who are hedging their bets outside. They throw the cross smokes, and now they're going to try wrap outside. But Nori is still going to perform with the XM. He gets the opening kill onto Peter, but it's a lovely rebuttal from Swanuku. Balance, though, at the start of this round, did creep into Secret, and he may go overlooked as Mouse and Motor right now, because he hears everything that's going on. And Brilu turns around on a 6, expects him, and eliminates him.
That was so tight. That can mean a big step has been taken toward finishing off this series here and now, and Antivirus is going to see Lovicus. That's probably it with Nori 45 HP. They know he was the A player. They know he got the XM kill earlier. Not much to be done now, it feels like, for him. Riley creeping forward. They're about to pincer it together by the looks of things. They're out Heaven, making noise, and as soon as that noise comes through, that is when Brylu will swing. And a great performance from VRSDelivery, otherwise known as Oromund. It's not the team that it once was, obviously, but you know what? Even though Bebop, I felt coming in today, might have a little bit more firepower, overall, they were kind of nowhere near.
Yeah, a kind of shockingly disappointing game for Bebop. I think you were quite excited to see them. When I was watching, like when I saw Nori, when I even saw Yix Zero, I was like, okay, this is maybe more exciting as well. But no Davushka, no kind of player to step up apart from a Lovicus who didn't exactly do too much. And that is our Thunderpick European Series 1 World Championships. World Championships. The group stage have come to a close. GenOne, EAC, Omega, ALGO, Just Players, or 2007, TNC, HYPERSPIRIT, or VRSDelivery / Oromund have qualified through to the playoffs, where that is starting tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. It is a crazy schedule of Counter-Strike. And Trav, are you ready?
Am I ready for what? The playoffs?
Anything.
I feel like you were going to throw me a curveball there for some reason, but
just are you ready for playoffs? Are you ready?
Are you
excited?
Hella ready. I'm hella ready, and I will be there. I will be there for at least one day, I think, going by my schedule, maybe 2 days. So I think probably we will be there. Let's make it a we, not an I.
We are there together.
So yes, of course. Looking forward to that, obviously. But for now, it's our time is up for this evening, and we'll be make sure to keep in touch, of course, with all the Thunderpick links and everything, and follow the socials to find out what we go live with and when. But for now, good night.